Yo, welcome everyone to the stream. How's it going? Let's see if we have electricity today. Or my stream chat breaks again. Or who knows what is going on. And let's try this new patch. Yo. Hi, Aegon, Alabe, Bowfire, Vienna, SF Gojo, Choki, Simo. When you're finding today, each season cache gives 3 superior keys in T12. 3? Oh my god. It's like beyond our wildest dreams, man. 3 keys per cache, really. That is crazy. Hello Zara, Interfexio, Brel. Hey Maxley, hi Sebi. Yeah, let's try this out. When did it patch actually? Hello Munkin. Hello Tony. "16 hours ago." Okay, so it was like in the middle of the night. Okay. Alright. Hi Grimsa. Hello, how do I say that? Daijana? Daijuana? Patch was around 8 PM German time. Ah, okay, so debated. So in that case, like 20 hours ago. Okay, so literally right when I went offline. Great. How was the movie? Could have been better. But it was alright. Maybe I'm prejudiced because I actually read the original Epic. Like, a little while ago, actually. Some months ago. I watched Odyssey last night. And I would have hoped to see a bit more of the, like, dialogues from the actual tale and so on. But okay. Yeah, I feel like if you don't actually know the story, then you're gonna be kind of lost seeing the movie. I feel like for someone who doesn't know anything about it, they will, a lot of people will probably walk away kind of confused. Like, I knew the whole thing from start to finish, and the dialogues and everything. So that wasn't really a problem, but yeah. Two-handed axe. Oh, I get a crushing aspect. Damn. Do I salvage this? I mean, there's not really any build, so I go two-handed, right? Besides Seal, I guess Seal's like the only one. Sure. You don't have the courage to see that because you read the original too. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's always different when you see like a movie adaptation. And I guess they tried the best to, kind of fit everything in and so on, but a bunch of stuff was kind of weird. But okay. Of course, I log in when Helltide is down. It's just a minute though. The build for this power, that is Divine Lance. Do I have this in the description? Actually, I didn't put it in the description yet. And you're gonna slowly work towards something like Shield of Retribution and Shield Charge is actually something I want to work on as well. Okay, let's turn in those caches and see what happens. Server hotfix 1, July 21, 311, okay. So this was the update here. Someone said free keys per cache is insane. And then increase the chance. Torment 10 greatly increased, Torment 12 guaranteed. Okay. Ding. Yo. We got a raid from Bittersweet Raz. Hello guys. We're behaving in spirit. Yo, welcome guys. We're just getting started here. I just logged in. I'm turning in my caches finally. We have 29, but it's something, I guess. I wonder if it matters if I do this on Torment 1 or not. Let's just do like 5 on T12 and 5 on T1. Hope you had a wonderful stream, Raz. What have you been up to? I guess you were also on D4. Yeah, welcome guys. I'm playing Paladin right now. We're playing hardcore, not SSF. Usually I play SSF. But that was like a fresh start here. Like a little while ago. Lots of farming, okay. What are you working on right now? Yeah, this character also has some farming to do. Yo, spawn other mythics that would sync with the build. I mean, the mythics are in the planner. I can see it there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. We're gonna try these new caches now. So you get 1 fragment, 4 scrolls, a bunch of little stuff, and 3 keys, dude. This is crazy. That's actually insane, man. Look at this. 3 keys, man. So this is another 6 fragments, and you get 1 from the box. So you get 7 fragments of 1 box. That's almost 2 sparks. That's probably like at least a mythic drop. And you can craft almost 2 mythics. And then you can also use the sparks to craft a blacksmith if you want. This seems very fun, fair, and balanced. The question is, how fast can you farm these boxes? 3 again. Dude, this is actually insane. Yo. Thanks for 2 subs. Yabby Dubby Doo. And Spawn. With a Prime. Picture that. Okay, they all give 3. I'm gonna turn it in on T1 and see if they also give 3. Kinda curious. I wonder if it matters. Let's get a bunch of dust and so on. I wonder if it gives volatile dust. I should check. Volatile dust is kind of like the most rare one that you care about. You did it 1 box per minute. What? That's insane. Just Helltide Dropshot Farmer, what? Okay, that's completely cracked, man, what? I don't have to farm anything else anymore. I just do this. At least, you know, until I have like Giga Mythics in every slot, and then need to like on the escalations again, I guess. Yo, another 2 subs. Thank you so much, YW. Okay, let's do this 1 by 1, just in case. We still get 3 keys. Look at that. Even on T1. Now, I'm curious if the boss on T1 also gives you the fragments. I wanna try. One fragment. On T12 it's 2 fragments, right? I found the boss on T10 a bunch, and I always got 2 fragments, so I wanna see. This was 1, okay. Alright. So you can turn in the cash or whatever. You can extend ruptures of roots. Okay, I have like 2 roots actually. I have 4 even. Insane. Okay. Dude, this is correct. What have they done? Yo, Killbot to the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, this means you basically just like make Mythos super easily everywhere. You don't even need like attuned dust anymore or something, or even enhanced dust. It's just like a few things for early game. It's gonna be so easy to farm these caches. I wonder how long it would take to farm solo Rupture cache. I'm gonna test this. Just like do like some random T11 Helltide or something. I wanna see how long it takes for me to get one of those. We have actually a Helltide coming up now. Let's turn in the rest. What the? How about Infernal Hordes for chests? Probably not as effective. The Ruptures give you like extra rep. Okay, we almost have the next turn in actually, so... Okay, we also got like 7 volatile dust. So it's not guaranteed. You get a bunch of like little prisms and like muds and so on. But the thing I want is like 3 keys, man. That is insane.
How can I help?
Fists of Fate is definitely something I need to do at some point. Try and Grimdon equals first feel. I guess so. I actually thought it would release on Friday, and for some reason the reasoning's on Thursday. So F. They could have jumped onto it before PoE. But okay. Going to Grimdon anyway. I wanna like, you know, spend a bit of time on it. If I like it at least. The Rupture event is crazy because you always get overlaps. I mean like the big surging Rupture event or what? Okay, let's try it. Let's just go in Helltide. Maybe not gonna do like the Hellworm farm, he's gonna farm the Rupture. Let's see what happens. Mythic drops fixed now. If by fixed they mean like times 100, then the answer is yes. I think I'm still on T12. Okay. Let's do T11 for this. I'm not sure if I can just easily farm T12. You get more XP on overlaps than if you run for worms. I doubt that. But apparently it's really good. A guy telling me you get like 2 billion XP per hour just standing in a spot and killing monsters. That sounds pretty sus. I'm happy with the new patch so far. Happy is a very strong word, I guess. first of all, I need to figure out what the fuck is going on and, you know, how fast we farm now, but it seems pretty insane. So... I'm using the mind cages. I don't think I have any mind cages, and I also don't think they really make a difference, so... Like, +1 monster power is like... basically not noticeable for anything, or like even +3. Like, if you're talking about XP, you get like, I don't know, maybe 1% more XP or something. So... Okay, let's see. So, Glints of Hope, we have almost next cache. Let's see, we have two things here. Do I stand in the terrace? I guess I stand in the terrace to keep them open. Do I collect these things? I guess I collect the things. Yeah, it seems like closing it here actually directly provides some rep. Like 100 or something. 108 actually. That's a very interesting number. I guess it has to do with like the torment scaling and not in T12. Yeah, so it's 108 per tear. Oh look, worm. Feels amazing, worm. 1% of 2 billion is still a bunch of XP. I think an XP per hour is not much. 1% of $2 billion, that would be nice. But 1% of 2 billion XP per hour, I don't know if I care. Trade is broken after patch. Wait, what broke? Keys are worthless. Okay, I mean, people have been exploiting non-stop the ruptures in Nemesis and stuff, so of course everything is buggy and broken, and... I mean, who the fuck trades these days anyway? So... that's kind of the question to ask. Okay, so I got... okay, 1 cache per minute sounds kinda insane, but I guess if you have multiple people, you can like close more tears. And if they count for everyone in proximity, and if then these things are open longer... Look, even getting some worms, yeah. Kinda good. Okay. Yeah, so I've been here like, I don't know, 2 minutes, and I got a third of a cache. So it'll be like 6 minutes for a cache. That seems like a pretty significant change from group. It's ×4 rep. Wait, why is it ×4? Yeah, now we need the AFK aura socks, guys. You just park one in every corner, let the tears just like fly through you. Okay. So this is like 3 minutes, half a cache. So it seems like 10 caches per hour is probably doable if you found the solo. Which is pretty good. 30 keys, it's kind of crazy. That is like 20, 30 mythics. What trading uniques are worth 0? Yeah, exactly. So, what are we even trading? Like, you can't trade mythics. You can trade keys, I guess. But I mean, everyone gets keys, like, you know, like crazy anyway, so who cares? Why would you want to buy keys? Charms are the most value. Oof. Rogue is very good at this. Yeah, I guess you just stand in one place and hit the entire screen. I guess you would even like swap the variant, right? Away from the knockback to the full screen cover. And then just like stand there and shoot. Berserker Crucible of damage and crit damage here is 500 B plus. Great. What are you gonna do with 500 billion? Do you know if the escalating dungeon reset is fixed? I don't know. I've never tried to reset it, so you tell me. But when in doubt, it's not fixed, I guess. It's Pally S tier. Shield charge is definitely decent, it seems, from what we see. But yeah, Paladin in general is like more like a B class. Okay, so this is actually not going as fast as I hoped. So if you have a single rupture, it takes a while. So this whole rupture gave me like 4k rep. So it's like 5 ruptures for like 1 turn in roughly. Assuming we full time try to keep this one alive. So if you have overlapping ruptures, they will probably close a bit faster as well. So you probably need more than 5 if there's overlap. If you just do 1, it's like 4k rep it seems. Why don't just buff gem drops in T12? Well, in case you didn't pay attention, they did buff gem drops in T12 and pretty massively so, you know. Like I managed to farm full flawless heretics for my rogue in like, I don't know, basically 2 days of escalation dungeons or so early in the season. So, you know, gem drops are insane right now. At least there. They're still lacking a little bit in hordes and, you know, some other places where I can get gems. But if you want to farm gems, you can do that pretty reliably. Even the flawless heretics is not a big deal. If you spend, you know, like maybe 20 hours on it or so, you will have your flawless heretics in every slot. Maybe a bit longer for the rogues and for the bulbs. So it's relatively easy. What is the reason I'm choosing hardcore characters over normal? It's fun. Like softcore feels so irrelevant. You know, everything you do is so irrelevant in hardcore. You know, everything matters. So it feels much more fun. Yeah, this is a trade character. I'll probably try some group farm. You know, like, I'm just doing this for like a test now. I want to see how long it takes to actually farm the cache. I want to make like a patch summary video and so on. So I'm kind of just testing it. Because, you know, most people will never play in a party, even for this stuff. The question is, will it be worth it, right? Will it be worth for the SSF players to do this? And honestly, it does seem fine. Like even solo, even SSF basically, you would probably do this. It still seems like a good farm, basically. Oh, by the way, thanks for the prime. And Oi Toy. What is that? Someone is drilling the wall downstairs, it seems. Muting a bit. Okay, this was actually a bit optimistic with 6 minutes per cache. So I have now farmed 1 cache after this one, which was I think 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think it was 5 ruptures. So it seems like around 4k per rupture if you have only 1 at a time. So maybe a bit less if you have overlap. if you're alone on like a mediocre build. So yeah. And this took me roughly 8 minutes, 9 minutes almost. So 10 caches per hour solo seems a bit optimistic. But on a better build, I think you could. Like, this build is not made for this. I'm melee and I have no coverage. So if you do this on like, I don't know, Rain of Arrows or AFK Sorg. Just the AFK Sorg would be so nice for this actually. Would be interesting to try, but oopsie. Oh, now we actually have 2. Look at that. That's not okay. Made this like AFK farm build. Testing AFK build in Horse and died to poison pool but tapped out. Yeah, that's also how my character ripped. That's why I put double emerald in the planner now as well. So when I have like Giga Poison, like the poison pools are actually dangerous. So that's a bit of a problem. I'm wondering if I could like actually add some regen that helps the life on hit a little bit. And it's not so much that the poison is OP, it's just like kind of slowly drains you, and then the wolves are just sometimes not hitting fast enough to actually give you the life on hit back. I guess it would be easier to like focus less on maximum life and more on armor, for example, on the tempers. Just like go full armor tempers. And only have like a little bit of maximum life and then have like the giga life on hit on a weapon, and that might also help with that. Just to have better sustain, basically. Because you have like 20 million toughness anyway on that build, so who cares if you have like a little bit less toughness. Like what do you need is the recovery. Maybe I'm even gonna put like a skull or like a something like that in the pants as well for like more healing received. And then I should be able to tank through it. Like I was almost able to tank through the poison. Yeah, okay, so this was like around 12 minutes for 1.3 caches. Yeah, so it seems like 9 minutes per cache is actually more realistic instead of 6 minutes. 9 minutes per cache. So this is 6 caches, 6.5, 6.66 caches an hour. So that is 20 keys an hour. And 20 keys an hour is pretty good, but it's like not really beating just like running escalations and stuff, I would say. I guess the main advantage is that this is like very simple and brain dead. So you don't even have to think, yeah, they just go from rupture to rupture and that's it. It just works. And maybe sometimes I get lucky and there's actually people, even in SSF. Okay, the surging rupture would be interesting to try. The big event, let's see and how that compares. We had 6.2. I wonder if there's more here. Does Reaper give XP, give rep? Good question, I actually never looked how much it gives. I guess I can check. I'm gonna try. Hey Mike, by the way. The Sorg rip? Yeah, my Sorg is dead. But there was also not really many more builds that I was going to do. So that's fine. I can focus on the Pally now. And then the Barb. So after the Pally, then we can do the Barb finally. I wanted to do like a session like the Sorg with like all the builds and so on. Any plans for PoE? I'll probably skip PoE. I haven't played Spiritborn this season yet, so I don't think I will either. It's basically just Counter Storm again, and no other build that really functions, so not really in the mood that much. Am I ready for Mirror Drop in a van on T14 Wastedown via E2 next league? Yeah, I'm ready. So I think we start the Surging Rupture at like 6k, right? We get like 4k in 2 minutes. Okay, this doesn't actually seem faster. The Surging Rupture is like exactly the same as the other Ruptures. I guess you might get a Realm Walker here and a Death Toll Chamber sometimes, so that's like the main advantage. Also, it doesn't tell me where the remaining enemies are, which is cool. So I have to find them. Hello. Good what? Okay. Yeah, so the big Roger is actually not even an upgrade or something. It's like the same shit. Okay. I'm gonna DC for no reason. Uh-oh. Where are you? Maybe it's like a certain region? Why is everyone DCing? I was in Demas. I mean, where do you live? Okay, I have US silver, I guess. I don't understand why they're allowing hard-hitting affixes to stack so much. Fire and Schneider, for example. Yeah. They just did like this, you know, combat evolve upgrade in season 11, which was generally a good update, I think, to like, you know, monster aggressiveness and behavior and elite affixes and so on. But, you know, there's like some outliers that just kind of got introduced. You know, Lifelink is still not fixed. You know, like Fire Enchanted, Executioner, like all this stuff does way too much damage. Everyone hates the on-death explosions. And they just kind of like refuse to go back and fix it. I don't know why. They do like some very small things, like for example this season they gave like reprisal, like just glowing bubble, so you can see it better, but you know, it's still kind of just one-shot some builds. Like, I don't know, man. You kind of just leave it there. Yeah, I had 2 deaths since the expansion. Like, not counting like the AFK death now and whatever, right? But actual deaths. And they were both Fire Enchanted explosions on my wall. Like, this was like, you know, day 2 and like, I don't know, day 5 or so from the expansion launch. I died to Fire Enchanted explosions on my Heaven's Grasp first and then the Apocalypse. And this is like a special case of Warlock because you just don't see them, because everything is just red and overlapping. But all the graphics are bugged out, man. Didn't we check how much XP I had when I started this, but I want to check my recording. We need 300 per level. Here's overlap. They build the game for regular mode, no hardcore. Yeah, that is fine. But it doesn't mean that need to have shitty combat in the game. You know? Like, why can't we have fun combat? Better restart. Yeah, that's like this build, I think. Eventually this bugs out with like the extra hits from the stat and stuff.
Made an amazing dish.
Nini made an amazing dish, guys. She announces.
Tortelloni with goat cheese.
Thank you.
My carbonara. Sauce.
Thank you. Can you put it there?
Not there. Do you like this for the beach?
Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, we're gonna turn this one in. So how long have been in this helltide? I think something like 20 minutes. And we got like, yeah, a bit more than 2 caches, I think. Gonna turn this one in. Oh, so close actually. Look here. A lot of stuff.
Do you want water?
No,
Why?
I'm fine.
You don't like drinking water now?
I guess it doesn't hurt.
What?
I guess it doesn't hurt.
Are you too lazy to ask me?
No, I just don't need it now. So, later is good.
It's either now or never.
Okay, now. If you break Grim Dawn, it's gonna feel like slow motion. Yeah, that's great. No animations are playing anymore, I don't even see my attacks anymore. It's just completely gone, guys. It's just hitting the air, man. It's amazing. Our fist pally build, let's go. What actually determines what gives you rep here? Like, not every monster gives you rep. Seems like the elites give you rep, but then the random monsters also give you rep, so maybe it's just a chance to get rep or something? Not really sure. Anyway. Yeah. I want to see how much rep the boss gives. Actually, okay, boots just like that. I guess I could have teleported to Temis. It's too late now. So it should be 2 turn-ins? Or was it 3? It's actually 3. Yeah, okay. So it kind of checks out. Like around 5 to 6 caches per hour. Actually, it's more like 6-7 caches. Let's see how much rep the boss is. 3, 8, 3, 5. Oh, it was like 800 rep or something. Wait a second. And wait, and funny enough, you don't actually have to open the chest. Just killing the boss actually gives you like 800 rep. Start a second. Yeah, it's 864 rep. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Let's see if the Nemesis there actually gives some as well.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Okay. Okay, it's pretty good actually. But I don't think you want to do solo hell tides that much. I think you're still gonna be mostly sitting in escalations. Because you get the gems, you get the mats, and all that. And I think only if you really want to turbo farm mythics and nothing else, you would do solo Helltide. That's like my conclusion. So it's not really worth doing this alone, I think. Ah shit. I have like 1 minute to turn in 750 juice. Ah shit. It's not even the Helltide bottle. I spent too much time on this. Yo, Kelladon, thank you for the prime by the way. And Crones. It could be coincidence, but yesterday when you took off the note, I guess gold, but only drops uniques, is started getting significantly more mythics. Yeah, that's coincidence. Yeah, we have to go back to the Helltide now to do this wall plan, man. Guess we can cross a little bit, let's see what we get. Yeah. Oh, it's the guy downstairs drilling in the wall, guys. It's like all the time, I just need to speak sometimes, otherwise I'm muted. 1 second. He had 5 instances within 40 keys where he would have 4 or 5 mythic drops from a single chest. What the fuck? That's kinda wild. I think I'm gonna go kill the boss a little bit and see, but I'm probably gonna do it on T10. I have 127 keys, that's kinda wild. Let's take 10. I wonder at what point you get guaranteed 2 Pandemonium Fragments from this. Try without the gold node. You probably certainly get more mythic drops. I mean, I don't have it right now anyway. You know, I don't even have the double chest. So... Five mythics, one chest. So when you get 5 mythics, do you get like almost no normal uniques? I'm trying to figure out if like mythics actually replace normal uniques. I guess it would be pretty obvious when you get multiple drops at once, and then almost no uniques. Pants. And there was only 1 fragment. Oof. Okay. One mythic from 5 kills. Did I try and range the Wildlands? Yeah, I played in season 11 and 12, but not since the expansion. I think we're waiting for better days for that. Do I actually want to save something like this? I guess we want. We don't have mythics of some of these slots yet. So it was 5 kills, I got 9 fragments. Oh my god. Not sure if I want to do any Clash action. I don't really want to play Clash. So I think I'm gonna say goodbye to the shards. I don't think it's a bug that you get multiple mythics or something. It's just that, you know, they have like a very high chance for unique to roll as a mythic, and, you know, sometimes you get lucky. If you do like 1,000 kills, then there will be some kills where you get like 4 or 5 drops. And I'm doing it on T10 right now, not on T12, right? So this is another thing. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's easier to make generic uniques as a mythic upgrade instead of the actual unique version now, right? Like, you don't actually get that much enhanced dust compared to Pandemonium Fragments. It's like way easier to get Pandemonium Fragments than it is to get enhanced dust. So it's kind of backwards. Like, enhanced dust is very slow to accumulate. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick recording, guys, about our findings. I think I want to save this. Don't think I actually have to like really save items like this in the stash, right? Because I'll just find more when I go kill the boss. Butcher's Cleaver. Insane. Harold's Morningstar. Oof. Okay. Huge razor plate. Definitely gonna kill this boss quite a lot. Just like the one-handers and the shields on the paladin is rough, man. There's so many. Hi Eva, how's it going? Okay, I guess you can put it here. Mythics info. Just put it here. This is actually 4-1 these days. Okay. I should probably link this one. I need to go through this at some point and add all of the iconic mythics that I can also find. Oh boy. Oh, this is outdated now anyway. We can delete that. This was day 1. Okay. I actually need to add my day 1 is season 14 here. I actually went through my recordings. I have way too many pages on this thing, holy. I should probably do this here. Okay. Say hi, YouTube. YouTube also has my emotes, by the way, at least some of them, Grimstar. There's Moody C and a few others on YouTube as well, if you are a member. Anyway. Hi everyone, we just got a new patch for Diablo 4 Season 14, and I have buffed the mythic drops and acquisition once more, and it's absolutely crazy now. So I went in and tested all of this. I have a bit of data and my recommendations about how to farm, what to farm, basically the new mythic farming loop that we have now. And it's actually pretty cracked how fast you can get up and just get purples in every slot basically. So I want to... Okay, I guess YouTube is later, guys. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's gonna wait like an hour or something and make that video later. Yeah, bye YouTube. Unlucky. I'll see if it takes like a break now. I haven't heard it for like a minute. Maybe we're gonna try again in a moment. I mean, the recording will be relatively short, so maybe I can try to find like a few minutes. Hi, Annie, by the way. How's it going? Send Nini to ask them. Ask them what? Hey guys, please don't drill the fucking wall. I'm recording videos. Yeah, okay. How was the movie? Was alright. Alright. I don't know, like I didn't find it super crazy good or something. I've been saying it's amazing. It's kind of surprising to me. Maybe I just have high standards. I get the impression it's not really about the movie or story, just woke stuff. Yeah, the woke stuff wasn't actually really bad or so, I think, in this movie. There were like a few casting choices that were a bit questionable, but I think overall the cast was relatively good. So that was not really the issue with the movie. Maybe it's just because I have actually read the Epic. And, you know, I know all the dialogues by heart and so on. So, you know, they didn't really, like, talk, you know, in the way that I expected in most places. And a lot of the dialogues were kind of just like, you know, shortcut or modernized or something a little bit too much. So I didn't like that part about Odyssey. But this is obviously from the perspective of someone who actually knows the tale. And, I mean, like, some of the, like, you know, basically, like, hazards, the encounters, I think they were, like, relatively lightweight in the movie, I feel. Where there was, like, a lot more, like, behind them, you know, in reality. And, it would have been nice to kind of just, like, give more info about what the hell is actually going on. Like, I feel like someone who doesn't actually know the story will not even understand, like, some things that are happening. So I think that's like my biggest critic about the movie. I think otherwise, you know, like the visuals and the sound design and everything was pretty good. I think I was also missing a bit like the actual conversations of the gods that happen in the Epic. Like, you know, I would have liked to see like Zeus and Poseidon arguing and stuff like that, and we didn't see that at all. So yeah, or like Athena could have been a bit more active as well. But okay. Spoilers. Yeah, I'm spoiling a 3,000-year-old story. I'm sorry. Sorry for the spoiler. That was actually crazy. Like, the cinema was fucking packed. It was insane. Like, not just our hall, but, you know, literally, like, the entire cinema, like, every hall was playing that movie. I'm not sure if they even played any other movie yesterday. And it was all the Odyssey. Kinda crazy. Yeah, I think they did what they could in terms of making a movie out of it. But yeah, I think some stuff could have had like a better attachment to the original, like, you know, book basically. With, like, especially dialogues. I would like to see a bit more of the original dialogues. They say it's better than expected and an expected disaster. Yeah, I mean, if you expect disaster, it's very easy to be better than expected, no? I mean, that doesn't say anything. You don't understand why it would be bad that a Greek likes it? Well, I guess the Greeks probably have like the sort of the highest standard for it, right? Because it's, you know, of Greek origin. And probably a lot of Greeks actually know or have read the Epic, I guess. You know, maybe it's like... I guess it's probably something you even like cover in school and stuff, right? Or at least many people do, I imagine. But in other countries, that's not the case necessarily. Right? Like, internationally, I don't think there's a lot of people that actually know the Odyssey, or have read it, or even, like, you know the story at all or something, so... I expected the worst. Someone's asking, have I attempted Selig Roa? I have not, and I don't think I will. I don't even see, like, what's the advantage of that. Like, Selig, at best, gives you, like, maybe a 75% damage upgrade. And you're gonna have at least 2 stats you don't really want on your neck. On top of that, net being very difficult to get. Not counting the fact that you also somehow have to get giga amount of resource gen and ranks to actually fill that resource. And then what? Okay, I guess you free up a few life rolls on a gear. But, you know, survival is already not really a problem with that build. If survival is even better with Selig compared to not Selig. So, like, what are we doing exactly with Selig on Roa? It's easier to meet breakpoints. Okay, if you have like no resource anywhere, and then equip a Selig, and then it gives you like all the resource, I guess you can see it that way. But then you have like a really scuffed setup. I guess, you know, Roa is good enough that it can scuff it up a bit and have fun with something like that. But I don't think it's like really like better or something. What's the purpose to the bowing in the movie? Yeah, they chose it as like a theatrical move, right? Him bowing before the other guy. Even though that was like not really the, you know, accurate depiction of the story. It just, you know, was like a very simple gesture to move the story along, basically, I guess, without really explaining much. What build was the most fun this season? It was the God Rogue. But we're not done with the season yet. They have a lot of builds to do, especially on the ARP. Okay, do we do another attempt at recording the video? I think so. When skipping PoE, does that mean it's Modi 4? Yes. D4 and Grim Dawn for now. Okay, let's try this again, guys. Hi everyone, so the new hotfix is live, buffing mythic drop rates once again. In particular, the seasonal rep caches now give you superior rare keys, and the mythic tributes have been buffed, which have been very undertuned since the season launched, and now they're back to their former glory, kind of. So I went in and tried this out here on my Paladin, and I have a few results for you to show, and also just my recommendations about how to farm mythics now, how to get full purple in almost no time at all, to be honest, if you really try. And you can gear up your character now for like the rest of the season extremely fast with those buffs. So let's get into this. So first of all, the hotfix patch notes are here. It's a very small patch, but with a pretty big impact. Previously, they had already buffed, especially the new seasonal boss, the Corrupted Reaper, dropping a lot more mythics. You can now get a mythic on average every few kills there, including iconic mythics such as Grandfather, Salek, and so on. They drop. We also have the lifted crafting tag, so now you can craft all of them. You can have like full purple everywhere, and that is actually kind of important because, you know, you get a lot of power from that. I expect most builds will be in the range of something like double as powerful if you go from regular uniques to equivalent mythics, or maybe more than that, maybe triple even, depending on how many mythics you can slot. A lot of builds can also go for something like a Fist of Fate, which is particularly impactful because, you know, sometimes you just have some random 60% damage aspect, and the Fist of Fate mythic easily beats that. So this is also something to consider. If that is not an item that you normally put in your setup, it is very good as a mythic in particular. But yeah, either way, what do you need to know about the new farm here? So I have written down a few notes. So first of all, it seems like when you do mythic tributes, you get a 100% mythic chance, at least on turn 12. Before that, there's not a guaranteed mythic, so it might be worth holding on to those mythic tributes. And overall, I think they're just not as impactful as they used to be in the past. You know, in the past, you went in there and you got one mythic per chest. When you got the pranksters with the war plan notes, for example, you can get like 3-4 chests and then 3-4 mythics at once. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore, so you get one guaranteed on T12. And then an extra chance, I'm not sure exactly how much, from the pranksters. So it's still kind of nice, especially if you go in a party and you do a rotation, you can get mythics relatively fast. But considering how crazy the seasonal stuff is right now, it's sort of the background noise, I think. So yeah, I guess in Season 15 that will probably change, because you're not going to have Pandemonium fragments anymore. You're not going to have the Corrupted Reaper, maybe. And in that case, like, this is going to be a more important source of mythics again in the future. But for now, it's just kind of like a little bonus. Just use them, I would say, and don't think too hard about it. But let's talk about the season farm. So I tried the season red farm a little bit. If you turn in the Glints of Hope, they now give you 3 superior keys per cache, which is insane. Little break, guys. So this is this goes way beyond my wildest expectations, to be honest. So when you turn in one of those here at the red board, you get 3 cache, 3 superior keys, and they are especially valuable for the new Corrupted Reaper boss. Every single boss kill gives you 2 Pandemonium fragments. So per 2 bosses, per 2 keys, you get 1 crafted mythic at the cube with 4 fragments. So they have actually nerfed the requirement. It used to be 7 at the season start, and now it's 4 to get this mythic upgrade. Just an important note about this, if you haven't done this yet, it does randomize the item. It's not the same item, it's not the same stats, but it is the same slot. So one-hander to one-hander, including offense and shield, pants to pants, boots to boots, and so on. Just kind of keep that in mind. You just take some random dummy items and craft them. But yeah, with 3 superior keys per cache, you get 1.5 mythic crafts. The caches themselves also give you a fragment, so you have per cache almost 2 mythics, which is kind of insane. You also get a bunch of other stuff like scrolls and random mods and items, so it's overall insane. Now, how do we get this? I tried some solo Helltide Ruptures for this. It is way better to do this in party. It scales up a lot, even in like a 4-man party, but you could even do multiple parties, just inviting people, kicking them, and then kind of staying into the same layer. You can have up to 12 people in the same zone, farming those Ruptures together if you coordinate this, and then it gets absolutely wild. But because with more people, you get more kills, more monsters, you keep the Ruptures open for longer, and in particular, you're looking for like overlapping Ruptures, and if you're alone, you can't really cover the area well enough. If there's other people nearby, you multiply the effectiveness of this strategy. However, I think a lot of people will probably farm the solo because either you're stuck on SSF, or they just play solo. Most people do play solo. So I figured, why not try this and see how good it is. So my results were around 6 to 10 minutes per cache, 6 to 7 caches per hour, which is roughly 20 keys an hour. So again, 2 keys is 1 mythic. So this is like something like 10 mythics and just the crafted mythics. So if I want to target a specific one, then I can get 10 chances of that, which on average should give you like 1 to 2 of the item you're looking for per hour. It's specifically crafted from the cube. So that's kind of insane, I think. Plus, of course, all of the stuff that you get on the way when you go kill a boss, because it drops like a mythic on average, like every few kills as well. However, you know, without the targeting, there's a lot of random stuff you're gonna find. So it's not really that helpful. Just a bit of a note here. So for example, I was closing these tears to give like 108 rep. The total requirement for the rep is 21,250. So this would mean like 200 tears or something like that. But while doing those tears, you also kill monsters, and especially elites and the realm breakers seem to give you a bit of a boost, which netted me something like 4k rep per rupture. And it takes around 1.5 minutes or so to do one of those ruptures if you're alone before it closes. So that means 5 ruptures, maybe 6 or so when you have overlap and you can't fully clear them all the time. And it was also relatively good XP. It's not like Hellworm, like, you know, the Giga XP farm that I was doing at the start for Paragon 300 in day 3. But 500, 600 M XP per hour, it's roughly like a third to a quarter of the XP I was getting doing the Hellworm strat. So it's not bad. You definitely will see the paragons going up when you do this without really trying, because there's just so many monsters spawning. And while doing that, depending on where exactly you are, there are also just like random Hellworms kind of popping up next to you as you farm these ruptures. So that's the advantage. And when there's more people, then you have more chances of that, and the XP per hour goes up as well. So I think in a party, we can actually get this down to something like 1 to 2 minutes per cache. So something like 3 to 5 times as efficient, or maybe even more than that. And also something like triple to quadruple the XP per hour. So it gets pretty wild when you do this in even just a 4-man party. But if you have even more people than that, even better. So ideally, you want to group up with this, and then it's going to be like the craziest farm. You can get dozens of keys per hour, giving you like dozens of attempts of crafting and mythics per hour. So it gets pretty wild. Now, in terms of the boss, there is a bit of self-sustain here as well. So just killing the boss, you can actually just go and reset the instance and kill the boss again. It's not really great because it doesn't drop anything by itself, but you do get 864 rep. So the opening is not affecting this at all. It's just the boss kill. So you can go in, one-shot it. And if you do this like 25 times, then you actually have another rep cache turn in as well. Realistically, if you actually go and use those keys with the double cache, it means you need 50 keys to get 1 for free. If you don't use double cache, it's 25 keys to get 1 for free, 1 cache for free, which then gives you 3 keys back. And, it helps a little bit to sustain itself. So we're talking about something like a 13% or so self-sustain when you do single chest kills, or half of that when you do double chest. Realistically, you get so many keys, I would say just use a double chest from the wall plants tree, and it's gonna be, done way faster, and you go back to grinding more ruptures. So that is the actual strat here. But you get a lot of stuff from this, like a lot of mythics. You can even get multiple mythics per kill. You get 2 fragments per kill. You get tons of charms and seals if you're looking for some of the mythic seals. These days, we actually have plenty of builds that would like to run those, depending on the class, on the build, of course. But there are definitely opportunities for mythic seals. And then you want to get a good roll, potentially, when you actually have the one that you want. So overall, this is just the farm. Just do as many keys as possible and then go crowd the Reaper. If you have, some other items you want to farm from other bosses, I would say just kind of ignore that, honestly, at this point. Like I have, plenty of keys sitting here, and it's so fast to get superior lair keys, and then you can just make purple items. There's not really any need at all to make any regular uniques anymore. So maybe like early on, you're getting your first bosses in when like in Torment 6 or so, trying to get the most important items. But then once you're progress to like in Torment 10 plus, I would say, you definitely want to focus on the mythic farm. And all of these uniques are going to become completely obsolete very fast. In addition to that, you potentially want to throw in other mythics in your setup, such as the Fist of Fate I mentioned, because suddenly the numbers get so large that you want to do that. So yeah, the other bosses just don't really matter anymore. It's all Crowd the Reaper. I would also not do, for example, the ultimate Nemesis layers that need the superior keys, or even Belial. Just ignore all that. Just go Crowd the Reaper with your keys. I also tried, for example, the Rupture Escalation Farm. So this is an affix on dungeons, and that is also relatively good. So when you do, for example, escalations here, or even just regular keys, so you can get this on normal keys as well. Sometimes if you do your wall plans, for example, it's just like a single Nightmare dungeon. Try to get one of those with Ruptures. It takes roughly 2 minutes of time investment if you're alone to close 15 of those tears and do the Death Toll Chamber, and that nets you something like 1.5 keys on average, I would say, on the higher torments. Maybe even 2 keys on average or so per chamber. So it's like somewhere in a range of like 1.5, it's almost like a key per minute roughly. So if you count it this way, or like 40 to 50 keys per hour, which is actually faster. If you're alone, sort of like just counting the time investment for doing the ruptures in those dungeons and not all the other stuff like actually clearing the dungeon, actually clearing the full escalation, where you do get other stuff as well. Just looking at the time spent on the seasonal mechanic itself, it is actually faster to get keys doing the ruptures in the dungeons compared to doing the Helltide stuff. But in the Helltide, there's more XP. It's also way simpler. You just kind of like run from rupture to rupture, maybe look for some overlap. You can also, for example, throw some crafted roots in there. Sometimes there's the goblins popping up that also spawn more ruptures, so you can overlap like that. So there is some stuff like this going on, and the dungeons is sort of, okay, you go through the dungeon, close 15 things, clear the chamber, the end. It's like the easy peasy, just like semi AFK Helltide farm that you can do, or the escalation farm. Realistically, I think you need to do a bit of both. Escalations are really impactful for not just the mythics, but also like basically the rest of the gear, right? You still need some legendaries in some slots. You need to go for Obol reserves to maybe gamba your amulets or your rings. And you also want to farm your Horadic gems, for example. And in that case, you want to do the, ruby reserves or emerald reserves or something like that. So in that case, escalation farm is extremely good, in particular when you spec into the branching pathways. So this is the big one here, where you go for the escalation, you get 3 portals every time, and you can choose the best outcome. So I would suggest always go for the gem type that matters the most. Like if you're like a barb or a paladin, you're gonna go for the rubies, and then just kind of always pick that when you see a ruby reserve, for example. But sometimes that can come together with, for example, raptures. And I would definitely go for these like sort of double ups in an escalation run. So it might be, okay, there's like a ruby reserve there, but then the other one is like a material reserve plus raptures. So that's also pretty good. So it kind of comes down to what you need in that moment. But Night Dimension escalation overall just gives you almost everything really well, including the seasonal stuff and the mythics of that. And I don't know exactly how many dungeons it takes right now to get one of those seasonal rep caches, but you also get seasonal rep caches relatively well, not just the Death Roll Chambers and the keys directly, but sometimes you also get the turn-ins and get some extra keys from that, and a bunch of other stuff that comes with the cache. So yeah, overall, it's very efficient to do the seasonal stuff now, and to the point where, yeah, people are just fully decked out, especially if they had pre-farmed a bunch of caches before the patch, or just have been playing the last few weeks and you already have a lot of stuff, and then now it's like so accelerated, you can start a fresh character and get decked out in purple in no time, basically. And yeah, just to give you a bit of an idea of how hard it is to craft items. So yeah, it's 2 superior keys per item. So basically 1 cache turn-in is almost 2 mythic crafts. And yeah, best case scenario, I saw this on my list here of uniques. There's like only 2 items in the pool, depending on the slot that you choose, depending on the class. So I have this list here. I'm also going to link this down in the description. But this is the like uniques list per slot per class. And for example, on the Paladin, there's only like 2 200 weapons here. So if you ever wanted to make like a Sun at Night, it's literally a 50-50. Or if you play like a Zeal Paladin, super easy to get. You can like print this thing, transfigure it, and so on. There's also other slots in some cases. If there's 3 helms here, for example, there's 3 chests. Like this is very easy to get the purple, even with good stats on some of those slots. If you look through this a little bit, you can, just try a little bit harder on some of them, maybe a little bit less on the others. So for example, on the Druid, rings is like the worst case scenario. There's 15 rings on the Druid. So if you're trying to do something like that, yeah, you're probably going to try to get the item with like half decent rolls and not necessarily like transfigure it 10 times. But on other slots, it is definitely way more efficient to try to go for the good rolls with the good transfiguration. So I recommend you to go check this out, depending on your build, depending on your class, and see which of these items you can print easily with those Pandemonium fragments. And in a few hours, you could have extremely good stuff with this strategy. So yeah, this is basically it for the new update for the season. I don't really expect there's going to be a lot more big patches. We haven't really seen a lot of like bug fixing and all that. Maybe there's going to be more, but in terms of seasonal rewards, I guess this is sort of the final stop here, since they're most likely preparing for the season 15 PTR now that we're going to see in a few weeks and all that. But hope this helps you out and everyone is still enjoying the rest of season 14. I'm still here, I'm blasting, I'm going to probably produce a few more videos, a few more guides. We'll see. So hope you enjoyed this and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. We only had 1 drill interruption in the video. That's kind of nice. Okay. Need to open the door, man. I'm dying. Hello. Okay, we got everything. What do you have here? Slay Grimoire. What's that? I'm trying to get a Herald of Sakarum at some point. I guess I should just send all of my superior keys now and say fuck it. And then make a few mythics. Because I want to spec in a shield charge at some point. It's pretty good apparently. Is the mythic crafting bound to item type? If I upgrade a dagger, you can get a sword and rogue. Yes. It goes one hand to one hand, two hand to two hand. It's basically goes by slot, not by item type. You got a mythic here. Okay. Oh look. Actually what I want. With actual good stats. Nice. What's my glass on it too? Video is done, back to streamer client. Classic. Actually, I should check how much rep we get doing these pit seasonal events here. Maybe it is actually faster. You're trying to get a max rank aftermath. Yeah, try to use obols for rings. And then use the resource prison upgrade to legendary. 10 rings on Spirit Bomb pool. Can't wait for the crafting experience. Yeah, 10 is a bit rough for sure. Okay, the ring doesn't matter if it's mythic or not. Maybe he's playing with Midnight Sun Ring, though. How about that? Same with Rogue gloves. Yeah, Rogue has a bunch of gloves. Yeah, it really matters which item you're trying to get on which class. You know, some are so easy and some are really hard. Because of this random, like, you know, large pool that you have. Oh, I lost a stone somewhere. Unlucky. Okay, where's Sentinel? I think we can get Sentinel in here. Oh, this level on T8, you play hardcore and have no escape scrolls. I think if you comfortably farm T10, you're gonna have no issues against the diff. She's gonna die in on T8. So just wait until like T10 is easy.
That's it for that piece. Step up to my gear, swinging away.
7.8% increased damage per leech point consumed after 16. Dude, this is a chest, man. Because like, I don't know, over 120% damage or something. Pretty good chest. Are those the season wings? I think so. Or from the battle pass? Oh, actually, I forgot we have a Starforge pin today. Look at that, guys. Our friends are back with some big sale here. The largest 1590 PC sale of the year, guys. If you're looking for some new PC or cool cases and stuff, they have some big offers right now. Does Dawnfire unique come as a mythic? All of them actually do. Can I jump over there? Oh. You do T10 pits easily. Yeah, I mean if you're 2 torments above, Lilith should not be a problem. No. If you do like 2-minute 80s, then you're gonna blast Lilith in T8. I mean, you might still have to dodge a thing or two, but on T8 you also normally won't one-shot you if you're like half tanky. Next season should be out before BlizzCon. No, next season is 2 days after BlizzCon actually. Let's see if I make it home in time. I hope there's no flight delay. It's kind of fucked up for especially the EU people. It's gonna be messy. You know, I have like a 24-hour trip. And that is if everything goes well. Just book a private jet. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Blood. Private jet and a Lambo waiting for me at the airport. That'll be perfect. How the fuck did I only close 3 of these? The max roll jet. Let's go. How much does the private jet cost actually? I'm kinda curious. You play Spillborn and toughness is not constant. Would be a shame if there would be a volcano erupting, like, stopping all flights. Yeah, and then I have to crash at like Macrobio Boy's home or something and stream the season from there. No problem. Oh, I know, maybe some other US peeps I could stay with. The only constant thing with Spiritborn is death. Nah, Spiritborn is doing fine defensively these days. It's not best of hated anymore. "24-hour flying into 40 hours blast." Yeah, that's basically gonna be my season 15 experience. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do about build guides and stuff. I have to make guides, like, I don't know. It's gonna be fucked. Season 15 featuring a Maxwell streamer house. PTR a week before BlizzCon will be icing on the cake. I mean, PTR obviously is gonna be like way earlier. PR is gonna be like 2-3 weeks or something. I expect it's probably gonna be slightly earlier than normal. Due to the BlizzCon as well. Because they're probably not gonna be working during the BlizzCon week. Not much. Ah shit, are we gonna do this? It's gonna be kinda tight, yeah. Okay. This was the last one, so if I fail this, I can't actually open the Death Shot chamber. The Spiritborn died on Sunday because the toughness dropped from 4M to 1M for 1 second. Did you press mount or what did you do? You know, it's weird we got a sub earlier from Monkey Bro. Was I doing the recording maybe? Thank you. Yo, freakies. Obols, obols. That's kind of funny. In the Olive Dungeon. What the fuck? Maybe too dumb to understand what toughness on Spellbound works. Well, I think block is not actually calculated into toughness. It is just invisible. Block and dodge. So if we rely on these things, I don't know, like, let's say armor tide, then I don't think they actually count at all there. So that's kind of like invisible toughness. You have to do this manually. And then I guess you have like barriers, because most of the time you have the Paragon board. So, you know, your barrier does count in the toughness. So if it's not up, then that is much less. But also, I guess Toxic Skin gives you like Giga Armor. So that is probably easily like a 30% plus upgrade when it's up. What else is there? Scourge has some damage reduction, I think, right? If you run that. Hi, Raptor. Purple should be there to take, not the also taking damage. Yeah, that's basically what it is, right? It's just the average of all the elemental max hits taken, basically. Oh, finally. It's my first yellow neck with a crit multi. I got one here, but this is actually legendary. I just kind of lucky to craft into this. Oh boy, what the fuck? Okay. Back to back, and there's even a 2J. His shield charge good, yes. I'm gonna do that soon.
Mainlander, what do you think?
Got your Spellborn ring, congrats. Hi, Andrea. Unique starting time, if you're unique now, is still random. This is season 15. Right now, it's still random crafts. Actually, to fix my filter as well at this point. How many souls do I actually have? 20k. This doesn't make me feel too safe yet. Maybe I have to send the other levels at some point just to get like souls. Until I feel kinda secure there. 20k I can run out for sure. Even just making gems I need like... I need like 50k souls, right? If I want to do flawless erratics. Maybe I'm not gonna go for flawless erratic on this guy. I think normal might be just fine. And how's that looking? Almost. Okay. Okay. Still some work to do for sure. This is the Vinelands. There's a link in the description for this build, the Vinelands Paladin. I played a bunch last season already, I like this build. It's pretty decent. But you're probably gonna swap later or tomorrow. Oh, I'm melting Astaroth now, holy. Okay. I think we're almost there to do T12 escalations at this point. Actually, it's kind of crazy how tanky Quarter Reaper is compared to Astaroth. I figured Astaroth would be potentially even tankier. Not a shield build, hardcore. How long until I dive it, or is it okay? I mean, it's a Juggernaut build, which should make it like decently tanky. There's also the thing that you want to stick Resolve actually on Juggernaut builds. So maybe you're actually not very tanky on them, because you don't have like life tempers. You have to resolve tempers. But yeah, it should be okay. You have like one unique chest and then you can like do double defense. Or maybe Timbers will. Yeah, it's probably gonna be fine either way. They're getting aspects very frequently here. He died in 30 minutes because the power went out. Oof. I mean, 30 minutes is not too bad at least. That sucks.
I've been practicing.
Do I actually want the boss summoning cache? What do I even want here at all? Now that I think about it.
That carried the wand.
Great multi. All the safeties.
Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. That carried the wand. Did I count it out right? I'm getting the hang of this.
Is there anything else you still want to unlock? Almost at 7 here, so I guess one escalation should do that, right? And then I think we have everything you want. I wouldn't mind a 5th point here to get a +1 chest. This is fine. My tree's not even at 5. Kinda funny. No, that's actually perfect. Yeah, I think you're gonna try to do like a few more wall plants to get the 5 on the boss.
Care for a game of chance?
Auto aura. I think this aura potency stuff of diamond mine. I don't have a diamond mine yet actually. I have to get one of those at some point. Did they nerf the mythic drop rate for seals? No, they did not. Try to find a new boss. He drops a lot of mythic seals. Yeah. Wait, I'm looking for this song or the previous one, Alun? B120 hours, not a single mythic seal. Crazy. I mean, this character also is at 0 mythic seals, but you know, we're still gearing and stuff. Like for me, mythic seal is like every 10 hours maybe, roughly. But I guess it depends on how many bosses you do. If you don't do bosses, then you don't really get mythic seals much. Are the mythic seals worth using if they have the right stat bonus on them? Well, it's generally worth using even if they don't have any bonus that matters. If they are for your build, you use them, that's it. Not every build wants them, but at the very minimum, if you get a perfectly rolled one, it will beat a legendary seal, because even if you build, if you play a build that doesn't profit from the bonus effect of the mythic seal, you still get one more stat roll. So if you get a combo, like 2 times the same stat plus a good implicit, then this will beat a legendary seal anyway. Okay, what's going on here? Hold up, I need 5 of these ruptures. Dude, is there actually even more? There was like one of these things here. I can't even do it. There was only one rupture in this entire dungeon. Debate it. Ah. How long does the fall season last? Typically fall seasons are like 2.5 to 3 months. This one will be like 7 more weeks, I guess, or 8. I think 8. Being blasted by Volcanic here. Waiting for BlizzCon and next 39.99 pre-order. Wait, you want to pre-order 2 expansions at once for that price? Damn, son. Ultimate or nothing. Okay, so you want to pay $100 for the expansion, I see. 2 bank stash tabs. Dude, at this point I think I would pay $80 for 2 stashes. Fuck. Need to tell Nini, okay, sorry, we can't go on date night for a few weeks. I need stash. I'm sure she will relate. Yo, we're getting all the drops here. 3 negative crit. What is happening? They just dropped, I didn't even gamba. This guy was so unlucky all this time to get them. Responsive by Blizzard or what? I'm not sure if I listened to the conversation. Let's do Raptors actually. I mean, if they sell stash tabs for $40 each, I just said I would buy them. But I wouldn't mind getting a sponsor too. That's true. Let's be honest, you wouldn't buy them. Yeah. I mean, regardless of how ludicrous it seems to pay 40 bucks for one stash in this game, I think my sanity is worth more. You just delete everything. Interesting approach. What's the best way to farm boss there, keys? Well, you mostly wanna ignore that and just farm the superior there, keys. And for that, you can watch my newest YouTube video that will go live. In like 10 minutes or so, I guess. Can delete Ambercrux on a source code. I cannot. But I will inquire who can. Yeah, basically, Alice Cumer. So, you farm these ruptures here for the seasonal events. And then you go into the Death Lord Chamber, drop superior luckies. You also get season rep, you can turn in the caches, you get more superior luckies there. And then you farm the seasonal boss. So that's like the main loop. And there's also Hell Tide ruptures you can farm for the caches. The entire tower should be shielded. I'm not sure if shielded actually matters. I'm not sure if it matters if they actually can deal damage to them. I think they just kill them anyway if it is shielded, I would guess. Go 3 greater and 3 superior keys, okay. And you guess you have to start resolve stacking on your necro. That sounds like a terrible idea. You have to do some rotation to the keys. Nah. Like here in Escalation Dungeons, you just farm the ruptures whenever you see them. Get 15 tiaras down, and then you can go to the chamber. In Helltide, you can farm the ruptures together. That's pretty simple and very effective. It doesn't feel good running Juggernaut and Heart and Bones in T12. Well, this has not much to do with the aspects and more with the class you play. Glint's Anvil will not help you in any way. Obol and Rupture is kind of nice. Oh, 25 Diablos. You have to do the event, close the portals, and finish it. Yeah, so in the dungeons, there's these ruptures, and it tells you to do 15 tears throughout the entire dungeon. So usually there's like 3 of these portal events. And then you have 15, and then you go into the Death Door Chamber. Death Door Chamber, for me, it has dropped up to 5 keys. I think the average is maybe like 1.5 to 2 keys for Death Door Chamber, which comes down to something like roughly 1 key per minute, if you only count the time spent on the Rupture and the Death Door Chamber. So it's pretty good. And then 2 keys are a Mythic craft, basically. Yo, hi, Thundermems. Would the AFK Blizzard benefit from any other mythic, unique, or iconic? I mean, I put the stuff into the guide that I wanted to use. I think only one other thing would be like the Fist of Fate. You can throw a Fist of Fate into almost any build that doesn't already run a unique love, basically. Unless you already have insanely large aspects on your build. I'm just using a max soul filter right now. Exclamation mark filter monkey. Iron Rose has a Fist of Fate. Iron Rose gives attack speed. Yeah, but Iron Rose also a smaller multi, no? How much is Iron Rose? 65. And then times over 3. Actually, it should be kind of close. $78. Okay. Yeah, the problem is you need to be close. Like, okay, first of all, you have to have like, you know, cutthroat and marksman skills at the same build. And then you also have to hit close enemies. Like you only get the damage bonus against close. It's not just you activate it, like the close quarters combat in the past, by hitting a close enemy, but you actually have to hit close enemies for the buff on each hit. So this is basically just something for melee builds. Like if you play Twisting Blades with common points or some shit, then you can do Iron Rose. Maybe XM. Sveka has some good affix, a good feel energy, and 19 seconds cooldown. They got Mythic Beast Sword boots as well. Yeah, the double damage shot is very strong. Like, by itself, that node is like 50% extra multi or so. So, yeah, you have to give up some things for it, but, you know, the 300 energy is not even, like, much of a sacrifice, you know. That does give you more damage, thanks to the boots. And then having more ranks is also not really a sacrifice, that does give you more damage as well, so... You don't really make, like, very bad choices in order to get this going. And then you just get that node at the end for, like, a massive boost. Okay, that's not enough. There's no more rushes. Damn it. There was only 2. And I got 12. It's very hard to finish it with only 2. It's kinda unlucky. These are these maps that have like multiple levels turn out to have like very few ruptures sometimes. GA, free power stats on Shadow Valve for Spiritborn, that's sick, dude.
Mainlander, what brings you? Back to it then. Pity to break another's work.
Okay, 103. So here, closing his task is like very little in the pit. It's actually completely pointless, I just realized. I get like 150 for this or something. Or 200. Oof. Everyone loved doing the new boss. Yeah, everyone is thrilled about that, I guess. Sounds like an amazing experience. How does Pally feel? I mean, Divine Lance is nice and fun. And it took a while now to get to like, you know, T12 and stuff, but it's alright. We're gonna respec to Shield Charge at some point and then see how that goes. I actually got a Mythic chest for that already. I'm waiting for the Herald of Sakarum Mythic. Hopefully not some awful stats. At least if I go for a Thorns build, I don't actually have to like roll off the Thorns. Because even for this build, I'm still running the Herald of Sakarum. It's kind of nice, it makes it kind of tanky, yeah? The extra block chance and the extra res and armor. Oh, Mythic Charms? They don't exist actually. If you mean seals, they can be very good. And there were some charms, but they were not intended. Okay, T11 Harbinger. Let's see that one. Okay. The hentai dog. Shield bash and clash, no thanks. And we're doing shield charge actually. Shield charge is like spin to win sort of build for Paladin. And it's apparently pretty good this season. So I'm kinda excited to try it out. The art is unique with good affix or mythic if too useless. That depends on the item. And if it's like a big multi-item, then almost always the mythic will win. Because, you know, a good stat roll, you know, like a vuln roll or a crit multi-roll or something like that, is probably in the range of like 10 to 15% DPS for an endgame character each. So even like, you know, giving up a vuln and a crit multi-roll will, you know, together maybe like 25% or whatever. And, well, a strong mythic, just the effect, not even replacing those good stats with any stats, right? Not even counting, you could get, I don't know, knife or whatever. You might actually end up with the same damage. Did I get the Halo? I did not get the Halo. I mean, I still have my Rogue Park there, you know, if they ever fix the Rogue Park, or maybe later in the season, you know, the guys will not bother to do the exploit anymore. And I'll try to get that ring one, but right now I'm not even gonna go for it, I guess. Oh, fuck it. How far are we here? Uh-oh. What have I done? High five. The thing about tertiary stats like the 3 earlier pickup radius, for example. Actually, that's so-called secondary stats in that game. Not tertiary, but maybe I could do something like that. You know, I don't mind having like these sort of like quality of life affixes as some sort of like end game target, right? Where it's like, oh man, nice. I got this thing now. Alright, that would be cool. And I don't see why not. I'm gonna play Warlock this season. I'm kind of pumped to play some Apocalypse. And maybe we're gonna try a Blazing Scream build. So I have those two on the radar. But this will be after the Barb, so for now it's important for me to do some Barb because I need to learn the class again and so on. There's no slowing down the Barbs right now anyway, so I wanna make sure I'm informed about everything. This is a 2 minute out of 5, okay. He's slowly getting somewhere. I'm gonna practice a lot to hold down Whirlwind, hard task. Nah, I wanna do something similar to what I did on a Sork, you know, like try like all the builds, like, you know, at least press every button once and see how it is and so on. What class I reckon for first time hardcore playthrough? Rogue maybe? I think Rogue is a pretty decent hardcore class right now. Because it's just like generally, you know, ranged and powerful and fast. And most builds can relatively easily include a bunch of defense. I guess some druid builds might be kind of good for hardcore as well. Druid is squishy or clunky. Yeah, but they're so powerful, it shouldn't be that hard to include a bunch of defense. You know, basically when you're playing like an OP class, you can always just like scuff it up a bit and make it very tanky if you want. And you're still gonna be OP because you're playing an OP class. So that's kind of the advantage. I feel like Druids should be relatively nice on hardcore. Now you have the Debilitating Roar, you have the Cyclone Armor, the Bulwark. Also good stuff on Druid. You have like the boons as well for like the defenses. There's the elite damage reduction, there's the life. Although the life is probably not really that crazy anymore these days. Do his best defense accessible to everyone via Rune. Yeah, okay, so I guess there's that. But I guess you can make it stronger at least on the Druid itself. Not really. Will the upgrades and like the ranks and stuff do anything? Did a new season start? Yeah, like 3 weeks ago, but let's call it new season. How's the state of the game currently? I haven't played since Spiritborn. Oh boy. Well, time to log in, man. A lot of Hated expansion was really good. Imagine a game where everyone isn't using a Q rune. Yeah, I think in general they have to do something about defenses. Like they have to lower monster damage across the board, they have to like lower the impact of defensive aspects and uniques and so on. Like yeah, okay, we can solve our defense, right? And everyone is just running Q rune, maybe even luck together and stuff. Just to get like all the defense you can. But also like, you know, you have like some builds where you just don't really fit any defenses, or he can't fit any defenses. Like we see this with Necromancers right now, Blood Moon Breaches, and so on, right? All these uniques with defensive slots that are actually just offensive pieces. And it just makes these builds like nearly unplayable, basically. And it's just like too much. I think I should start by just like taking every single defensive aspect and unique and just like half the value of it. And then it maybe could do something else like barrier, either like cap barrier at 50% max life, or something like barrier takes double the damage compared to life, or something like that. And then you take like all the monster damage across the whole game. Actually, you leave like the regular monster damage untouched, but he does mostly nerf the elite affixes, I would say. So you nerf elite affixes by like maybe a third or half or something. And I think this would make like the whole like gameplay and defenses much more interesting and reasonable. There's also gonna be like a more interesting focus on actual good gear, not just, okay, slap 3 defensive aspects in your setup and hopefully you're gonna live. But you know, the actual rolls on your defensive pieces would matter more. Hello, Odin. Slow down the timing of ground effects. Yeah, I think in general, like all of the on-death explosions, you know, Executioner and so on, they should definitely be taken a look at, specifically. But I think like already like lowering the impact of elite affixes compared to like monster hits. Like the thing is like monster hits do nothing, right? I can stand here. Look at this. There's like 5 enemies hitting me. Like I don't even see the damage, right? It's just like, okay, they hit me for like 2% of my life, whatever. Like, you know, what is this? So it's nothing. And then there's like one explosion or one executioner sword, and boom, it's like 2/3 of my life. Like what? This is completely out of whack. I made a video about damage numbers, season 12 or 13, is that still accurate? That was season 13, yeah. Season 12 we didn't have these stats yet. Yeah, nothing has changed about that system on that video. Yeah, if you have a friend who only stacks crit damage and not vulnerable, for example, then this is usually the wrong approach. You have to do both. Especially in the classes with more weapon slots. You tend to have a lot more crit or dot multi than normal. And at some point it diminishes so much that you want to invest more into the, you know, smaller looking vulnerable multi. I wanted to set up like a full calc for this at some point. Sounds sparked on Paladin this season. And the Lights Epiphany set and the Conviction set, I think, are bugged. And then you have the Judgment set and the Juggernaut set that are like just completely unplayable in terms of their mechanics almost. So there's like one set left, which is the one I'm using right now, that actually feels good on a Paladin. That's great. Do we care about Sapphire Reserve? Not really. I guess I'm going to Skull. Did I check if Undercity Mythic drop applies to extra boxes on Goblin Spawn? Yeah, so I haven't run them yet because I was waiting to run them in party. But I heard from people that the tribute itself gives guaranteed on T12, but the extra chests don't give guaranteed, so this seems to be still not that great, the extra chests. Yo, Dust. 636, thank you so much, man. Imagine getting a Skull Reserve and Escalation, and we had one here, insane. And I need it actually, we need to put the physical multi. We got a Mythic Casimir's Legacy and it has a GA +3 basic. What happened to Faunt's damage on Barb? Yeah, it was removed. There's no Faunt's on Barb anymore. I mean, it was like a pretty failed archetype, right? So I think it's also not very barbarian-like. Maybe want to keep the cooldown shield around. Can Transfiguration replace affix on new mythics? So I heard, but it hasn't happened to me. So I'm not sure how much I trust it. Bring his ruptures here. How's my aspects situation, actually? Glyn is only at 14. It's always so hard to get this one, man. Heavenly is at 9. Oh god. Dude, there's a lot of thorns. You can get 24,000 thorns if you play low life. How much do we get here? 3,500. 1,000. Huh. We should play a Selig low life thorns paladin. That'd be pretty interesting. I think this would be very powerful, actually. Does Paladin have enough resource regen? I mean, Tybalt's Will, I guess, is a thing. Don't really need much else, I guess. It's also relatively easy to start a run at no life. You can just go to a training dummy, take off the Selig, let it hit you, go down to 1 life. Just need to like unbind your potion. I think I'll try this actually over the next days. Can you use the rally life cost version? Yeah, true. You can actually do it even in combat if you have any sort of like force healing in your build. So for example, you could still be fortified if you wanted. Just rally. I guess this would be like a nice backup. Just have rally on the bar. In case you get a level up or whatever, you know, random stuff. But I mean, you don't really get levels, right? So... Hello, Ace HQ. You can even do like another thing, which is... Actually, you might want to do... Like, even like a life and hit roll or something. And rally on the bar, and then use rally just as another way to restore resource, right? So you could skip the tibbles. You can just hold down rally. I have like a life regen roll, for example. Rally and Arcadia. Yeah, with that you can also get like basically infinite barrier and infinite resource, so it's infinite fortify and infinite resource, especially with the embattled aspect. Now you are talking about the low life Selig Paladin build. Which class is the fastest build of the season? Oof. That's pretty close, I guess. Spellborn, Rogue, maybe Barb. Maybe Sork. There's a bunch of builds that are pretty fast. Gained like 3 bosses. I don't really expect to see 3 in one go, but we can see. He has 3 pits and a boss, that's not bad. Let's skip the escalation for now. I need more damage. And lost a stone somewhere. Unlucky. Yo, Dr. Sumo Josh. Hello. Thanks for 8 months, man.
It is done.
What the hell? That's a very good emote. Managed to unlock all skills, affix, and amulet when you try to apply the second aspect. It says cannot transfigure. Yeah, so you did a normal transfiguration and then you're trying to do a Quillian. You have to do it the other way around, if anything. All skills as a roll and the transfiguration outcome on jewelry. On amulet in particular. But in your case you just transfigured it, but after transfiguring you usually cannot do anything anymore with the item. So I have to do the Quillian Prism first. I'm actually kinda zooming here. That's 108. But then lifelink. Oh, 90 seconds. Okay, good run. Cold smile. Thank you so much. Appreciate the prime. Glad you like it, man.
Many more to come.
I wonder if this thing, having 3 GAs, actually makes the legendary aspect I put on it afterwards also higher roll, because I think the, higher affix with more GAs does apply to legendaries as well, not just to uniques. At least like just some gut feeling.
You know where to find me.
Got so many of this stuff here.
All taken apart. Melted down.
Okay, 2 bosses. Can I do this? Here we go. This might be the last wall plan I do in this character, actually. The rest is just like, we're gonna randomly farm. Get rid of some of these escalations, there's just many so much. Alright, cliffs. Which Paladin build is the strongest? The best way to fight T12 Mephisto? It seems like Shield of Attribution, or Clash, or Shield Charge. So I've seen Snail kill Mephisto in like half a minute or something with Shield Charge. But I think even better is Shield of Attribution. It's like an Giga bossing build. Not sure if Clash beats both of them. Should also be very good. But yeah, like the problem with like Clash is that's like not a great build for like other content. Because you can just have like melee swing into packs and hope for the best, I guess, with Pain Gorges. And the Iron Lance is also alright. I did last season Mephisto with the Iron Lance and with Zeal. That was also not really a long fight. Yo, big old Dave dude. Thank you so much for the sub. I was a bit distracted right now. We got some pretty interesting present from Bloodshed just now. So I was checking that out, guys. They are selling some, like, the online tickets for BlizzCon, basically. Including extra deluxe goodies that come with that. The digital bundle. And we're gonna get 3 ultimate bundles to give away. Worth 50 bucks. So each IP has like their own bundle for 30. Or you buy all of them for 50. So here's the WoW stuff, here's the Overwatch stuff. Here's the Diablo stuff. There's a pet, armor, and pet. A mount, armor, and pet. There's Immortal. There's Halfdan. And then if you get the ultimate, you also get a bunch of like extra small stuff too. So anyway, there's a link. I'm gonna set up one of the giveaways and then we'll see. I have 3 codes to give away. I have the ticket, so I will have the stuff anyway. So anyone who has a BlizzCon ticket already, like who's gonna be a present, is, you know, they will get this for free. Not a polar bear, frozen barbarian armor. They have Lich Queen May. Warcraft 4 confirmed, I think, guys. When I think about it. Yo, still glad we have to talk, by the way. The WoW armor looks badass. Yeah, this one is kind of cool. Brings back like some old school paladin style. I'm not sure what's going on in WoW, and I like the rabbit tab. Kind of funny. There's also like this stuff here. I think this is just like free for everyone. Here's sort of Storm thing and StarCraft thing. StarCraft is free these days. Yeah, personally I'm not a Mei enjoyer, but dude, I always hated Mei in Overwatch, man. Playing against or as her. Warcraft 4 would make me so happy. Dude, Warcraft 4 would be insane. But who knows. A fucking otter pet, yeah. So this is the Diablo one. Yeah, I'm gonna set a giveaway. What is that thing called? BlizzCon Digital Bundle. Dude, my title is way too long. Yeah, let's do one, and then maybe I'm gonna do like one every day or something. So one today, one tomorrow, one on Friday. I'm just gonna like set up a giveaway. Anyone can just enter with exclamation mark ticket in my Twitch chat. I'm gonna let it run for a while, and then pull a winner later. Please only type it once. Don't spam my chat forever.
Still know where to find me.
And some people call me a paid chill. But I just do giveaways to the people. What do I get? Who's paying me? Okay, let's get time if you want to do gamble actually. Do I just send amulets? We have a few amulets now. I don't think I really have to do more right now. I'm gonna do rings. Okay, to be fair, I did get invited to BlizzCon. So they are paying for the trip and all that. But technically, I lose money going there. So, there's that. You know, I could just sit at home and stream. That would be a lot more lucrative. The news is expansion fee. Diablo will return to Sanctuary and BlizzCon. Yeah, that sounds like cope, actually. I mean, it could be that they announced the expansion, but I feel like they should do it next year. Right? Because if they announce the expansion now, it's gonna be just like a Vessel of Hatred incident again. And I don't mean the Vessel of Hatred expansion itself, but the, like, okay, you know, it was like, game just launched, and like, you know, 2 months later or something, they actually announced the expansion. It's like, what the fuck? And we're kind of in the same scenario again, right? It's like, yeah, okay, I mean, from Lord of Hatred to BlizzCon, it's 5 months. It's still kind of short, I think. 5 months is kind of short for an expansion announcement. If they had like a 1-year schedule instead of a 1.5-year schedule, I would say, okay, 5 months announcement is okay. But you know, they have a longer schedule, right? So I would expect expansion release next year, December or something, right? Christmas release, classic, or something like that. And in that case, they can just do the announcement to next year, I think. Yeah, I hope we're gonna see some cool Diablo panels, though. You know, I want to see some behind the scenes. I want to see some cool stuff that they have coming up. Maybe not even just for like you know, the season 15 that will launch, because that will already be you know, known, right? But maybe they have like, okay, we're doing this, we're doing that, you know, coming soon TM or something, right? D3R, guys. Holy. Betting get Malthael. Yeah, I hear the rumors about Malthael. It's kind of strange because angels usually don't come back. Angels are usually dead for good. And then they get replaced by another angel that has the same aspect. But I guess Malthael is a bit of a special case because he actually absorbed the power of the Soulstone in Diablo 3. So I guess there might be some lore angle where Malthael could be reformed like a demon. There's lore in D4, yes. Quite a lot of it, actually. I can fix the money loss issue. You see on my channel while I'm away. Meki, take over. Well, I'll actually stream at BlizzCon, guys. I have like a 4-hour slot. So I'll be somewhere in like the Diablo Hall, streaming from there. So if anyone is there, can say hello. Otherwise, I guess you guys can join in. I might even have like a dev on my stream and some other stuff. So, gonna be fun. Last time I had Adam Jackson, he was just sitting there with me for like an hour. It was pretty cool.
Step up to my anvil.
This boss looks like Temu Mathael. I think that was the idea, actually. If you mean the Growth Reaper. Adam 07. And the other Adam 07. You really want Diablo in this game, finally. And just be patient. Another half decade, you're gonna get it.
Step up to my anvil. Back to it then.
Not another half decade. Yeah, this game is made for people that want to live very long. So I hope we don't have any other plans. That's a good idea, Mackie. A fake Nini and get a dog. For the Steam takeover, it's gonna be authentic. The fallen Imperius. I mean, Imperius is dead. And I don't see how he would come back. Sorry, not Imperius. So thinking about Inarius. Yeah, Imperius is fine. Imperius is, he's still there, right? We haven't really seen him in a while. So I guess he should show up at some point. Wouldn't be that surprised. When are gonna bring back the Leia from D3? I think Leia is relatively dead, if you ask me. What do you mean, Leia? I do have to say though, the Diablo versus Imperius cinematic is really amazing. I really like that one. Especially at the start, where I see, you know, Diablo in the Leia form. And the smoke. Very cool. I love that one.
Begin to break another's work.
Also, I really like how, despite his defeat, like, you just know that Imperius is like an absolute giga chat, you know? Right? Like, just from that cinematic. Put more aesthetic stuff in D4, the aesthetic is unmatched. Yeah, and now we're playing Paladin. B tier Paladin. No Arbiter builds. Unfortunate. Like, I feel like the whole Arbiter stuff was a bit too prevalent when Paladin came out. But now it's just like, you know, the entire like Disciple archetype is just like kind of ditch. Oof. I mean, nothing that a bit of bouncing won't fix, but still. How then make an either more powerful or cooler Diablo than Uber Mega Diablo from D3? And the good thing is they don't have to, you know? This was a long time ago, expectations are reset. and you can actually make an interesting story without just saying, oh, this guy is untouchable, giga powerful because he has the full prime evil soulstone. You know, you can make like an interesting enemy without all that if you want. The power level doesn't always have to be over 9,000. And, you know, don't forget that Diablo is still the Lord of Terror. Like in D3, he wasn't really like terrorizing. He was just like powerful. But, you know, he didn't really have like, you know, any sort of like fear that he instilled, I feel, right? That's kind of what I would expect more. Like maybe in D4 they're gonna do more of that. It's like, okay, like he is actually there, he's like wreaking havoc, but also he's like doing some sort of like, you know, psychological warfare at the same time. And where Mephisto was like the cunning brother with the master plan, right? He was like, you know, fooling everyone and like, you know, the puppet master basically. Diablo is probably gonna be more like the, you know, he's gonna show up in some places and make everyone fear him kind of deal. Yeah, like the free writing was like a complete awful, I think. Like, it's like barely any character that was actually a good character, I think, in D3. It's actually crazy to me that they decided to like salvage Laura of Nar. But I guess he was like such a minor side character in D3 that they could do kind of whatever they wanted with it, right? But I guess they had like at least like this little connection there. But in D4 they actually made a really good character out of Loreth. In D3 it was kind of like, okay, who cares? Most people probably didn't even know the name of this guy. And then at some point I realized, oh yeah, that there was something there. The writing peaked at a Skeleton King. Yeah, I guess actually that might be true. Like if you played only Diablo 3 beta, you know, like the beta up to the Skeleton King, then maybe you even thought this is a good game, story-wise. If you just never saw the rest. Yo, ring. Nora was a good character, but his end was anticlimactic. Yeah. I did, like... Wait, he was murdered by the corrupted Amazon queen, right? Was it that, actually? Yeah, that was a bit lame, I gotta say. I mean, to be fair, she just murdered him back. Okay? So let's not forget that part. He came first. So.
Step up to my anvil.
The camps are all nice. Next one will be even better.
You really like to see when he kills her? Yeah, it was really good. I mean, the cinematic is amazing. The Lorath and the Amazon Queen and Mephisto. What is her name again? Adiona. Definitely a really cool cinematic. Not even that, it's actually a cutscene. Not even like a full cinematic. With the burning of the tree, I suppose to save the afterlife, the consequences story of nuclear, they're taking that. Yeah, I mean, apparently, like, gameplay-wise, they just decided to keep the tree of whispers around anyway. But I'm not 100% sure about the lore and, like, what happens with, like, the tree of whispers now, or what, if that had sort of like a, you know, some place in the greater universe of Sanctuary or something. How important was the tree of whispers? But yeah, I guess lore-wise, the tree is gone now. So maybe some other shit is gonna go out of balance now, and like who knows what rises or something, right? D4 needs new and good characters at this moment. Most friends are die. Yes. Yeah, they basically did like a full reset on the entire story, right? Everyone is just dead or gone or whatever. Lorv is gone, Nerel is gone, thank god. Mephisto is gone. Lilith is gone. So, you know, no one is left, right? There's literally no one. There's only Tyrael now chilling here, who didn't even have anything to do with the story originally until Lord of Hatred. He's just there now. He's probably gonna throw his sword again at something. But we'll see. What doing am I trying to craft? I'm just going for aspects right now. I think I'm gonna put a cane on Tyrael. No way. Like, first of all, Tyrael is like, you know, way too powerful, right? He's not gonna just get, like, killed by some butterfly. You know, Deckard Cain was just kind of like... I guess they decided at some point, okay, Deckard Cain cannot really stick around. He's too old. You know, like, D3 plays... what, I think 20 years? After D2? So, you know, in D2, Deckard Cain was already this, like, you know, giga old guy, right? Like this ancient Horadrim. So it was kind of surprising that he would even make it to Diablo 3 in the first place. And he was like kind of on his last leg. So I guess they decided, okay, we can't just like keep Deckard around forever and, you know, just get rid of him, kind of. They did it in a very shitty way. But I guess that was probably the plan all along. Just because of his age, right? Which is like a problem by itself. Maybe if they hadn't like focused so much on this whole like Leia thing, they could have made Diablo 3 chronologically closer to Diablo 2 and kind of just keep Deckard Cain around and no one would really bat an eye. I mean, I think no one would really bat an eye anyway if they made like a well-written Deckard Cain character in D3. But yeah, well-written and Diablo 3 doesn't go together very well. Dude, I wonder who they hired. Like, who wrote this entire thing? And what did they pay them? That'll be an interesting question to answer. The same person who wrote Nerel. Yeah, it's kind of crazy actually, right? I feel like the entire D4 story was actually really good. But then, somehow there's like Nerel, right? She's just kind of like sticking out like a sore... what do you call that? Sore thumb, exactly. Yeah. She's like the one part that just doesn't really fit in this whole thing. Drunk monkeys wrote the script. They were paid in bananas. That sounds accurate, actually. What if you burned a tree and got rid of Laura so I can bring back both Laura and Kane back? Salt and Coons. I mean, okay, first of all, where is Salt and Cool? Like, Salt and Cool needs to be revived. And then he needs to lead us to glory, man. Maybe he's our savior, you know? Salt and Cool is gonna come back. And under his rule, we're gonna destroy all the evils. That'll be badass. What was worse, D3 writing or Vessel of Hater writing? Definitely D3. Like, I feel like the Vessel of Hater story wasn't even that bad. Outside of, like, Nerel doing Nerel things. It's just like, it was kind of like, okay, everyone expected to see Mephisto already in Vessel, and we didn't see that, right? So they kind of like drew it out. And I mean, it did come to a pretty good conclusion in the end with a lot of hatred. So I'm okay with it. But yeah, it was just like the unexpected ending, I guess, that upset people, right? Isn't Zoltan Cool the artificer? Yeah, he is the artificer. Yeah, he made the tower and the pit and stuff. And he's actually talking to us. Like, there's voice lines. This is actually like in his tower, I think, especially he's talking to you. But you know, I would like Zoltan Cool to actually kind of show up somewhere, right? Like, he has this like sort of like semi-immortality status. He's like chilling somewhere. Like in the 3, you actually had to collect the multiple parts of his body and then, you know, reassemble him. Where previously he was like in this like ghost form, following you around, and then you got all the body. Like they basically like they severed all his limbs and stuff, and then distributed them in various places so that he wouldn't just resurrect basically. So that's how powerful he was. Underrated take. The way they wasted Akarat. I mean, Akarat himself, yeah, but I mean, he still had Mephisto in Akarat's body, and I think that was really well done. The way Mephisto got his body is uber lame. I don't remember that exactly anymore. So I know he did like some deal with like this, you know, Spiritborn Elder. And I guess this allowed Mephisto to actually get into Akarat's grave. Or like Akarat's tomb and then like somehow possess his body or something, right? But I'm not sure exactly like what else he did there to do this. Never all happened. What if that pit and tower is certain cool training us to defeat a prime evils? Like a hyperbolic time chamber style Goku training. Yeah, that is kind of like Sultan Cool's idea, I think. Like, he is doing this to, like, steel humanity against both the angels and the demons. Like, he doesn't like the angels very much either, I think. He just wants, like, you know, like humanity to all rise up as Nephilim. Be, like, empowered and kind of just overtake everything. So I think that's, like, kind of like the Sultan Cool's plan. What loot tail does Corrupted Reaper have? Yes. She just drops anything, basically. Uh-oh.
Mainlander, what do you buy? It has been a pleasure.
Definitely have to sort out some shit here at some point.
To break another's work.
Okay, one night mansion, pit, boss, and this is the last war plan, I think. Actually. Oh, the old spell one made a deal with Mephisto. Yeah, exactly, I remember. Nice, Glimmer. Upgrade. It does sound kind of funny though. Dolan stuff was stupid. Totally forgot about that guy, man. I didn't really like him anyway, though. He seemed like some, basically just some washed up Horadrim who can barely do anything anymore anyway. He seemed like weak and soft to me. So I'm not surprised that he died easily. And reason to farm T12 or T11. That's slightly more XP and slightly more loot and stuff. Those stamp animations. Dude, imagine it was like another respawn, that would have been hilarious, man. Okay, 109 pit.
All taken apart. Let's sit down. Step up to my ankle.
The Zeph characters had the same stash, yeah. Yeah, so with that. Time for bossing session soon here. I need to get some stuff. Craft some mythics. How many sparks do I have actually? 17. I need more gold. Before they each get a stash. No, it's shared. But if you want to do a fresh start, you can just like, you know, play as Dev and then play not as Dev. So that's what I did with this Paladin. It's also like a fresh start. No Paragons, no stash and so on. I'm glad you like the AFK song. That's all explosions here. Ooh, ooh. Man, what a pack. Lost the stone.
It is done.
Rock. Snarky doesn't seem so bad actually. With less to choose from, I've got 2 times this. And this is 2 and this is 1-handed weapons. Okay. Hmm. Okay guys, I asked Raker for a blast cast. Let's see if you can make that happen. I wanted to talk to him for a little bit. It's been a while.
To break another's work.
But I want to get some water. Let's do that. I'm gonna set up a shared chat with Riker, guys. We're gonna have a hangout. Riker, Staggered Kane, you'll have to around him for streaming. Does have a nice voice to listen to. Hey, folks. Okay, I was gonna call him and see. How is Paladin? Yeah, it is mostly. It is there. It's something. Yeah, I guess. But we're trying. Might actually want to make more blood map charms, so this thing has like
Hello.
Oh shit. Yo, Riker, hello.
Hey, Woody, how you doing?
Doing wonderful. How are you?
Doing well. Haven't had a chance to talk in a while. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been, I don't know how long, months at least. So nice to hear your voice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was the last time. Was it actually in the US that we we spoke?
In January, I guess, for the Warlock event. Yeah, it could be, actually.
Yeah.
So
You're going to BlizzCon, right?
yes, I guess I'll meet you there as well.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, cool. By the way, just before you start and stuff, I sent you the Twitch call up invite.
Oh yes.
Just click on the link. You don't have to do anything else. I'm just gonna turn on the shared chat and just leave that open until we're done.
Watch how I mess this up. The simple click one button and I'll.
It is
Oh,
one
is that
link.
working?
I think you can do it. You know, there's thousands of people every day that click on phishing links in their emails and stuff. You know, if you put your mind to it, I think you can click one link.
All right. And then I don't need to allow the microphone, I guess?
Nah, we're gonna talk here. I'm muted on that thing, so don't worry.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Ah, there we go. Okay, shared chat is on, so now you can see both. Hello, guys. Okay. Yeah, like, have we done one of these hangouts before, Riker? I'm not sure.
I think I've done one and it was with you.
Okay, yeah. So basically, you know, we're just gonna hang out. You know, I do this like, you know, every season. I kind of just like try to go, you know, make a round tour with like some of the streamers and just see, you know, what everyone is saying, what they're doing. Just talk about the game, whatever, you know. As long as you want. It's like kind of open ended, so we can go as long as you like. I'm just kind of grinding,
sounds
and I guess you are grinding, so you know, just hanging out and talking.
I'm grinding out my favor tokens because I'm about done with the season, but I want to grab all the cosmetics first. And somehow I have not gotten all my favor tokens. I don't understand what's going on.
Okay, yeah, I think for the Overwatch stuff, you actually have to like turn it in once and then grind them again. Else there's a cap. So
yeah,
this is
we
what happened to me.
suspect it's possible. Like week 1, I wasn't looking at it. It was probably capped, and so lost a bunch of potential wins.
Okay. Anyway, guys, hey folks, this is wudijo. So to Riker's chat as well, hello. But yeah, so how much have you been playing this season? Since you're still blasting, have you been on D4 all this time, or have you been doing some other stuff?
It's been, well, I mean, I've had some sponsor stuff that you know, took up some time, but on stream it's been D4. It's been demotivating at times. So week 1 I had a lot of fun, but then kind of seeing the situation with Mythics and everything, I was playing, but that was probably a lot of time spent in town while just talking to chat.
Okay, I see.
How
So
about you?
did you at least have a good time talking to chat, or was that also not great?
Always. No,
Okay.
that's always yeah.
Okay, at least that's something. Yeah. I mean, I've been going pretty ham. So I did like a big season start stream again and this typical stuff. I did like the Paragon 300 rush at the start. That was kind of interesting. I got to Paragon 300 on day 3. I haven't
I
really
noticed
done
with the maggots, right?
Yeah, the maggots, exactly. It was kind of a crazy farm. And I don't know, like somewhere along the way, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do this now, you know. And I decided to log in and just like blasted like 30 hours of maggots.
Amazing.
That was-
Do you feel that should be nerfed? Should that continue to exist as it is?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not gonna survive into next season, I think, and it also shouldn't. Yeah, I think this is like the main issue with that is the fact that it's like, you know, it's like not really intuitive, and it's like outside of the game. You have to look at the map, and you know, like, okay, technically you can learn all the spots. Like, you know, by now, you know, I know most of the spots by heart, and I know the route that I'm taking. You know, I can just do it. But you know, I was kind of like looking at my second monitor all the time while doing this, so it was kind of annoying in that sense.
I mean, in fairness, that's how a lot of our viewers play the game, right? Watching us on a second monitor while they're playing.
This is why everyone was doing spin to win, I guess.
Yeah.
Chat, caught? Who's caught? But yeah, anyway, I think like the main issue is that the XP strats that we have are just too good, and everything else is just too bad in terms of XP. I feel like Paragons in general should probably be more of a function of just time and efficiency, and not so much what content you're doing. And that will probably make a lot more sense, you know. It's like, okay, like, you know, you see some guy with like Paragon 300, and that could mean anything, right? He could have grinded maggots for 3 days, or he could have played the game for 500 hours, and you don't know which of the two, you know. So I don't like that part very much. I feel like if at least the XP was like more streamlined across different content, and we didn't have this like crazy XP globe meta. Like, it's also like the other thing. It's like you don't get the XP from actually the monsters directly, right? You just try to get globes. You get globes from the maggots, you get globes from the whispers. Like, there was also like this Nightmare Dungeon, like corrupted roots farm maybe that you have seen last season, I guess.
Yeah.
That was also like the Giga XP strat. It's the same thing. You just pick up the globes. Yeah, it's all globes, and that is a bit boring, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You want to reward just generally playing the game as opposed to exploiting some hyper-specific thing that maybe it's fun at first, but having to do dozens of hours or however long it takes, right? I think it's also sort of counter to what they were trying to achieve with War Plans, which was to try to break us out of like Lair Boss jail, right? Get us to do a bunch of different activities and make that rewarding as opposed to be stuck doing one thing. But then, you know, when the super efficient farm comes out, well, I might as well do this, and then I can always do the other stuff after. And that leads to burnout, right?
Yeah, I guess it comes down to the player type. Like, I don't mind doing the same activity for like 3 days straight if I have to. You know, and for some people, this might also just be the way they want to play, right? It's like, okay, like, I don't want to care about all these random activities, and you know, every 5 runs I'm gonna select the new wall plan, and then there's like these 2 things here and there's 1 thing there. Like, I can also see how this is annoying. And to myself, this also happens, where I'm like, okay, like, you know, screw it, I'm just done with wall plans now. I got my points, I'm out of here, you know, I'm just gonna farm 3 days of escalation dungeons, and, you know, I will have my flawless heroic gems, or something like that. And honestly, that was kind of refreshing to do as well, where it's like, okay, I've done my homework, and now I just, you know, reap the rewards, kind of. So I don't think this is such a problem.
Do you feel that War Plans should be opened up to allow us to kind of better customize what activities we have available? Like, either, let's say, ban, you know, have something where you can ban Infernal Hordes, or even just outright pick like the 5 things you want to do, even if it's like boss, 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 boss. Do you think there should be more customization there?
I think the like slight RNG of wall plans is okay. I think if we could like influence that RNG in some ways, for example, you know, like a favorite activity, or like 2 favorite activities that have double the weight to show up, or even like a ban, you know, like some people just don't want to do a horde, right? And they will never click it unless they're forced to. So it's like, okay, maybe like 1 ban and 2 favorites, or something like that, you know?
I like that. I like that.
Yeah. And then you can still decide, okay, do you want to go for only this one thing in the end anyway, and just don't do wall plans. But I feel like this would help to kind of keep it, you know, slightly refreshed all the time, right? Because you never know exactly what you're gonna do, but you know kind of the stuff you're gonna do. And it's like, there's a bit more like agency, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And do you feel that there ought to be kind of something else worked into the war plans with regards to maybe like, so if we look at like PoE, right, they are building towards pinnacle challenges, right, like Shaper, Elder, or, you know, different things. Do you feel that that's missing right now, or do you think it's fine as it is?
I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually have some sort of like end goal for some of these, like, you know, some challenge. It doesn't have to be necessarily always like a boss, right? In PoE it's always, okay, there is a boss for every content or something, right? And it doesn't have to be exactly that. It could just be there is like some giga infernal horde that is like 25 waves. Yeah, you sit there for like an hour and, you know, it just gets like absolutely wild at the end or something, right? Why not, right? And it's like a one-time thing that you do, you know, like, or like, you know, like you do like once every few days, kind of like a Trace of Echoes, but imagine something like Trace of Echoes, but there's like something like that for every activity. So
Yeah.
every few days you find like one of these things and you're like, okay, let's go, you know? That could be something.
I think as well, like capstones are generally like well-designed dungeons. It's like a cool thing to have to, okay, you know, I'm progressing through my season journey. Here is a pinnacle challenge. I mean, pinnacle, you know, it's a tiny pinnacle within the context of the greater game, but it's still something to conquer that is, I mean, I guess it's become easier now, but it's designed to be a greater challenge than, you know, the general activities you're doing. Once you do it, then you kind of move on. I can see them working in stuff like that. You know, why not build a sort of Infernal Hordes capstone dungeon, you know, that has, you know, 20 waves or whatever, however they want to expand it, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for stuff like that. And I think people would also eventually sort of be very happy to see this, right? It's like, okay, there's like something to do at the end of the journey. It's like, okay, I've done T12, I've conquered like the entire game, and, you know, like everything after that's sort of optional, right? But maybe there is something beyond that where it's like, okay, there is like actually this high-end challenge, and, you know, it's kind of rare that you do it, and, you know, you want to really min-max a character, and yeah, it could also just be, you know, challenges that go beyond raw character power, right? Like, for example, Infernal Hordes. If we're talking about like a 25 wave Infernal Hordes, then it would also matter which boons you pick, and maybe there's like some sort of like, you know, results that you get at the end with, you know, how much ETA you have or whatever, right? So it's not just how strong are you in that case.
Yeah, I like it.
That
In
could-
general, I'm in favor of even like roguelite elements. Like, imagine some kind of roguelite dungeon where, and you can argue Infernal Hordes are roguelite, that you're making choices, but it's not choices that affect your build. Imagine it was stuff that you'd be picking things that could potentially, like, you know, like whether in a Hades or these other roguelite games, like have a significant impact on buffing your build, either your offenses or defenses. And you might need to adjust your choices as you're going deeper. Like, oh crap, like you know, I really need this like defense node, or I'm not going to be able to, you know, push too much further, kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in terms of like, if they ever want to make like a new content type, that would probably be one of the best additions, probably. I was also like thinking about like what it would look like, you know, imagine some sort of like literally like 50 floor mega dungeon, and, you know, it has like, you can kind of like imagine a bit like the Trial of the Sycamore or like the Sanctum, right, in PoE or something, right? Something like that, I feel would be kind of cool. And you can also like, you know, take a break and come back and, you know, just continue it another time. But it's like, you know, like all in all, like a 2-hour thing or something that you go through, you know, and you're not even necessarily gonna finish the run, right? Maybe you're gonna drop out like halfway through or something. So yeah, that could be cool stuff, I think.
They could even integrate this with like a Diablo 1 tie-in where you basically have the, you know, Diablo 1 was 16 dungeons or 16 levels or however many, right?
Yeah.
Just, that's your template. Go and, you know, Diablo's the big boss at the end, and it's these roguelite levels that keep progressing, and I think it'll be a cool nostalgic activity with a twist.
Yeah, it could be that as well. Like, I don't really mind like what this would look like exactly, but I think the idea of it is definitely something that would fit the game very well, as like it's just some sort of addition of an activity that just kind of breaks the regular farming loop. And it's like, hey, okay, I'm gonna do this thing now, right? I'm just gonna like sit in this thing for like 2 hours. So it'll be fun. I mean, there is, for example, you know, people were a little bit weirded out about the fact that a lot of Hated didn't like quote unquote add any content, right? Like we didn't get like a new Undercity or, you know, something like that. Like in Mass of Hated. They just kind of like remixed everything that was already there. So
Well, what do you mean, Woody? We got that new activity, the Echoing Nightmare, that we thought we were going to farm all day, every day. And then you get it like once a week.
well, I mean,
Yeah, it was
I know
wild
there's
that
people
the
that are
one
upset
did a
about
good
how
thing.
rare this thing is, but trust me, you don't want to do it more often than that. Yeah. So it's fine, I guess.
It's just crazy to me that like the new content that they add, like the one new activity is like boom, like you never get to do it. Like it's just wild to me because like you promote this new thing and it's like, okay, I'm expecting to do this thing. And even when they were talking about it, at some point they mentioned that it'll be like a good way to judge whether you're ready for the next torment level. And it's like, I didn't even find one until I was T12. What are you talking about? Like,
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a bit of a miss there with like the communication. But I think in terms of where it fits in with the game, it's kind of fine. You know,
yeah, you don't want to be doing it endlessly for sure. Yeah.
it's just not that exciting. You know, you do it a few times and you kind of know what's going on, and then it's like, okay, I've seen it. You know, I know what I can do, and all right, I'm gonna go there because it's like a good thing that gives me a bunch of scrolls of restoration and some other loot and some seals. And you know, if I want to like just like AFK for 10 minutes in the middle, looking at the other screen, then you do that, and then you play for 3 minutes, and that's it. That's kind of Trace of Echoes. So
Yeah. If didn't they solve that with D3? Like, weren't you able to more rapidly skip all the early levels?
yeah, in D3 you can skip up to 12 waves at a time, and you can actually go to like, you know, wave 120. Wave 125 is actually the target in D3, so you don't want to go beyond that really. But yeah, on a fast build with good AoE clear, you can get there in like a minute or something. So
Nice.
how many Trace of Echoes have you done, by the way?
This season 0, because I'm like, I don't even see the point.
Okay, you have found one though.
I did. I found a couple.
Okay.
So I think if you find more than one before you run it, it's a waste, right? You can't
Yeah,
stack them?
they get deleted. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, just because last season they didn't seem worth doing, so I've just stopped bothering. Is there like a good chance of getting anything good from them?
Yeah, it does drop many seals, so you can get, you know, just like seal upgrade or even mythic seals. I've gotten some mythic seals from that thing, from doing it, you know, many times at this point. But relatively regularly you'll see a mythic seal. And yeah, also just like scrolls of restoration. So if you like run low on those, that can happen. That's pretty good for that. Chat, who has never done Trace of Echoes actually since last season? If they played last season and this.
Lots of people.
Yeah.
With the latest changes to Mythics, are you happy with the current state of Mythics now?
No.
In what way?
In many ways, to be honest. I mean, realistically, I think this whole Mythic system is pretty cooked. I think what should be a pretty good system would be to just remove all these like random Mythic drops that we have. You know, just, you know, bring Mythics down to like a more rare drop again. But you keep the upgrade and the one that teased for next season with like, you get one item, you take all the stats that it has, make it a Mythic, like this Giga item basically. Like you choose which one, right? And that still exists, and any item can be a Mythic through that system. But besides that, the other uniques cannot drop as Mythics anymore. I think that would be kind of cool. So, you know, you choose what you want. And because the problem is right now, you get like Mother's Embrace and X-Files and Rakonov's Wake and, you know, all this kind of random stuff. And no one wants that, right? You know, no one would consider this a good item. No one is happy to see this in a purple color. You know, it's just random clutter that will always bother you. No one will ever want this. And we have plenty of items like that. And even when you have a good item, you know, it's you know, almost guaranteed not for your build or something. So yeah, it's just, you can't even give it to anyone, right? Like there's this other problem as well with the mythics. It has a lot of problems, I think, this whole system. And I think the idea of, okay, you pick exactly the one that you want, and then we just keep the iconics, would probably make a lot of people a lot happier.
And do you feel like, would you like to see the iconics unnerfed?
Yeah, in fact, I think they could even buff them more than they used to be.
Boom.
So, yeah, I think combined with that, maybe, you know, maybe you could do something like, okay, there is the one cube mythic that you make, and then there's like iconic mythic as well. But you can have one of each, basically. You know, there's one cube mythic and there's one iconic mythic that you can wear. But you giga buff the iconics, you know, to make them like OP.
Yeah, because like one of the issues they were trying to solve was like, oh, well, everyone is using, you know, Air of Perdition and Ring of Starless, and I'm like, okay, how about you instead just buff Andariel's Visage, buff like the iconic mythics that are not doing well, buff those instead of introducing 87 new iconics.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of stupid, I think. And honestly, I think also like the random stats is not great. I think it.
Yes, okay. Because I've been agreeing on everything so far. That was the one I was holding out on because I was wondering maybe you don't agree with the random stats. Okay, so you don't like random stats either?
I mean, it was kind of interesting last season. Like I found it quite refreshing last season, but now with how the system works, I don't like it anymore. And I feel like I would rather go back to, you know, like the old system of, okay, there's handcrafted uniques. They have these stats, take it or leave it. And I could maybe get behind the idea that, okay, one stat can be enchanted if you really want. But that's it, yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Because I was starting to feel like I'm in a minority. Like, because I've been pushing make uniques unique again for forever. Jeez. So I am so happy to see that I'm not the only voice that wants this.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like last season it was like interesting chase, right? It was like, okay, there was actually something to grind. It was like, okay, it's not just get the item, but then you also get a good roll on it, and it was kind of cool to like build up your character in that sense. Like I like the power curve progression of that. But I feel like now with the mythics as well, and okay, like you want to get the mythic and you want to be happy about it, and you're just very often not happy because it has like free trash stats or something, and then like, okay, what am I gonna do with this, right? So if you want to give people like this sort of excitement about a mythic, then it needs to have, you know, something expectably good, you know, something you want, right? If you know you want this item, then it shouldn't depend on, you know, like a 1 in 10 chance that the item has the stats you want or something.
Bingo.
Like I wanna be happy in a moment that I see the item on the ground, right? I don't wanna necessarily just pick it up and then look at it and then like, okay, is this actually good? Okay, let me whip out the calculator. Like, yes, I don't know.
Exactly. I feel exactly the same way. My God.
Yeah. So that is definitely.
And I was wondering, like, you know, maybe I'm out of touch because, like, I'm just like a scrub player. Like, you know, like you and I play the game very differently. So, like, maybe for, you know, people that are much better players, like they like this stuff. So I'm so happy to see that we agree with everything.
Yeah, someone says I haven't been excited about ground drop since the chaos season. Oof. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, that's exactly the problem, right? Like the pool is so diluted now with so much trash, and even when you get the right item, it can be trash too. Like we already have the RNG of Transfiguration later and all that, right? So there is already like a way to like sort of customize it, and you know, there is like another thing you have to wait for to like really see the final result and so on. But at least the Transfiguration is not like, you know, this craziness from season 11 anymore.
Yeah.
So it's okay. But there is already that. So I don't think we need like all these like random stats and so on as well on top. Some layer of RNG is fine, and you know, some customization for a unique is also fine. You know, we have to temper, we have to transfigure. So you already do a lot of stuff with this. That is not just the original item.
I feel like the devs have been increasingly moving the game away from any form of determinism and leaving everything that we can do at the mercy of RNG. It used to be, okay, I can go, like, if I'm building up my character, what things can I do that for sure give me a power increase? I could go do a specific dungeon that's going to give me a specific aspect that I need for my build. Gone. Now 100% randomness to getting the aspects that you want, right? And so they've been systematically taking away every deterministic path towards getting exactly what we want. Same thing with crafting the mythics, making it increasingly difficult to get the mythic that you want, the stats that you want. It's RNG overload. And I mean, these games are built on RNG for sure. So I'm not going to say all RNG is bad, but it's where the RNG is placed, and it's when it is just too much that you feel like, well, there's nothing I could really do that's going to improve my situation here in any kind of deterministic way.
Yeah, I mean, we do have ways to like seek out specific things, but yeah, I agree about the codex dungeons and stuff. I don't really mind that the codex dungeons are gone, to be honest. I think that's okay. It's just like dungeons have like weirdly just no place at all now, which is something that is a bit of like a gap now, I feel. So, you know, at least the codex thing was like, I didn't really find it was OP, you know, like, okay, you go do this and you get like a minimum roll codex aspect. I mean, why not, right? You already go out of your way and basically waste some time to do it, so at least you get something. And maybe for like, you know, like newer players or less experienced or whatever, it's like an easy way to kind of just like, okay, I do this and then I'm stronger afterwards and I kind of catch up a little bit of that. So yeah, why not? On the other hand, I guess it was also a bit weird because not all the aspects were available, but yeah, maybe that's fine. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want to do the work of like, you know, like they made all the new aspects and then maybe they didn't want to do the work of, oh my god, we have to do the codex dungeons distribution now or something. So, I don't know. It wouldn't hurt to have more target farming. We do have a pretty good amount of target farming in the game, I would say. In terms of like, okay, I can get my gold here, I can get my materials there, I can get my seals there. So at least if you are experienced in the game, you kind of know what to do in order to get the thing that you care about the most in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So there's plenty of ways to like maximize the gains of, you know, and like minimizing the RNG dependency, let's say.
Yeah.
But in terms of the items themselves, sometimes it can be kind of punishing, right? If you like, you know, especially before we had this whole like mythic crafting change now, right? When you actually had to rely on a drop and like you wanted to farm a mythic of that type, you know, it was completely random. You could only have one crafted equipped and so on. Yeah, that was obviously too much, I feel. It's like, okay, like I can't even go and do a boss to get that mythic more often. You know, I can't craft it either. I can't, you know, it's just like, I'm just waiting, you know, until the end. So,
yeah.
Waiting for the end, guys. So that is not great, yeah. But, you know, for other stuff, it's like, okay, like, if I need cube mods, I know what to do. If I need gold, I know what to do. If I need seals, I know what to do. So we have that, at least, you know.
Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of having activities that we know to do in order to meet certain resource requirements, right? Like, I think at any point in the game, if you find yourself wondering, I'm low on gold, I'm low on this, I'm low on that, how do I get more? Knowing that you could be nudged towards certain optimized paths, as opposed to just saying like, well, I'll just play the game, and you know, it'll come naturally. Like having goals that you can specifically choose to go for when you want to, for either lacking materials or again target farming. Like let's say you really want that unique, knowing okay, I can go to that boss, and that's going to give me a better odds of getting that one thing that I really want.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's kind of important that there are these things, right? And there needs to be at least something for everything. So that says, okay, like if I get bottlenecked by this one thing, I need to have some sort of way forward, right? Like this kind of reminds me of Diablo 3, where we had exactly that problem. For example, when you wanted to do reforging of legendaries, right? You needed a lot of souls, and souls basically just accumulated from playing the game. You didn't really have any way to get them faster or something, right? Like you just play the game and you slowly get forgotten souls, and then you use your bounty mods, which these days are kind of free with the visions, right? But even before that, you could just farm bounties so much faster than farming souls that you would just run out of souls if you really wanted. And then, yeah, at some point you had 0 souls and you're just stuck, Then it's just like, okay, go play the game for 30 hours and come back, just... that was the only alternative. So, And at least now in D4, I think we do have a source for everything, sort of, right? And that is nice.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I never feel like, okay, like I'm just hard stuck now, okay, like I just want to log out because I don't want to just like do random wall plans now for like another 4 days and then try again to get my item or something.
Yeah, I definitely was feeling that before the changes to Mythics this season. Like, the way the game was at season launch, I was reaching a point where it's like, there's just no reasonable way that I'm going to get the Mythics that I want. And that's thanks to people like you running the math, right? Putting in the hours, putting in the work, collecting the data, and showing us that you might as well buy a lottery ticket because you'd have better odds of winning your local lottery.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely pretty cooked at the start. I think there was literally just like some bug that even prevented him from dropping or something, so that was... I don't know what's going on there, but it was
For
wild.
the Iconics, yeah. So what are your hopes for Season 15?
Well, my hope is that they're gonna like revamp the system. Maybe in a way that I described. I'm not sure if they will do this. I don't know what is their plan really. But at least we know that there will be this like 1 cube mythic, so they're gonna keep that around, and it's gonna be an actual upgrade and not this debate. Oh, upgrade to your mythic, and also by the way, your unique is gone now, and the 2 GAs are gone too. So good luck.
Wait, question about that, because there's 2 different ways to interpret what they said. And the first time I interpreted it as in, okay, our specific item with its specific roles will get fully upgraded. But one way to interpret what they said was just like, it's going to take, like, let's say you put in a Shaco, it'll stay a Shaco, but it will still get re-rolled with random stats. Do you think it could mean the second?
No, I think it's going to be clear. It's just going to be that item with those stats, but a mythic.
I really hope so. God, I really hope so.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, right? I think this will be kind of cool. It gives like this chase back to the original uniques, right? I think a big complaint was also, like what are uniques used for now? It's just like a, like a rental car that you give back at some point, and then goodbye, right? So you get like this GG 3GA item, you transfigure it, you're like, oh my god, I'm fucking out, like best in slot, right? And then you realize, oh wait, it's not purple, unlucky, But also you're never gonna get that thing in purple, So it's like you're kind of like stuck in this weird. Okay, you have this insane unique that probably beats most purples of that slot already. But then, like, am I hunting for the purple version of that 3GA thing with those rolls so that I can maybe get like a slight upgrade, right? Then you just kind of feel like you're going nowhere. Both with the item that you originally found and then with the grind afterwards for the purple. So this is also what I mean with like, they should just like remove all these purples again and only give us the crafted option. There's one crafted and then iconics, whatever, and that's it.
Yeah, I feel the same. Like basically a complete reversion to the system we previously had, and then just bring in that one craft upgrade. I feel as though what they did now with this latest patch of last week, like the hotfix after the patch, was just them kind of giving up for the season, like just admitting like, yeah, this season's an L. Let's just make, because people are going to be temporarily happy now that it's raining, right? It's not good for the long-term health of the game, but temporarily, right? You eat a lot of candy. Everyone loves eating a lot of candy all at once. After a few months of that, the bad diet starts to catch up on you. But at least temporarily, I think it's shifted the narrative a bit.
Yes. Yeah, it was clearly like they dropped the ball with the season after like really good momentum from the launch, which is a bit sad. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, they're gonna come back big time in the next season or something. So I'm sure they're gonna turn it around and they're gonna make people happy, and they're gonna take some lessons on this. So it's just what it is now. I also think it's not to be a coincidence that the next season is literally 2 days after BlizzCon. Like, you know, half the EU guys will be like stuck in an airplane or something. You know, but it is what it is. And
They planned it that way. They're like, we got to give the NA guys a chance to beat the EU guys.
yeah,
They're
for
always world first, Woody and Rob, and
yeah, basically.
Europeans are just better at ARPGs. It's just a fact, guys. Look at the stats.
Yeah, it's true. But that aside, I think they're gonna have some sort of last minute announcement for season 15 or something. You know, they already like teased it a little bit in this Diablo 4 showcase like earlier this year, right? Where they said at the end like, just wait until BlizzCon, blah blah. And I think that low key set some expectations already.
Yes.
And you know, now I think it's really obvious, right? They started this season super early. It was such a fail because it was so early, and they're just kind of like, okay, fuck it. You know, season 14 is over, and now season 15 is gonna be something big again. So I'm pretty sure there's gonna be not quite a paladin, but you know, something decently big that is gonna be exciting that they will just kind of announce last minute. So that's my
Like, you think
expectation.
coming in season 15 or like just coming in the future?
Coming in season 15, yeah.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not gonna be a paladin, yeah, but it's gonna be something cool and big, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
We're adding the paladin again.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
In fairness, the paladin's kind of been deleted the past couple of seasons. So.
Yeah. What I mean is like the whole like secretive announcement and they're like, okay guys, Paladin is out, you know, log in guys, right? So this is like how they did it. And that was cool, right? When they announced Paladin back in season 11.
That was insane, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah. I mean, a new class is something a bit out of scope right now, I think, but
Yeah.
yeah, something cool for sure. Like,
Alright.
there's no way this is coincidence. There's no way that they, you know, cut season 14 short, you know, to then, you know, not to do this timing, right? So this is obvious, I think.
Okay, that's fair. To be able to launch right after BlizzCon. Never thought of it that way. Because I figured that they have a bunch of Diablo stuff lined up. I didn't think it would be like a big drop immediately after BlizzCon. Like, I figured they're going to maybe announce the next expansion. Maybe they'll even announce like a Diablo 5 or some other kind of Diablo game, like maybe a Diablo 1 remake or something.
Diablo 5, guys, holy.
I don't know. I hear some people saying, and I'm not saying that I agree or not, but some people say that they feel that Diablo 4 is going into maintenance mode because they're about to reveal D5. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I think that's cooked. I mean, Lord of Hatred was an incredible success. Like, what do you mean
Right.
maintenance mode? Like, what is going on? Like, you know, millions of people logging in. Like, what are we talking about then? So, that is cooked, dude. Yeah, so anyway, there's no Diablo 5 anytime soon, I think. And, you know, even if they announce it, it's like, you know, a minimum half a decade away. So, what's the point even? So, yeah, this is not happening, for sure. So, I could imagine they're gonna announce the next expansion, but I feel like it'll probably be a smarter move to just focus on the current D4 and, like, you know, maybe some you know, maybe the secret announcement that is coming for season 15. And, you know, maybe some other stuff like, hey, here's some other stuff that is coming in, you know, the next half a year or whatever in Diablo 4. And they're gonna have maybe some panels and whatever, right? And then just do like a proper expansion announcement next year when it's like, you know, kind of close, right? So if they do BlizzCon again in September next year, and you have like, you know, like a December release, that's like 3 months before, it's sort of late for an announcement, but also they will have like a lot of stuff to show and so on. So I think that could be something.
They have been moving to the quicker time between reveal and release now. So the strategy's been changing.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like, imagine like, you know, if it's like 3 months out from the launch, like how much stuff they could show for like an expansion. It's just, you know, basically everything is done at that point, right? So there's, it's like 90% done at this point, so they have like everything.
I mean,
So-
they could pull a World of Warcraft and not just announce the next expansion, but they could announce the Saga of Hatred, 3 expansions for
yeah.
Diablo.
Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah. I mean, that is... I mean, it's sort of how we expect the arc to go, I think, right? It's like, okay, we had the Age of Hatred, and then it's gonna be the Age of Destruction, or whatever they're gonna call it, right? And then there's gonna be the, you know, the finale with Diablo himself. And it's gonna be like 2 expansions each, or 3 expansions, or whatever. So they could do that, I think. Yeah, I think this is relatively likely.
It'd just be funny for them to like publicly announce like the next 15 years of Diablo expansions.
Yeah, not that, I guess, but I guess if they announce the next expansion, then it's gonna be, it's not gonna, it will be kind of weird to only have 1 expansion for one of the prime evil, right? Or one of the major evils. So it's like, you know, we had like basically 3 campaigns for just Mephisto, and I would kind of expect 2 expansions for Bale and 2 for Diablo.
Fair.
So we'll see, I guess.
Because it's not like Mephisto, like he was part of the base game, but it was more about Lilith. Like Mephisto was part of the story, but we didn't spend the base Diablo 1 fighting, you know, Mephisto. So it's okay if the other ones only get 2 each.
Yeah, I mean, Mephisto was still a major character in the original campaign, right? He was always there. He's literally how the campaign starts, right? It's literally Mephisto. And, you know, he was there. He was kind of like the key to get the whole story rolling. So,
Manipulating us from the start.
yeah. So I think you could argue that the story was about Mephisto from the get-go, even though we spent a lot of time with Lilith and all.
That's fair.
And even if it was just like, okay, we did more with Lilith, but Lilith was also, you know, directly tied to Mephisto. So, and then also the finale of the original campaign is also about Mephisto. So
True, yeah. I wonder who the next Narelle is going to be.
oh my god. Man, I was so happy when I saw her finally die. I was rejoicing.
Oh, goodness. Did you like Leah in Diablo 3?
Not particularly.
Did you like her more than Narelle?
Yeah. Like at least Leia had a bit of like badassery going on, and Narelle was none of that, I feel. So I was just like never impressed by anything that Narelle did. I was never really, you know, on her side with any of her choices. So I don't know, man. Like Narelle was a yikes. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's like such a stark contrast to the other characters. Maybe it's intentional, but I feel like it was just like not an exciting character all the way. Where I feel like all the rest of the story was relatively well done. So just that one in particular, I didn't like at all.
Yeah, a lot of people did not like Narelle.
Yeah, it's also good that they just like murdered her right at the start, basically. So we didn't even have to suffer through this anymore.
I fully believe that was like fan service. Like, I can't believe they intended to kill her that way. Because, like, why have her survive Vessel of Hatred only to kill her in, like, literally the pre-cutscene of Lord of Hatred in, like, 3 seconds? I think it's they knew everyone hated Narelle. They're like, okay, we got to deliver extreme satisfaction to everyone. So get rid of her immediately. Boom.
They had, like, the team meeting, you know, and then, you know, like, with the meme where they throw the guy out the window, and...
Yes!
One guy was like, what if we make Narelle the main character of the story, and then they just threw him out, and everyone was happy, yeah? So, basically. So...
Like, I do believe that Narelle was going to probably still die in the expansion, but maybe she would have been in it for a bit more than just the introductory cinematic. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, I really couldn't be bothered with more of Narelle, so I was glad about that.
But now we have no characters left. Like, everyone's dead apart from Tyrael. So where do we even go from here? Like, we have to find new characters. They better not kill Tyrael. I swear to God, they better not kill Tyrael. Protect Tyrael at all costs.
Yeah, okay, there's no way that Tyrael is gonna die, but maybe there might be some sort of, like, sacrifice or whatever he's gonna make. He's definitely gonna throw his sword at something again, I guess. So, we'll see.
I hope so.
But yeah, I mean, Tyrael is definitely here to stay, but it could be that, you know, maybe there's gonna be like this Bale story arc, and then Tyrael is gonna be like, okay, I gotta fuck off now, goodbye, and he's gonna go somewhere, you know. There could be something, maybe. And then we're gonna be on our own against Diablo later or something. Or some other characters come in. Back to heaven, angel class, yeah.
It'd be cool to see Imperius again. Come back
Yeah.
as like a villain. Like one theory about like what one of the expansions could have been like the invasion from heaven. Because we remember when we had the Air of Perdition, right? Is like extra damage to angels and demons. And it's like, well, there's no angels to fight, so could it be that they're planning to have us fight angels? So, you know, the gates of heaven open, and here comes the armies to wipe out humanity because we're half demons. So
Yeah, it's kind of strange that it made this elf edition, and it just never really went anywhere. And now this stuff doesn't even exist anymore. So at this point, they removed that stuff. So it's like, what was the point of any of this? So that was kind of weird.
just to tease us, get us to speculate, make
I mean-
videos about nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because at the very least I would expect it to go somewhere, and I do expect that at some point you're gonna see some more angels, but you know now.
Does the corrupted Reaper count as an angel?
Well, we don't know because we don't have an out to test anymore. So
Yeah, right. They nerf it right when they add the angel to fight. Oh goodness.
that would have been the moment, yeah. But I guess not. Yeah, kind of weird for sure how this went.
Yeah, so what's interesting is if you look back at Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls, right? The expansion for D3, initially, Imperius and Malthael were both meant to be villains. We're going to fight both of them. That's why the base game of D3 sets us up so much to hate and want to punch Imperius in the face. Because he is being set up to be a villain that we fight. But then,
I didn't know that,
as they were... Yeah. So Malthael was just going to be like the muscle. The main villain was going to be Imperius, and Malthael was going to kind of just be like this quiet, like lieutenant of his. But then they
Okay.
realized that the story was just too muddled, having two villains. So they decided to focus it more, and that resulted in Malthael being the chosen villain, and Imperius.
I don't feel like
sidelined.
I don't feel like Imperius should become a villain. I like that he's like a bit of like a renegade or something, you know. But he's like this kind of like badass angel. Like I kind of like that he has his own mind a little bit and stuff. And I don't really see him necessarily like becoming a villain or something. So I don't like the idea too much anyway.
How do you think of Inarius as a villain?
I mean, he didn't really feel like a villain to me. I didn't even feel like he was like an antagonist in that sense. That we were like really trying to stop or something. You know, he was doing his thing and he had like his own way and he was like a bit delulu. But outside of that, I had like no sort of, you know, like I feel like that he wasn't really our target, right? We were hunting like Lilith and stuff, so he just kind of like shoveled his own grave in the end, and that was it. So
Yeah, you hit upon the perfect word there, antagonist. He was not an antagonist in our story, that's for sure. In the greater story of, you know, what's going on in Sanctuary, he is technically a villain, but he wasn't a villain in our story specifically.
yeah, I feel like he didn't like he's not like one of the evils, you know, that's just want to like I don't know, watch the world burn or something, right? So he was like ruthless, and he was just kind of like walk over everyone who's in his way, but he didn't like have evil intentions in the sense of okay, I'm just gonna like murder everyone or something. So I never really felt like he was like a villain in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you get deeper into his lore, like you definitely don't want this guy around, and I definitely cheered for his death, but yeah, that's more from deeper lore, I guess, than just. And you know, some people were definitely Team Inarius, right? I kind of liked at the start of D4, especially leading up to the launch. People were like dividing themselves into Team Lilith, Team Inarius. I'm gonna kind of miss that. We're not gonna have like that.
Do you have one of the secret lab chairs?
I don't, but if I would have, I probably would have gone the Inarius one, even though I am Team Lilith. It looks cooler. It looks really fucking cool.
Okay,
Which do you have?
I have the Lilith chair. I'm still using it actually, guys. It's I like this chair. So they made them again for the expansion. They might still be like on sale and stuff.
Uh-huh. Is it the same ones, or did they make like
No, no,
new ones?
I think it's the same one again now. I don't know if they modified
Okay.
it or something, but I'm pretty sure it's the same.
Well, if they do the Enquiries one, they got to make him dead in it now.
He's like molten into the ground in Jairus.
The chair doesn't work.
Or maybe there's like some button you can press and there's like a speaker playing like this like death scream or something. Yeah, so what do you think? Like you asked me about the expansions and stuff, so what is your expected timeline right now?
For the next expansion?
Yeah, in general, you know, whatever you think is gonna happen now.
So for me, it's a very interesting time because Blizzard has been largely predictable for a long time, simply because they've been around a long time, and you can judge past action. You can guess what future actions will be based on past actions. But now that Johanna took over, now that they're under Microsoft, we're sort of seeing this rollout of this entirely new strategy. Like the stealth drop of the Paladin is something old Blizzard would have never done. So Blizzard's becoming unpredictable now, which is exciting. I think theoretically the next expansion could be within a year or about a year from the previous one. I think they might finally be gunning for like yearly content drops. I think it's possible, at least.
I mean, if you look at Overwatch, they are really pumping out some stuff there. And they do have this yearly plan for Overwatch, for example. So, yeah, maybe. And they did say somewhere, I think, that they have like multiple Diablo things in the works and so on, right? So, I think that definitely includes some D2 stuff again. Like Act 6 and stuff is certainly coming, I think, at this point. Like the Warlock was like a major success, I think, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna see something there.
I agree in the long term, but I think they're not going to reveal it at BlizzCon because I think they didn't have it in the works until they did the Warlock because they were very much like,
it's far away still. Yeah, it's like next year reveal or something maybe. So
yeah,
but either way, I think that's coming
for sure. But it makes BlizzCon even more exciting because it means even though like we're getting more Diablo 2 stuff for sure in the future, that's not even one of the things that they're going to be revealing. So what are the things that they are going to be revealing? Because it's Jason Schreier, right, the insider journalist, who's like, yeah, they have multiple Diablo things in the works. So, I mean, what could that be? If it's not D5, what else is it going to be? D4 expansion, okay, that's one. How do we get to multiple?
Yeah, exactly.
It is the 30th anniversary of Diablo, so could be some kind of Diablo 1 remaster.
A Diablo shooter, guys. It's not gonna be a StarCraft shooter. It's gonna be a Diablo shooter.
Diablo looter shooter.
I mean, we had the Doom collab, right? So.
Yeah. Oh gosh, true.
Diablo Souls-like, Diablo anime. What else, guys? Okay, what is it? D4 mobile. Been there, done that, I guess. TV series. Yeah, that was like scrapped a long time. I mean, maybe they're gonna do it again now. Who knows? So there was like this plan a long time ago.
Yeah, the Netflix series was in a phase of development to the point where they had a showrunner even, but Bobby Kotick politics made that no longer a thing. But yeah, it sounds like Johanna Faries.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby. Her strategy seems to be aligning very much with the vision of Diablo and kind of going multimedia, not just games. So I would not be surprised to see if it's gonna be a Diablo show. I don't think it's gonna be live action. I think that's just too expensive to make not look terrible.
Only games, thanks, man.
It's probably gonna be animated, which is also
Tier 3
fun.
sub, holy shit.
You know, something maybe Castlevania-like did very well.
Diablo Ghost. Yo. Yeah, who knows? I guess it'd be fun to see if they're gonna do like another Diablo game that is not like RPG genre. I could see it.
As long as they, yeah, I would be down with it as long as they keep having the classic ARPGs.
Yeah,
As long
okay,
as
like,
it's
you know,
not replacing.
yeah, exactly. It needs to not come at the cost of the original game, so that is important. Else you're gonna like upset a lot of people, that's for sure. So that will be a disaster. So it needs to be like its standalone thing with its own team and everything, right? So
Mm. I mean, again, I keep asking, where are the Joes? Joe Pipora, Joe Shelley. They've not come out for any of these expansions. So are they really just working on a future D4 expansion, or are they on a new Diablo project entirely?
yeah. I don't know. I don't know, guys.
Well,
I don't know.
maybe we're a month and a half away from finding out.
Maybe.
Diablo Immortal 2. I don't think they need to announce a Diablo Immortal 2. I'm pretty sure Diablo Immortal is doing quite well.
I would expect it does pretty well.
They get tons of content updates.
Yeah. I mean, I think in terms of the mobile game market, Diablo Immortal is probably still like a premium game, you know, like even after like over like what is it, 4 years now or something. So I'm pretty sure that there's not many titles that really rival the quality of the game. Like, you know, the pay to win aside, but Diablo Immortal was a really good game. You know, if you just ignore the monetization, it was well done, I think. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
and honestly, I've never played like another RPG where like PvP was that good and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay, it's technically more of an MMO, and I guess in MMOs, you know, the balance of classes and so on is definitely much tighter, right, than in a real RPG. So, like the itemization and the character progression was definitely MMO, right? Even though it was isometric and the combat was RPG, but the progression systems were MMO, and in that sense, it's like way better balanced, and you know, it's also more easily balanced, I guess, than a regular RPG where you have like a lot more creative freedom and like more sandbox style progression and like the seasonal resets and so on, right? All the stuff doesn't exist in Immortal, and in that way you can actually balance it way better.
Yeah, that's a good point. It was actually the mobile progression is what made me get bored of Diablo Immortal. I don't know. I like ARPG progression. I've tried tons of like, sorry, not mobile, MMO. I've tried tons of MMORPGs, and they're always fun for me at the start, but then you reach a point and I just get bored. And I think it's the progression, whereas ARPG progression is fun for me. I don't know.
Did you know that we are fabulous, muscular, and utterly awesome gentlemen, by the way? Thank you.
Well then.
I appreciate that.
Thank you kindly. I think they just didn't want to be rude to me. I think that's more for you.
Oh, really? Okay. Unlucky, I guess. Yeah, since you're both here together. Okay, so if there is another Diablo game that is not an RPG, so what would you like to say?
I'm open to a lot of stuff. I think it generally would be still in the RPG genre. Like, I think a Skyrim-like game would be awesome, where you sort of like go explore the world and different quests. But I'd also be open to a more narrative-driven one, like a Witcher style, or an old school Dragon Age. How about you?
I mean, I don't mind if it's like more like an open world like RPG, but not like this isometric. But you know, like yeah, I like the idea of like something like a Skyrim. That'll be insane, but it's also gonna be an insane project, right? But yeah, I could actually see the shooter angle, or I could see something like, you know, some sort of like a I'm not sure what the genre is called, you know, some sort of not fighter game, but you know, like this more like third person, you know, and you like do combos with your sword or some shit. Sort of like more like Souls-like, but maybe not like this. Okay, you have to dodge every single hit with a dodge roll, right? Style,
kind of
but
like a Monster Hunter,
like more like God of War, maybe, I guess, is what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So in that sense, Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be like something like an RTS or so, right? For RTS, they already have 2 IPs, so they're fine. So they just need to make one of them at some point, you know, and they're gonna be fine. So just take one of them,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and we're gonna be good. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
And I mean, if they do something like Skyrim, I mean, there's a lot of people waiting for a new Skyrim. So if they can come in with a Skyrim-like game, it would fill a hole in the market of people that have been waiting a decade plus for Elder Scrolls 6. And Blizzard could probably get it shipped before Elder Scrolls 6 launches.
That's kind
Can you
of funny to think
believe-
about, actually.
The wildest thing to remember is that back in the day, right? So BlizzCon, the disaster that was BlizzCon 2018 with the whole reveal of Diablo Immortal and no reveal of D4, at the time we were comparing to Elder Scrolls 6 because Bethesda, they just put out a teaser, 10-second teaser showing nothing but the logo Elder Scrolls 6. Zero information, nothing. And people were super happy. And we're like, oh, Blizzard should have done that for Diablo 4, and then no one would have been upset about Diablo Immortal.
Yeah,
And now we're 8 years later, and there's still no Elder Scrolls 6.
that is actually insane. Yeah. So this must mean that it was probably already going sideways for Elder Scrolls 6, and then they realized, okay, we have to do something at some point, and then maybe they had a bit of like a surge of optimism, let's say, right? And they're like, okay, we can get it done in like a reasonable time frame. Let's just send this, right? Okay, we do the logo. Everyone's gonna be happy. We're gonna be back in the news, and people know it's gonna be a few years. Okay, fine, right? But I guess after that, whatever they were optimistic about didn't actually come true, and you know it went complete like sideways after that, and here we are. So this is probably what happened. Kind of like the D4 style, you know, like restart the game's development 3 times or some shit, right? And it's became like some absolute monstrosity or so. Oh shit, I was muted. Oops.
I was wondering.
Oh no, man. I was just talking about everything. I realized, oh shit, I didn't talk through the microphone. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so what was the last thing that I said? Was it just like about the Elder Scrolls, right? So when you said, okay. Yeah, okay, so TLDR, what I said is, I think that something in the development went like really sideways along the way. Similar to like the Diablo 4, like, you know, restart 3 times with the development and that kind of stuff. So they were probably like, okay, we need to do something at some point. We're like somewhat optimistic, we can get this done. Okay, let's just give them this logo at least and know it's coming, you know, and the rest we're gonna figure out later. And, you know, they know it's gonna be a few years. But then probably in those years, you know, it went complete, you know, shit basically. and now they're just like, man, we're too embarrassed, we can't really say anything or something. So and now they have to like quietly work on it until they actually have something good to show, because the longer you wait, the bigger the expectations, right? It gets worse and worse and worse. Kind of like the Half-Life 3 thing. And you know, like they can never make a Half-Life 3 at this point, right? Because it will never meet the expectations of like 25 years of waiting, you know. So that's exactly the problem that they have manured themselves into with that, right? So
Absolutely.
And even worse is they already announced that they're doing it, so now they have to do it. Like, at least Valve didn't even say that it will be Half-Life 3, right? they have that advantage, you know. No one really has a reason to say that, okay, we are waiting for this because of what, right? Like, you know. But with Elder Scrolls 6, yeah, they're just fucked now. So, and I mean, I understand that, you know, a game like this takes a decade to make, right? It's like, it needs to come out and it needs to be insane, right? It's like the same as GTA, right? GTA, like, how long was that wait? 13 years or some shit? So,
Crazy.
you know, that game needs to come out and needs to be like the most insane game ever, right? And it's gonna be kind of similar with Elder Scrolls, I guess. Because these RPGs, they are just so massive, and, you know, these days you have like so many things in you know, the technology, and like, you know, like so many features that are just kind of like a standard in the industry. And all these features are like somewhere scattered in like different games, right? But when a game like this comes out, it needs to have all of them, right? And then with like the amount of features, like it becomes exponentially harder and harder to even make that game because, you know, so many more things can go wrong. You need so many more people, you need so much more coordination, right? And this is kind of, it gets out of control really fast. Like the whole development cycle and stuff, it gets like completely wild, I guess, at some point, where like you can't even control this anymore, basically, right? And this is also like what we see with GTA right now, right? At least we have some sort of reasonable expectation that GTA is going to be a good game, but I guess no one has an expectation it's going to be a bug-free game or something, right? So, this is, yeah, it grows to these like monstrosities, right? It's like a tumor of a game, you know. It's a tumor, you know. It grows, you know, endlessly. So this is
Woody's review of The Elder Scrolls 6. It's a tumor.
yeah, but this is basically how it works, right? Because of the technological advancements and, you know, like the scope of the project, and I don't know why exactly, right? But somehow the scope just keeps growing, and it seems like all these studios always seem completely unable to kind of like, you know, like pull the brake in some way, right? Where they say, okay, like we should really cut it back a little bit and focus more on the core, and they don't do it. And I don't know why, but they don't, right? The AAA studios, they just kind of go all in. And this is like sort of what you expect, but I think it kind of like bites them in the end. And I see this like time and time again with some of these big releases. And it's very rare that like an AAA game comes out and it's actually like just, you know, great in every way, right? And there's like some stuff that's just like majorly wrong somewhere along the way that they have to fix later, like some mess that they have to clean up.
Yeah, the AAA industry, man, it's not in a good spot. Hasn't been for a while. It's just getting worse and worse. I think we're moving towards seeing a collapse of AAA gaming as we know it.
Yeah,
Just
I'm not surprised at
costs are
all.
getting too high for mediocre product. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's the stakes are incredible. The risk of failing is sky high, right? So like why are you even doing this? Like, you know, in terms of like, imagine someone would start a new AAA game company now. Like, who would do that, right? They're just there because they're there, right? They're just like old companies making these games, but no one would ever start a new studio like that, or like, you know, like invest like billions to make such a studio or something, right? So I don't think this actually happens, and it would be fundamentally flawed from the start, you know. It's just like to kind of like preserve their existence, but there is actually not really any space for newcomers, and that means that it's just like a dying breed, basically. I think these AAA games,
Absolutely. Yeah.
because there's too much competition, too many cheap games, and the thing is that making a higher quality game doesn't necessarily mean more enjoyment, even if it's a good game, right? Like a shitty like indie game, you know, like like a one dev studio can give you the same amount of fun and entertainment than a AAA game that was made by thousands. So, you know, there's like no correlation between effort
Bingo.
and the like sort of like the final product, that, let's say, fun, right? So there's not a direct correlation to that, and that means that like all this investment can just go completely into nowhere, basically, right?
It's absolutely correct. It's like, you know, in the 90s, just they didn't have this amount of money, so games were made in 2-3 years max. They were made by small studios by today's standards, and it's not like the games of today are better or more enjoyable than the games of back then. What's happened is a sort of arms race amongst the AAAs, which is largely driven by scope and quality. So in the past, graphics was like a huge thing, where you would see notable and appreciable graphical increases even within the same year, right? Like a game releasing at the start of a year versus at the end of the year, like the graphics could be noticeably better. You know, technology was evolving very rapidly. And we're sort of plateauing with graphic quality, but it's sort of now playing into quantity, where it's like, okay, I can have super good graphics, but I could have like 2 enemies on screen at a time versus a big, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there comes just like substituting the you know, the fidelity by, okay, like there's like Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, there's like less stuff going on and so on, right? It's like, it's also like, you know, the games are slower, or like the levels are smaller, or whatever, right? There's trying to find like all sorts of ways to, you know, like maybe make it look better, but yeah, have these other concessions you have to make in order to actually achieve that. So what's the point then? You know, it's not the same game upgraded, right? You made it different just for the sake of this upgrade that we got there, you know?
Yeah, and then you're gonna have like, you know, average gamer who's shopping for a game is gonna look at a trailer, is gonna look at some screenshots, and you know, if you're a AAA studio, your game is getting compared to another AAA studio, and if your game looks worse, lower graphics quality, worse art, like, you know, it's a little hard to sell your game. So that's why I think they've just been in an arms race with each other of making like the biggest, most best looking games they can, which requires a bunch of money. But again, that just translates into like marketing, basically. It doesn't translate into the actual final product of being a good game. You can have a game that is absolutely visually beautiful, huge world, but if it's not fun to play in that world, if it's not fun to engage with the game, who cares that it looks so good?
Yeah, yeah. This is, I guess it is like a pretty general like fact of life, right? Every time you have to make a decision about, you know, something you want to acquire, or I don't know. I guess you could even compare this to like literally relationships or something, right? If you like you see like a good-looking person, and the only thing you know about them is how they look. You know, they don't know anything else, and you're interested, right? Because they might be attractive to you, but you don't know anything else. And then there might be this other person that is not as attractive, and they might be like a way better, you know, character fit for you or whatever, right? So I think you can kind of compare to this as well, where it's like, yeah, like you only have this one point of comparison, and people don't have the time or effort or whatever, like, you know, the will to do the research to like figure out, like, you know, there's a lot of like factors that makes a game like Diablo 4 fun to play, but you don't know that when you get into it, right? So you have to be sure about that, or you have to at the very least have some sort of reason to believe that you're gonna have fun, and then you're gonna see how it goes. And you know, this is something that is kind of like a long process, right? In terms of like a Diablo, not just that, right? Diablo 4 is like a live service game on top, right? You know, the game that we play now is a completely different game from 3 months ago, and that was a completely different game from like a year before that, you know? So that is also like another factor a little bit. But that aside, right? It's like it's just an evolving product, but also like you don't really know what you're gonna get, right? And even then, what you're gonna get is gonna be completely different how you play it as well, right? Like you play a very different game than I play, you know? So like we're not playing the same game even, you know, like it says Diablo 4 on Twitch, but you know, it's not the same game. True. So, and then, you know, then there's also like, you know, and I'm not even playing the same game as Rob, right? So Rob is playing a completely different game from me. So it's like, it's very interesting how that works, I think. And I guess it's just like a sort of like a specialty of this genre. Maybe it's this genre, but maybe it's just like also like how people approach gaming, right? Everyone has like a very different gamer profile. And I guess like a game like Diablo 4, when it comes down to like, okay, what makes it AAA, or like what is the purpose of this, to kind of like loop it back, like why are AAA studios even making AAA games, right? It is supposed to be a game for the masses, right? It is supposed to be approachable. It is supposed to have these like 1,000 variants of, you know, of players enjoying the game, right? Of you know, like these 1,000 different like player profiles that are trying to satisfy with one single game. And this is why smaller studios can get away with like big successes with very low effort, basically, right? Because they don't do that, right? They focus on a much more narrow band of like player profiles, right? And they make a game for exactly those people, and they're gonna grab the attention of the entire community that wants that, right? And then it's gonna be like a hype game for a while, and everyone's gonna talk about it, you know, like Mega Bonk or some shit, right? Just as an example. And everyone loves it, and okay, it's like this hype game, and then it will kind of like, you know, fizzle out or something, right? And it's like gonna be like in the background again. It's obviously not gonna be like a live service game like Diablo 4 that is being developed over a decade, and that's okay, you know, that's totally fine. It doesn't have to be. but it did have its time to shine because of this very narrow focus. And this is why smaller studios can be so successful, I think.
Absolutely. And, you know, combine that with keeping your expenses low and, you know, need to be reaching 60 million people to be successful. Like, it's crazy. If a AAA game, you know, launches a game and they sell 5 million copies, like, that's a disaster to them. I mean, as you think about it, like imagine if you or I released a game and we sold 5 million copies, like, how happy would we be that 5 million people are you know, engaging with this thing that we built? But because their costs are so exorbitant, it's like, well, we wasted our money on this. We needed something that was going to sell at least 15 million copies.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why, like, Blizzard has not made another RTS, because Activision has not allowed them to, because the RTS genre is not going to sell 15 million copies in the modern age.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that, absolutely. You know, there's not enough of an RTS market, and I also don't really expect to see a Warcraft 4, but man, it would be high. For sure.
I think now that Microsoft's in charge, it's possible.
I mean, Microsoft really loves their RTS, I guess. So, but also they would be kind of like making their competitor game to Age of Empires in that sense, right? So it's like right now they have like this sort of small success with Age of Empires, and you know that has been going pretty well over the last decade or something. I think they made all these like Age of Empires expansions and the HD remake, and then they made Age of Empires 4, which is, I think, just sort of an upgraded Diablo, Age of Empires 2. I haven't actually played it, but it looked kind of like, you know, like a successor to the Age of Empires 2 that I know and love, kind of. So I was like, okay, I'll play that at some point. You know, I haven't done it yet, but who knows. So, and then I feel like they're already like doing pretty well there. And if they ever make like a Warcraft 4, then they would kind of like shoot themselves in the foot there a little bit, even though like very different games, but still.
Yeah, there definitely would be some cannibalizing of the audience, for sure. And I think if they were to make a Warcraft 4, they probably would get the Age of Empires studio to do it, because Blizzard doesn't have an RTS team anymore. All the RTS people have left. Like, a lot of them stuck around for a long time, hoping that, you know, a new RTS game would come by, but by now they're all gone. They've all gone off to other studios. They've left. Remember when David Kim was on D4? That was a super fun time. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, David Kim, like pro StarCraft 2 player. He was from the StarCraft 2 team. He was moved on to the D4 team. What was he put in charge of? He was maybe lead systems designer for some point. But then, yeah, he ended up leaving before D4 launched. And he went to like join an RTS company, work on an RTS.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be tough for sure for them to make Warcraft 4, right? Because Warcraft 4 would, like we talked about, right? It has like this huge legacy, not just because they have Warcraft 3, which was like the most insane game that launched at that time, basically, right? But also, we have World of Warcraft that came after that, right? Like, World of Warcraft was so successful because of Warcraft 3. Because Warcraft 3 built the legacy, it built the world, you know, it was all there. And then that was like that basically set up Blizzard for 2 decades now, right? And that is all thanks to Warcraft 3. You know, if you think about it. This is like kind of the root of it. And obviously making a Warcraft 4 would be so hard to make now. And if they don't even have like the old talent anymore, and I mean, even if they still had that old talent, would they be able to make a Warcraft 4 these days? Who knows, right? That's like 25 years later. You know, who knows if they still have the, you know, the ability, basically, right? Even if it's the same people, you know, maybe they lost their touch or whatever. So,
fair.
I mean, you know, these old developers, I'm not saying they're bad or anything, right? But, you know, they have probably a very different philosophy than what would be successful these days, potentially, right? So, who knows?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it would actually have to, like, you have to, like, kind of, like, poach people from, like, actual RTS studios. You know, like, someone said, okay, there's Dawn of War 4 coming, and, you know, I know there are some RTS releases, but I feel like none of them I hear anything about, none of them is really, like, talked about, none of them really seems like it's, like, a big thing. Like, I don't know. I'm just not. I'm okay. I'm not really in the RTS sphere, right? Like, I'm not really following the RTS news, but I kind of know what's going on in terms of the bigger releases that people care about, and so on, right? I do hear about stuff. I hear about stuff like Crimson Desert or Where Winds Meet, or I don't know, Pal World, random bullshit. So it's I know it's there, and I know what's going on, but I feel like I never hear anything about RTS like at all.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of that is just, you know, RTS back in the 90s was like one of the main genres of game that people played. Like, there were so many different RTS games, but now it's just become a small niche. You know, even the ARPG for a while was niche, but RTS in modern day is a smaller niche. So there are RTS games that come out, and there are RTS fans that are hype about these seldom releases. But like, you know, in a year, how many like shooters release? Versus in a year, how many RTS titles release? Like, it's probably 10 to 1 or 100 to 1 difference.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny because I feel like most of the shooters seem like much more like sort of interchangeable, and RTS games actually usually have like their own, like, you know, world and their own soul a little bit and stuff, because you can actually make very different mechanics. I feel like many shooters is released and it's like, okay, you shoot a gun, you walk around in first person, and then, okay, maybe the rules are a little bit different, you know, there's like the team shooters, and there's like the free-for-all shooters, and whatever, right? With slightly altered rule sets. But I've kind of like seen it all before, I feel, you know? Where in RTS, you actually have like the ability to like make something truly unique, you know? It's still, okay, like, of course you have like, you know, you command an army and you build an army in some way, but you know, what the macro looks like, what the micro looks like, you know, like the whole like world and so on, like you have so much freedom there. You could make a lot of cool stuff, but
absolutely,
yeah, I guess it's also like another problem. Like you have a lot of games with like cross-play and cross-platform and cross-progression and this kind of stuff, and obviously like making an RTS, like, you know, imagine playing an RTS with a controller or some shit. Apparently that is a thing. I don't know how, but apparently some people have been doing this at some point. And I don't.
I mean, StarCraft released on like N64 or something back in the day.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine what this looks like, to be honest.
It sounds like a nightmare. You have like 5 APM.
Yeah. Yeah, here. I used to play Command and Conquer on PlayStation. It was amazing. Dude, I cannot imagine doing this. Like, this does not go into my head. I want to see this. I want to sit behind someone, you know, watch them over their shoulder and see how they play this game. But yeah, like for RPGs, I get it, right? Like there's like a huge like a console audience, and you know these games work pretty well on the controller and stuff. The, you know, there's character controls, it's fine. But yeah, RTS, man, I cannot imagine. But yeah, who knows? Maybe there's some stuff I don't know.
I think you hit upon one of the big reasons for the downfall of RTS is the rise of console gaming. Because
yeah, not just the console, but also the mobile, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, actually, I think mobile games kind of brought back some degree of strategy game. Obviously, not like StarCraft level strategy game, but like a lot of strategy, like light strategy games, right? Like you can argue a tower defense is a kind of a strategy type game. You know, play better on mobile because like shooters don't play very well on mobile. Like a lot of games don't play well on mobile, but more like top view, click on, you know, direct units, especially.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, you know, like a mobile game. If it's like a low APM, but it's more like a decision-making game, then that obviously works well on mobile, I guess. And yeah, like what you mentioned, like tower defenses, I can see this stuff. Like, you know, there's also like this Warcraft Rumble, which is basically a tower defense, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Does anyone know how that is going? Is anyone playing that?
I heard it's not going well. Does anyone know otherwise?
Yeah, I don't know anything about numbers, but it seemed like a decent game to me, and I figured for the mobile market, that seemed okay. But I don't know. It's no longer supported, really?
It didn't even last a year.
Wait, really? Oh shit.
Damn. Damn.
That does not shock me. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised actually. I figured I'd have like a whole like the Warcraft name and
yeah.
I mean, it does seem like a good genre for mobile. So I wonder why it failed then. Like, what was the problem?
It's a great question. I don't know nearly enough about. Like, I never played it. I barely watched gameplay.
I saw MP logging in sometimes on my friend list. I was like, huh, okay. He's just playing Warcraft Rumble, I guess. It died very fast, okay. Yeah, does anyone have any info about it? I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, Blizzard missed the ball on the MOBA genre. Like, if they were earlier with Heroes of the Storm, they could have really capitalized. So it really hurt the higher-ups at Blizzard to see Warcraft 3 give birth to a genre that would be something they could not quite capitalize on.
Yeah, I mean, no. I heard that Icefrog actually reached out to Blizzard originally and asked them to make Dota with them, like a standalone game. I'm not sure if that story is true, but this is what I heard like a long time ago.
And they turned him down?
And apparently they turned him down, yeah. And then he went to Valve, I think, and they made Dota 2. Yeah.
Boom.
The rest is history, I guess. And then we had the $5 million Echo Slam guys. So yeah. Oof, if true, yeah. That's a big oof size large, I guess. Yeah. And then they made Heroes of the Storm, man.
I actually really liked Heroes of the Storm. I played that game for like a year every day, and then I couldn't keep up with playing D3 and Heroes of the Storm, so I dropped Heroes. But I really liked it. I think it's a shame. And I mean, we had talent from Heroes of the Storm come over to D4, right? Adam Jackson and Joe Piporo, they were big guys on Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah. Internally, Blizzard sees League of Legends as one of the biggest mistakes. Yeah, I mean, League of Legends is that is even larger than Dota, right? And I mean, both games are insane, right? But I'm not sure what's the exact ratio of the market or something. But maybe it's like 70-30 or 60-40. I don't know, but it's probably something like that. Dota is still really large, and if they just had Dota, right, that'll be insane already. But yeah, maybe they could have even prevented League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
if it was actually Blizzard like kind of taking over the Dota thing and then making 100%. It like more approachable, like League of Legends, basically. Yeah, I mean, that could have been like the MOBA game of all time, basically, right? And there would be no competition, and they would just like have a cash cow for the ages. So,
rip.
Rip indeed. Yeah.
It's their biggest lost opportunity. Yeah.
But I guess there's always new opportunities, so there's that.
I'm surprised Blizzard hasn't made that survival game. They ended up canceling it, but like that's a genre where there's a lot of popularity in survival games. All survival games are kind of scuffed. So if Blizzard could come in with like Blizzard Polish, a AAA quality survival game, and that's well supported, like they could have dominated that space.
Yeah, I was also surprised to hear that it was cancelled. I wonder why. I wonder what happened. It kind of feels like this would be a pretty safe bet, to be honest. So I'm not sure why they would like not go through with it or something. Not damn.
I could only think that it just wasn't coming out good enough. I don't know. But people need to understand degrees of polish. There's AAA polish, and then there's like if you know the survival game genre, like all these early access titles, like AAA games, even like a Diablo game, comparatively very polished to like a genre of game that is early access, things aren't working, there's like barely holding together. Back when I worked as a game journalist, like I reviewed games that were just like, how do you even release this? Like our standards, generally as consumers, right, we're generally buying games that are good or at least passable. But like, if you were like to dig the bottom of the barrel of games that are released, like you would. Goodness.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, someone's saying like, oh, Blizzard polished, like Diablo is polished and stuff. I mean, if you look at it superficially, right? Like the art, the sound, blah blah blah. This is what you're talking about with like the actual AAA qualities, right? Like the sort of like quote unquote the effort put into making it look and feel good and all that, right? Like we're bitching about Diablo 4 because we hate the balance, we hate the game design direction, we hate the mythic items. All this stuff is completely irrelevant for this discussion, right? So these are just like minor details in a grand scheme of making this game, basically. Obviously, if they matter for us as gamers, but they don't matter in the sense of, okay, they put in this much effort and this came out of it, right? It's just they did the wrong decisions. Like, this is what happened, right? They had the wrong taste about what should be in the game in terms of the direction of like classes and skills and balance and whatever. So it could be different, right? With the same amount of effort and money and everything, the game could be different in the balance and in the gameplay and so on. But in terms of like what it looks like, like what Raika's talking about, the quality of the game, yeah, you can make a super fun indie game, but it looks like 3 pixels, and it's like it's obviously it's obviously an indie game, right? So this is what we're talking about, yeah. So you have to not confuse the two things. One is the quality of the game, meaning the graphics, the sound, all that, the accessibility settings as well that we have in like Default was praised for that, right? This is like it won awards for this even, right? Like it was insane, and I do see that, right? Like there's time and effort and money behind this. It's just that they made bad decisions in other departments, and this is what we are upset about. And if you look at the survival genre, I think Raika has a point about all these survival games are just like made by like small studios, and they're like they're usually scuffed in many ways. And this is the sort of polish that is like that Blizzard could bring, right? Yeah. With a big team and lots of money. Like for example, like there's plenty of these like games that exist where it's like, okay, imagine that, but it actually looks and feels good and all that. So
Exactly. Like there's moments sometimes in D4 where I'm just like because it's stuff you take for granted, but it's like, man, the sound design in this game is so good. Like the way just either a drop sounds or a certain click or whatever, or sometimes it's like an animation, and it's like something you get like these little reminders of like, wow, like yeah, like, and you see it especially comparatively. Like I don't want to call out any specific other ERPG, but like people like complain like, oh, like this it feels bad or it looks bad, and it's like, yeah, because we're accustomed like this AAA polish where so much effort actually goes into like this between animations and sound, and
he's talking about
like
last Epoch, guys.
That goes into making that thing feel so smooth. And like a smaller studio, just it's not that they don't have the talent, it's just they don't have an army of people able to put in the work to make it happen.
Yeah, and this that alone actually holds so many people back from even trying again, right? And that's exactly what he meant earlier. Like, okay, like a game needs to look good, or else people won't even like try it out, because there are so many other games that look good, and sometimes some of them are actually also fun. That's the thing. Sometimes there is actually a game that looks good and is fun, and then that just becomes kind of like a sort of like a bar to measure against, right? But if your game doesn't already look good, then no one will even like consider trying it, right? So this is sort of the first step in the door, yeah. And then maybe you also make it a fun game, and then more people actually play it, and and it might turn out to be a successful game. But it's kind of rare that a game that doesn't like somehow look up to snuff is gonna be a successful game, right? And the only exceptions are like these indie games or these like very small studios where it's like, okay, we kind of accept it, right? It's like, I have my expectations about this game, and it doesn't even have to be like like a crazy good game that I play forever, right? Okay, I paid $10 for this, I paid $20 for this, okay, I'm just gonna play this for like a few days and move on, right? So there's exactly people like that. Which is kind of interesting actually, right? Because when you think about it, like for many of these AAA games, you kind of expect that you will play them a long time, I think, right? They're kind of like made, you know, either with like a live service model directly, like the Diablo 4, or, you know, at the very least, they're going to be like, maybe it's like a yearly release, and then you buy the next version, like, I don't know, Call of Duty or something, right? I'm not sure if they have full AAA price, but I guess so, right?
Oh, they do, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But at least you're gonna play that game for a year, and then you're gonna pay the $60 again for the next year, and that's okay, right? For like a 1 year like title that you're gonna play like non-stop or something. But it's kind of funny, right? When you think about how much, like basically the money spent per hour played ratio, right? Is probably a lot higher for the cheap indie games compared to like something like Diablo 4, right? Okay, not everyone plays like as much Diablo 4 as I would or something, right? But it's I feel like, you know, if I choose like a sort of like a main game like this, like, you know, one of these major titles that I want to stick to, you know, like the price of the box price of this is completely irrelevant to me, you know. I could pay $1,000 for this game, and that would be a good investment, you know, because I just play it so much, right? If I compare this to other games where I paid like $10 here, I played for 5 hours, I paid like $20 there, I played for 20 hours, you know. If you look at the actual ratio of, you know, time spent on the game, it's probably much less hours on those other games that are smaller games, but you still kind of like walk away happy, right? It's like, okay, I had a good time, and now my time is over, and I'm gonna move on to the next. But on the bigger titles, you don't really want to move on, right? It's like, okay, I invested so much money, I paid $70 for this game, okay, now I'm gonna play this, you know, and I expect hundreds of hours or something. And if you actually like look at it side by side, I think a lot of the smaller games actually kind of come out as the more expensive games, basically, in terms of the time of you know, like the time invested, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we also often lose sight of the fact that like gaming is just, even AAA games, they're super big prices. Like using the metric that you just brought up, like amusement, like dollar per hour spent of amusement. Like, what other form of entertainment out there are you going to get such good value than video games? Like, you go for a night out with your friends to a bar, like you're basically paying half a video game for what, an hour or two of fun. You know, you go bowling, you go any activity that you can do that you have to spend money on is gonna be vastly more expensive per hour than video games.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, okay, it's not like exact substitutes every time, right? Like going out to the bar with your friends is obviously more expensive, but also it has like a very different impact, let's say, right? It's not just, okay, I'm having fun, but, you know, there's a social component, and, you know, there are things that happen in other places that don't happen in video games or something. So that's what I mean. So obviously it's nice to have both, right? Variety, it's a spice of life and all that. But yeah, you know, if you look at it that way, in terms of just like the entertainment that you get out of a video game, it is a very cheap hobby, you know. And it's also not surprising that, you know, and especially like young people choose to play a lot of video games. You know, not just because they're young and they're like more, you know, they have like a stronger affinity to technology and all that, right? But I think in general, like a lot of young people just play video games. It's like very mainstream these days, right? Like like teenagers and everything. Like everyone is playing video games these days. And when I look back to like my high school days, you know, I was like the odd nerd, you know, that was playing video games or something, because it wasn't that mainstream. But I mean, now it's like, you know, it's like the most natural thing, you know. So, you know, I couldn't imagine, like, you know, asking a girl for like a date night to play some games or something, you know. That was like unthinkable in my time.
True.
So, like, no way. Yeah, girls on the internet, no way, dude. So, yeah, and it's also like partially because it's cheap, right? It's you know, like, what else can you do that is not cheap, basically, outside of like, I don't know, just hanging out with your friends and not doing anything or something, right? Just like, okay, you hang out just because or something, then sure.
And we've seen the loss of a lot of third spaces for people to even hang out anymore. Like, it's difficult for teens to find some place where they are allowed to be without spending money, where they can just have fun. Like back in the day, there was a lot more of that stuff where we could, oh, let's go hang out at the mall. Let's go hang out here. I don't know if malls became a big thing in Germany, but like, you know,
You have
if you
to
want
pay
to
like
hang out,
entry
where do
now
you
or
even
what?
go today? Just a lot of like the big malls have been shutting down. Like, there used to be, I think like the 80s was like the heyday of the mall, and since the 2000s, they've, especially now, like people order stuff online, so there's less retail, so there's fewer malls.
Yeah. The monologue was kind of funny, actually, reading the comments. You lost me at Friends. Yeah. Video games teach useful stuff like eye-hand coordination. Your boss was impressed how fast you click and how precise your clicks are. Yeah, I guess, I mean, it does actually have, like, even for, like, a random office job, that can actually have, like, sort of an efficiency advantage, right? Even if it's, like, okay, maybe slightly overkill to play video games for, like, 30,000 hours just so you can click a bit faster, but it does something at least, right? So...
All right, Woody, this has been an absolute pleasure. I really thank you for inviting me for this chat. I'm happy to be to do it more in the future. I will have to get going now, however. But yeah, great topics, great chats. Always love chatting with you, man.
Yeah, thank you, Rekka. So it was actually quite a different discussion compared to some of the others I had. You know, where I mean, we did talk about D4 a lot, but then also like these other random video game topics. I think that was pretty cool. So. And like seeing your perspective, so yeah, thank you very much. I guess at the very latest you're gonna see each other at BlizzCon. Are you gonna be at Gamescom by any chance?
Unfortunately not this year, no.
Okay, too sad. Alright.
Enjoy it though, enjoy.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there for a few days, so we're gonna see each other in 2 months then, so it's gonna be fun to hang out.
Absolutely.
Okay, enjoy your evening. Thank you.
You too, Woody. Thanks again. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay, chat, that was Riker. That was pretty cool. Hope you enjoyed the chat. Can we get some Woody Halt to say bye to Riker? Yeah, we can also give him a shout out. I guess most of you will know Riker. He's been around for a long time. He's doing a lot of like, also like general gaming news coverage and stuff like that. As you heard like earlier, he was like actually a game journalist at some point. Actual game journalist gamer, guys. Look at that. How many keys do I have left, actually? We still have 24. I've just been like farming this boss now for hours, man. Holy, and we're still going. And I still have not gotten a Health of Sakarum, man. Not a single one. I don't know what's going on, man. I just did like 100 keys of this shit. That's crazy. Okay, we're closing this collab thing. I don't want to GA. Yeah, I don't even care about the GAs, man. At this point. I just want to get this thing and hopefully... Actually, it just needs to roll like one okay stat. A cooldown or crit would be nice. But maybe cooldown is optional. Damage reduction, actually. Crit or damage reduction is actually what I want. I guess. I kinda need to put damage reduction on the shield, I think. Dude, I'm getting so many Eldorins. That's all supplication now. You just hit Bale Crystal's cap. You can convert them, by the way, MPV. I also hit it earlier this season already. Oh, it was Baleful cap, actually. Sakarum for the endgame build. Yeah, so Mythic Sakarum from the 65% strength is actually, I think, like a 48% damage boost. So it's not quite an aspect, but it's kind of close. But then you also have 65% rest, 65% armor, and 20% block. So it's relatively juicy. That is a lot of defense. You know, this is like... It's like a free defensive... It's like more than a defensive aspect, I think. Getting GTA 6 before Diablo and Diablo. Okay. Rex Center, Rex next. I could ask Rex to do one of these hangouts. But I feel like it would make sense of people that actually like play D4. And he's not really doing that. But I mean, I would be up for like a collab again. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I could do it on PoE as well, I guess. Why not? I could ask Rex when we play PoE next time. I mean, now it's PoE 1, but I'm not really planning to play it. But maybe on the PoE 2 reset, could be something. Maybe it's gonna load up some chats with some PoE guys. That'll be fun too. Oh my god, why do I keep getting supplication, man? What is happening? Like, I think this Helldogs like room doesn't exist or something. It's absolutely wild. Look, there's also a drop one here. I crafted 2 and I dropped 1 too. What the fuck? Dioxide. And we had Dioxide for a little bit. Actually, we had like this 2-hour hangout with Ava and Dioxide. So we did that. Bajira. I could ask Bajira, actually. I'm not sure if I had one of him. Like in season 11 or something. Yo, UFO boy. Thanks for what's up, man. And also Faisal, sorry I missed that earlier. Thanks for what's up. Yo, we got a double perdition drop. Look at this, back to back. From the same kill. Okay. What are the odds of that, man? When Grim Dawn? That's a good question, actually. I was hoping I would get somewhere today with my Paladin, and I guess we did make a bit of progress. But I was hoping to get further. And now it's 11:30 PM. Hang out with Rob. I could ask Rob. It'd be very interesting to hear his perspective on the season. Alright, we still have the giveaway running, so we have a, where's that thing? Digital bundle. BlizzCon digital bundle, guys. The ultimate bundle. So there's a bunch of stuff that they can get here when you buy these individual bundles. They're $30, and the ultimate is all of them for 50. So there's one for Hearthstone, Overwatch, D4, WoW. There's a few goodies here. So if you don't actually attend BlizzCon, you can still get a bunch of these things. I guess for D4 there's Dismount, the Armor, and the Otter pet. I'm not sure why an Otter. Oh, thanks, Superboy. Yeah, we got 3 keys from Bloodshed earlier for this bundle thing. That's kinda cool. Grimdawn new expansion tomorrow, yeah. I wanted to at least see the game a little bit. I thought it was on Friday, but it's actually tomorrow. So that's took me a bit by surprise. I thought I was gonna do like a few hours now, a few hours tomorrow, then I kinda know what's going on. I just installed the base game now. So I'm just gonna like log in and do the base game a little bit, I guess, just to get a feel for the game. And tomorrow I need to figure out about the expansion. So apparently I need to buy every expansion in Grim Dawn. Play tomorrow when my chat hates it. I can play PoE1 on Friday. Yeah, I don't really expect the chat to hate it, I guess. I always ever hear good things about Grim Dawn, so that seems kind of good. I could still log into PoE1 on Friday, but I kind of don't feel in the mood too much. Even though the update looks good. We'll see. Maybe I'll still get excited. Yeah, that's the kind of role I need for the Saka room.
That's it for that piece.
Should have 7 billion gold. I still want to try that Fist of the Heavens build at some point. Let us see what's up with that. Played about 30 hours of Grim Dawn back in 2017 only. Are those action figures or in-game mounts? No, this is a digital bundle, so there's like in-game goodies. This chat will hate Grim Dawn? Wait, why will this chat hate Grim Dawn Crucible? I checked my Steam friends list. Out of 36 people on my Steam friend list, 14 have played Grim Dawn. Kinda interesting. Bific Arcadia, very important. Chat would hate PoE more than Grim Dawn. I don't know, I think my chat is relatively PoE friendly as well. Even after a long Diablo blast. I think people, you know that I'm like doing PoE as well, and that's just how it goes. Or they just like go watch someone else, I guess. Bad graphics, no maximum guides, no campaign skipped. Oh man. I mean, Grim Dawn has this Crucible thing, which is sort of a campaign skim, I guess. Because you just kind of do this like arena thing and you can level up that way. Are they also finding Mythic of 1 GA? I don't know. We don't know the numbers on this stuff. On Tom and 12, GAs are relatively common though, so that's that. I would say between 10 and 20% of items have a GA, maybe? On 2212? Most Diablo 3 fans would only revive PoE1. Yeah, I mean, there's also like the largest gap, in the RPG genre. The gap between PoE1 and D3 is the widest, right? This is probably why, right? Like, there are no games more different than those two, basically, in this genre. So it kind of makes sense. Mythic Mendigo brand. And it scales the timer. I acknowledge that it's bugged, so maybe they're gonna fix it. And then I can go on my Warlock and do some Mendigo brand action. Insane. Otherwise, I'm not playing a Warlock here. I'm gonna do this on SSF. Dude, I cannot believe that I haven't got this shield, man. It's absolutely insane. I actually need this. It's actually kind of crazy. This thing scales the chance and the damage. It double scales. The Spirit I have a weapon. And I wanted to try some Fist of the Heavens, actually. Sorg Orden, good damage comes from the life on hit or the wolves triggering it. Yes, they give you the barrier with temerity. And if you have 100% barrier, you'll trigger the blizzard every 1.5 seconds. Yeah, shock scale ranks help you, yeah. That's also what I have from like the charms in the guide. Have I talked to Ponyhof? I have not. Question is, should we? Is BlizzCon streamed on Twitch or YouTube? I'm not sure if they have like a Twitch or YouTube stream for that. But there's like this BlizzCon like website, and they're gonna have like, you know, all the panels. They can like watch, you know, it's like simultaneous things going on. So you can like watch them all there, basically. Don't try Fist of the Heavens, very low damage. Fuck. Dude, that really used to be so fun. Another perdition. We saw a Reddit post about that today, killing people. What are you talking about? Ask Rob to do a hangout now. Yeah, I'll ask Rob. Haven't really spoken to him in a while. And I guess I might see him at Gamescom again. He might show up on this. I met him at last Gamescom as well. Like in person. I don't know, man. I think Hell to Sucker Room as a mythic doesn't exist. It's insane. Like, how much was this, man? Like, over 60 crafts, I think, now. Not a single... What are the chances of this shit? There's 5 shields. Just in this inventory, I got like 2 or 3 times cathedrals. I got this a few times. I definitely got this a few times. I got this a few times. I think I got all these shields like a handful of times. I got this a handful of times. I got this a handful of times. I got this. 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 I got one Grizzled Opus, to be fair. And I got this a handful of times. Okay, so I have only one Grizzled Opus, I think. Or maybe two. I think there was another one. And you're still at 0 health of like a room. So it's 5, 6... Oh wait, this is a 2 in it. 5, 9, 13, 14... There's 14 men. Oh my god. That's painful. There's like a 7.14 chance to hit. Just like this. To the power of 60. Yeah, so there's still like a 1.2% chance that I never got it in all these attempts. Insane. Upgrade to Mythic, by the way. Anyone? Are we upgrading this thing? When does the giveaway close? I guess when we switch to Grim Dawn. We're getting dangerously close to a rage quit here. How many butchers cleavers? At least a handful. The game knows that I'm running Unequip the Heralds. Yeah, it should actually. I think these are all my keys actually. I have 3 keys left. It's Ogre, guys. I already got an axe if you upgrade a shield. It's not a bug, it's a feature, actually. Radiant Fire with core skills. I'm not 300 because this is a hardcore trade. I did a new start here. Okay, we're out of keys. I got no Heart of Sakarum. Dude, that is rough actually. What happened here? So how many caches can I turn in? I did kill this boss quite a bit. 8. Okay, we have more. But wait, there's more, guys. Non-SSF hardcore.
Mainlander, what brings you? Back to it then.
Okay, 24 more. For sure now, guys. Trust. Forgot about SSF completely. Oof. Yo. 6 slot, 25 crit damage. Okay.
Finished so soon?
No chance you can use Knight's Epiphany, right? It's the bugged one. TLI login reminder for the pet. Oh yeah, sure. I have 2 more daily logins. I can do both at one side. What's better on Sork int or attack speed? I mean, it depends a bit on the build, I guess. But if I have to choose between the two, then I guess generally attack speed for most builds. Because usually you don't have a lot of attack speed to begin with, so having even like 1 attack speed roll or so can make quite an impact. Pretty good. Dude, I had some hopes and dreams that I would do these like 150 bosses, get some items that actually matter. And then I'm like, huh, maybe I can even do a Dawnfire at the end to maybe try some Auradin action. Yikes, I gotta say. I was promised 3 mythics in every slot. Instantly. One day.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
So close. I was trying to like YOLO add some crit damage. And that was actually kind of close. I guess I could roll it, but it would be very tough to roll. Yo, Snail. Dude, I'm just trying to get one health like a room, man. It's insane. I'm at like 70 crafts or something. It's a 1 in 14. Dude. Yeah, this thing is actually low-key kind of OP. Like, I checked for my character, the strength is like a 48% damage increase, so it's like almost an aspect. But the defense is ridiculous. You get a 20 block, you get the 65 res and armor. Like no joke, Mythic Hell of Sakarum, I think it's kind of back, actually. It's kind of funny. The meme is alive. I need to check how much defense it is exactly when you have like a high-end setup. Like, I'm slowly getting there with my Paragons. But it's basically like a free defensive aspect, or more even. I think it's more than a defensive aspect. I think I can get rid of some of these, yeah. Probably not really doing some of this. GA live neck, I don't think we need that anymore. I just sort out a few more things. Okay, 13 keys. Yeah, I got like a handful of every shield and one-hander now. And no herald, that's insane. Like, I'm kind of wondering if it actually exists. Dude, and then I have to roll like damage reduction on this thing. And crit, ideally. Dude, I've gotten like, I don't know, 7 Light's Rebukes now or something. No herald. What map did I use for the Helltide farm? It's this one, yeah. Sick, man. The 2J and Rakanot's Wake. Is Grimdawn today or launch tomorrow? Why not both? So I wanted to try the game out a little bit beforehand. So I'm not going in completely blind. But it turns out it's actually like a day earlier than I thought. I thought it would be on Friday with PoE launch, but apparently it's the day before. You can't get Lightspeed book. There's a big free quality of life and up New Year I updated. I'm not sure what's actually going to be in the expansion. I've never played the game really, so we'll find out. I don't think I'm going to shield bashing actually. Or Heaven's Fury. Dude, this is cooked, man. I can't get this item. Are we gonna use this by any chance? Probably not, right? I'm not gonna do stuff like that. 206% aura potency while standing in consecration.
This should be interesting.
Nothing is going to as hard as Grim Dawn. Interesting. Low-key, the buff to Reaper made the drops worse. All these fucking useless iconic graphics polluting the drop table. I mean, you're not really there for any of the drops anymore, right? You just want the fragments on the Reaper. So, who cares, I guess. So yeah, ring drop, 95% chance it's Ring of Starless, guys. Yeah. I mean, this is not really such a bad thing that there's like a boss that has like iconic drops or something. It's just that, you know, some of them are just so shit. They don't really want them. I think it wouldn't be that bad to just like distribute iconic drops a little bit more. Not just, okay, you kill bosses, you find mythics, but you know, this boss has that one, or at least like that one more often or something, right? It's like part of the loot table a little bit. I think that would make some sense. Andariel's Visage? I think that should be on Duriel's loot table. Yeah, I need 14 crafts on average to get the Herald of Sakarum. So that is 56 fragments. I've just farmed like almost 300 and I haven't gotten a Herald of Sakarum. Not even a good one, it's just any. That's insane. You're almost out of keys now. I can go farm escalations again. Crazy. I think tomorrow I might just like respec to shield charge stuff anyway and just like play that. Even without the Herald of Sakarum. I mean, I wanted to use it for this build as well, but yeah. For this build I would like to roll the Thorns, I guess, and on the other one I would like to keep it. So I think if I get one I will just keep it. I also haven't gotten the Mythic Seal yet. Where the fuck are the Mythic Seals? I've killed this boss like 150 times now. No Mythic Seal. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Hey, Spider Cow. We found a real Shaco. Gross. Five keys. Exclamation mark, Paragon, sent in. Oh, it exists. And it has armor, poisonous. I mean, armor is not terrible, I guess. But... oof. Okay, certainly not for this build. For like the Fawns build, I guess we keep the Fawns and that's fine. I'd like to have crit chance, but I guess it is what it is. So we're gonna roll DR on it. Okay, it exists, guys. So that's important at least. It exists. Man, that is unreal, actually. Yeah, we're gonna try my luck with a few more. Well, what else can we make? We have to do like a Fist of Fate, maybe? We have the Mantle. What else is there actually? Starless? I mean, that's a blacksmith thing. Griswold? Probably not. This thing has lucky hit on it, or what? It goes up to 65% crit damage. Yeah, we're not gonna run a Griswold, do we? Which build on Paladin actually has any sort of like non-zero lucky hit chance? Certainly not any of the Zealot builds. 3%, 7%, so this is like out. Shield by just shit. Blessed Shield has 33, holy. Blessed Hammer 26. So these are probably some of the best here. I mean, what else is there actually? Spirit Heavens actually has a high lucky hit. Where's Brandish? Probably bad. No. Clash. But Clash would actually run a Shard of Heraphil, I guess. I guess I can do Griswold Charm. That aura. Yeah, I'm not sure which build would actually even equip a Griswold. Even a mythic one. But I guess it might be slightly better than legendary if it's just having some random 65% legendary. Now make 30 of them to get a usable transfig. As long as it doesn't break, I'm okay with that. But that was wild actually, man.
I'll be here, swinging away.
I think I'm gonna send the rest of our keys anyway now and just see if we maybe get another one. Because I kinda like I have to like entropic prison this. We just got a Mythic here, as I stated, I didn't have any. Great. I mean, I'm pretty unlucky on this Paladin. This Paladin should definitely have had some Mythic seals. Especially after farming his boss like 150 times. That was insane. It drops so many seals, man. It even says that on the map here, right? Actually, Mythic Uniques, okay. Mephisto says Mythic seals. Has anyone actually ever gotten a Mythic seal from Mephisto? Last season I killed him like 20 times or so, I never got one. I wanted to make like some big Mephisto session at some point. I have like 50 Cruxes, I guess you can do some data. You did 350 keys and got one Mythic seal, that's kind of interesting. I feel like maybe I should send my other Labos keys at some point. Just like a T10 or some shit and just like one-shot the bosses. Go again. Only pick the Ancestrals, you can actually kind of speed it. There will be a lot of gold. I mean, I have 8 billion now, I guess you're kind of chilling. Not gonna run out of 8 billion so easily. But you have many sparks these days. You have 100 sparks. Just crafting 50 mythics is already 2.5 billion. Aware. You got a flashlight chest and got one. Oh, nice. Okay, 3 crafts. Cooked. Yeah, I think these like hopes and dreams of having like a Fist of Fate mythic and so on. I don't think that is happening. How many gloves are there on the paladin actually? Do we have the thing open? Two, 4, 6. It's not bad actually. 1 in 6 is not that bad. But then Fist of Fate always has main stat and life on hit. So it needs to like exactly roll crit, vuln 2 out of 3. And then I need to roll a third one. And then it's gonna be like a strength crit, vuln glove. Because you have to roll to like a hit basically. Okay. I mean life roll won't hurt that much. If I do like full tempers. For resolve stacking. Instant trigger, break or delete anything on item. It can delete a stat, yes. But I'm not sure if that is the case with mythics. I heard yes, but I haven't seen that on my own items. But I haven't transferred that many mythics this season. Wait, I got a new rune that I actually never put in here yet. Interesting. Not on mythics. So I guess mythics you can always send with no entropic then. One more cash, guys. 3 more keys. I need a Menti Enchanter. Oof. Okay, no breaking on mythics is nice, I guess. So I don't actually have to like also save that many copies then. Two-handed sword. Wow, it's actually the first grandfather I find, I think. Any chance to run a grandfather? And it has a steel weapon too. The double two-handed sword. Back to back. With a +8 to zeal and the weapon damage. Damn. I'm not sure we're gonna do any zealing. See if we can do some lights rebukes. We can get the normal ones first of all. There's a bunch of random Arcadias. Okay, what are you gonna do with all these gloves? So here we got a whole 3% quality and a GM that the one lands. Let's see if we can top this. So there's an all multi there. Yeah. I was just doing it. Maybe one of them hits something cool. Don't have that many mythics after all. Seems impossible to drop in Fisticus. Yeah, you should do Homage of Hatred or Helltide Chests for that. The users honestly the Volatile Dust. And Volatile Dust is pretty rare. Does it actually drop from Mephisto? It's kind of random. How much?
What brings you to the
Yeah, what's up, lad? Big clumps between 20 and 30. Yo, that's insane. What? Interesting. I didn't know that.
To break another's work.
Nice, lad. Oh, we can go again. Okay. So it's the same without the extra quality. This is the same. We got indestructible and GA. And GA is on weapon damage pork. So it's like 1.5% damage or something. Actually, no, it has all damage instead of crit. So it's probably not even worth. So it's the same without the GA on the Divine Lance. Although, actually, wait a minute. The weapon damage better.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned. From creation, destruction.
No. Eight quality.
Mainlander.
Okay, they all didn't actually improve anything. Unfortunate. What else can we do? Dude, look how many of these waters of white doves I have. We don't actually need the blessed shield ranks, right? I just realized the blessed shield ranks are actually like useless. Oh man. Oh. Why couldn't they just like make the fawn skill to ranks, you know, make it like, I don't know, start at like, it pulses for 25% of your fawns and then you get like 2% more per rank or something. And then this would actually make some sense. Is there any reason on God or Aurora for T12? Well, it's just like more chill and fun.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's one uses that is maybe acceptable, but two I'm not doing.
Greetings.
Whoa. That was kind of a joke.
Thanks.
How fair is it that Rogue can get 4 gems in the weapons and other class like Spiritborn only 2? And that's not really relevant for anything, if the devs would pay a bit of attention to balancing it. But the bigger problem is that they don't. Playing that rogues get 4 when bars get 6. Yeah, maybe they were trying to be cautious, you know. They know that the bars will come for them if they complain. The rogues are more chill. Ugh. Ugh. So it's the other one that has crit chance.
What is a fortress, isn't it? You know where to find me.
One of the most fun builds to me, and why? Rogue builds. Because it's a fun class. Okay, so we have a lot of strength, some more crit. Yeah, I mean healing received, I guess, but I guess this one's actually better in that case. Do you even want to roll? Like, they don't even have crit on this, like, fuck this. Okay, so I'm gonna try. Gonna take that. Alright, what else? Not sure what I'm gonna do with this random materials might. I'm kinda curious though, if I equip it, how will it change my toughness? I wanna try this for science. I wonder if I can roll auras again. So as flat and percent. I can still roll the flat.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Like, it's actually crazy. It's still minus 1.1% toughness, just the stats. Doesn't even count the effect. And you know, the actual damage reduction aspect of only 20% is like pretty mediocre, right? It's like more, like most aspects are more than that we use these days. Heavenly strength is like double, for example. Yeah, true. It should even be diminishing returns as well on the part. It might be even worse, yeah. But I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, plus 0. Plus 0.4%. It has a GA even, and the masterwork. I guess if I didn't have the Herald or Sacred Rune, let's try to get a normal shield. Something that is like a bit more normal. Plus 2.9, man. Holy. Hi, Obsidian. Now it's minus 0.3 because of the aura on. Wow. Crazy. It's so bad, actually. It's crazy, man. Like, under what circumstance would a Tears might actually be useful? The barrage is can't really trigger anything and stuff, I believe. I don't know. Maybe there's like some weird on-hit triggers that is not a lucky hit that he could somehow use. And then 20 DR is just like significantly worse than like Glint's. If I do this here. Yeah, I have 3.3. Pick up this, 2.5. 24% toughness, 23% toughness loss. Nice. It's not even maxed out at Glint's, it goes to 38. It's gonna be like 30% toughness loss. Equipping materials. Wonderful. With a GA. Actually crazy how bad it is, man. Iconic item, by the way. Okay, now comes the real question. What about this thing? I guess you keep the Juggernaut skills because it buffs the Defiance aura, so you just put a life. Oh, so okay, there's Fawns. It doesn't always come with Fawns actually, so I guess you want Fawns and life. So which one do I want more? I mean, 17. Does it go up? Very little. Okay, so 1700. $3.5. So like 5k Fawns roughly, plus a bit of change from Paragons. 150. I don't know, let's say 6k Fawns. So, well, does the Clash Fawns improve? It also goes up by a little bit. Almost nothing. Any possibility of Grim Dawn giveaway later? I did ask, but I haven't heard yet.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Actually, I want to check a little bit. I guess I'll go for the Fawns Masterwork actually. Doing that. What? Oh, you did resolve stacks. Okay, that kind of makes sense. And here's some gear actually. Penitent Greaves, that's funny. Blood Mat, Mythic equipped. This is actually like a Fortress gamer. No, he has water. Okay, it's like a Blessed Shield gamer. Okay. Pretty good. With the aura skills transfigure. Okay, there's also Thorns here. Losing Resolve. Yeah, actually Lapas is a very good aspect now. It's like after 20 times, so that's like 15k. So we have like 20, 25k Thorns. So Thorns Sword is actually not all that crazy because of this aspect. Pretty good Blood Mad. Wait, he has like a Flawless Royal Ruby here, but not in the neck. Interesting. Defiance or Potency, just put movement speed transfigure, easy. Actually going for all stats very well. This is shield charge. I need to make more of these chests actually. There's 3 of them. Can kind of just print them. Exile to go from 5 to 6 of the Masterwork crit. Oof. Wait a second, so we have 10 resolve.
Back to it then.
12 resolve. 18, 24, 30, 36. We actually don't have to put it. We can only consume 16 at a time. Yes, cooldown. Is there any other reason to have that many maximum resolve stacks? Sentinel glyph. I think I'm gonna do the masterwork on this. Sentinel caps at 33% damage if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Sentinel Club. Okay, so this means 22 resolve stacks is the cap. Seeing something else for resolve. Yeah, it's basically his fortress, right? I think this one is uncapped. That's a 30% difference, actually. Quite a lot. Did I calculate this properly? That seems like a large difference. 36, yeah, it was 12, and then plus 24 is 36. The alternative is go for 22. Okay, so what's the difference when I go... Okay, and first of all, we're not going to have it on the neck, right? We're not going to put it on the neck, so we're going to have, instead of 36, we're going to have 30. It's a full investment. So that's not the multi. So going for 30 with all stacks is a 17% damage increase if the fortress is up. So I could leave out one temper. I think it might temper it, go to 5, but we don't go to masterwork it. It's only one more resolve stack. How much is one resolve stack if you're going from... This should be 2 divided by this. It's a 1.85% damage multi. I think, for example, just like moving a masterwork around. For example, from life. So not strength life armor, strength life fonts. Like you see, without the owl, this is also the same toughness because I put the masterwork on the life. 17.3. 19.8. So it's 2.5% toughness. Or 1.85% damage. If Fortress is up. And it's not gonna be most of the time. And what about the fonts? It's like 700 fonts, 750 fonts. And we said we're gonna have something like around 20k fonts. So that would be like around 3%. So this seems actually kind of useful. I think if anything, I want to go fonts because it's always up. I don't have to stack anything. Don't have to press Fortress. The other question is how much is the Juggernaut? So 14 ranks gave us 30%. It's like 2% and sometimes 3%. I guess. Or something like that. So I'm not 100% sure what writer font scales with. I think this might be a multi for fonts, and this is additive. But the passive is gone. So maybe it's just a multi now as well. Could assume it's a multi. So 3 ranks to Juggernaut skills is tiny bit of flat fonts, and then let's say 6% on this. So that's this should be like around 3% damage. 1% per rank. So that is okay. Is resolve generator still a thing? Oh shit. That doesn't actually exist anymore. Oof.
I'll be here, swinging away. Step up to my anvil.
Like the eyes of Laganda herself.
The song is called Sleepless Nights on Fury Weekend, by the way. Okay.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Nice, actually. Well, we're probably gonna have a lot of all stats, but okay. Indestructible. So it's gonna send this one. That's okay. Okay, so I got this thing sorted out. Took a while. Yeah, I had to do some math to actually figure out what do you want on this thing. So I went with the Thorns Masterwork now. So we had the option to go with, you know, rolling res, masterworking that res, or rolling the Thorns, masterworking the Thorns, or masterworking the armor, or masterworking the Juggernaut, or masterworking the resolve. So the resolve stacks, if you had 29 resolve stacks and go to 30, the fortress will give you 1.85% extra damage. You don't have really any other benefit from the extra maximum resolve. You only get one more rank from the masterwork, which is a pretty weak outcome, going from 5 to 6, when another stat could go up by almost 40%. You know, you only get a 20% bonus, basically, going from 5 to 6. But another stat goes plus 40%. When it's, you know, bigger values, because there's no weird rounding. And having like 750 more thorns on the base value of around 25k thorns, when you have like a few bronze rolls and Clash active and the Aura active and Lapis Scripture active, is around 3% damage. It's even better when you have shitty thorns rolls or missing thorns rolls. The Strength Masterwork was like a 1 point something percent. And then the armor would be like a 2.5% toughness. So it's basically armor versus thorns. 2.5% toughness versus 3% damage, so I went for the thorns. And the Juggernaut ranks was not really enough. The Juggernaut rank would go from 3 to 4 of the Masterwork. It doesn't even go to 5. So it's not really good. You could go to 5 with like a quality transfigure or something. Then in that case you would get 2 ranks to the Defiance Aura, which would probably be something like 4% damage. But you have to hit the quality, and I don't know how much of it actually. The base value is 2. We'd have to go to 4.5, so doesn't even work. You would have to hit like a plus 25 quality. Yeah, it doesn't even exist. I can't even do this. So this is not even a thing. Okay. And this we salvage. What is the cap for Expelling Sparks? I guess you need to ask Rob for that. 54 days left in the season. I know. Why you're winking?
Welcome to my home away from home.
Uh-oh, speak German mit ihm. Meine Güte. Ach, ich muss auch kurz weg von der Tastatur und neues Wasser holen. Ja, bin gleich zurück, Leute. Jo, bin wieder da. Okay. Was können wir noch aufräumen hier? Mythische, einzigartige Gegenstände. Elduin. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das überhaupt benutzen würde. Aber wir können vielleicht 1 oder 2 davon machen. Okay, wir haben 5 Stück. Wir haben alle so ziemlich dieselben Affixe.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
May you find your way back.
I don't really know Greek. A little bit though. I can understand some things. But I'm not really like studying it actively right now. But it's like not really necessary either. You got a crit? Yeah, okay. I think this is gonna be the weapon then. I'm not gonna even try the others. Not even sure if I want to use this thing, so that will do. Alright, what else?
This should be interesting.
Gegenstandsvollendung. Halleluja. I'm not sure about the rake set for Spirit One. You mean like the Jaguar set? Or what? Wait, what about it? I did play with it, I just find it very annoying. What resource are we talking about? Okay, my one and only. Oh. Okay. That actually worked out. I wonder if I would like to equip it now. It might actually be better than this. I mean, this doesn't have crit either. It just has cooldown, fizz res. Look at the toughness. 16% toughness. Kind of huge. 600 strength. And that's actually not even a gem.
Seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
750 strength more. 467. 371. So it's like 22% extra damage. 16% toughness. Kinda insane actually. Kinda nice. Okay, any Tybalt's enjoyers? I mean, it's a bit more damage. It's also not bad to go for this, maybe. If I can roll some auras. Actually, we have to make a decision, right? Like, the life here versus maximum resolve stacks. Yeah, we kind of have to go maximum resolve stacks for the Thorns builds. And we also want Thorns roll on it. I think I actually deleted that I had Thorns on them. Oops. How am I gonna stay alive with this? Takes so little life and anything. He doesn't even have life on the weapon, that's actually crazy. That's insane. I guess there's a lot of the DR here. The diamond mind and stuff. And I guess the set is also kind of nice at a 30 DR, the minimum resolve. Reflect distance. A lot of block DR. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Some stuff cannot be blocked, so unlucky. It's exactly 5% extra damage. Plus the GA strength.
May you find your way back.
It's actually running interdiction aspect, or what is he putting on the neck? I wonder if he actually has 100% block without it. 15 chance. Here's the unsolvable aspect. I don't think he actually has 100% block chance, although Clash and this 30, 50. It's actually okay, this is 30, 45, 65. Actually it should work. 76. 82.5. 87.5. Oh, it's actually... It's like 91.5, I think. He has Beacon as well, so this is how. Beacon also has block. And less castle, shield bearer. Yeah, with Beacon it works. VR, what's that? Sounds like cheating. Actually, I think I'm gonna master the life on this thing. It already has dodge, so that's a bit sketchy. I'm gonna do the live.
You know where to find me.
And then quality.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
You might stick a little bit more to lands. Dude, how many souls have I actually used? There's like 10k souls just like crafting a few mythics here. Holy. They are vanishing. Oh hey, he's there, yeah. I guess it wasn't much stronger. Uh-oh. Well, I'll take it, I guess. Good with this here. Let's save this for later. Red Sermon, huh? Don't think there's a chance we're gonna use that. We have this thing here. Big Red Sermon. I should roll it just because. Actually, we kinda need life on it on that build if I wanna play it. So do I actually put life on it on the two-hander now? Instead of life? It's kinda cursed. Actually, I could draw off the strength and keep the fizz. That's probably the play. Actually, I'm not 100% sure about that, because on the two-handed build, we actually have two weapon sockets, where normally we only have this. How much life minute is this? I guess the alternative would be embattled aspect, right? We just do embattled aspect and we don't care about any of this stuff. Oh, sometimes the job I need to put crit on the weapon. This would be 8 and 5. I mean, crit is definitely efficient though. You can put attack speed on rings if you want. The crit temper is better than like a crit roll on the ring, for example. In terms of value.
Eyes of Lycander herself.
Beautiful. Indestructible. Yeah, with the dot multi dawn fire. Oh. I guess I'll be Potosi actually for this. I'll leave it there for now. What's this thing? He's a mythic endurance faith. Insane. And it's the only one I have saved. Yikes. Okay. It's probably still better than like any of these here. And it's a 2GA 50. It's like a 10% upgrade from the aspect. If I want to use it. And the crit multi and the weapon damage probably are not 10%. And then, okay, there's like the 2GAs and another stat actually. Which would be 10 or 12 all. It's kind of close. But this one is shiny. So I guess this is fine. He isn't in the endurance faith. Oh, I think I'd only mythic selected. You have a lot of endurance faith actually. Oh. That was pretty good even. So... Not sure we need a starters yet. Not gonna do any Shard of Aerial stuff. This can go. This can go. This can go. Arcadia. That's kinda okay. This is pretty good. His GA on the life is a 1.1% toughness difference, like this. Everything else. And it's also actually the cold rest, never mind. And this is armor, okay. So here you can have everything. This is a no. So these are fine. I can roll all three. But I'm not sure what I want to put of them yet. So we'll save them. We got a pretty good Mythic Cathedrals. There's a kind of crappy Blood Mat. I don't think there's a chance I'm gonna do Gate of the Red Dawn, right? But I'm gonna save one of them maybe for now. What about some Hammerden? Weapon all. I guess here's roll the all to crit.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Shield Bearer is broken. Is it still like the snapshotting stuff? I thought they had changed that. Oh. It only counts having 4 resources. Oh, wait, what? When you have interdiction, you mean? I actually have interdiction here. Really? That's messed up. $12 quality. Okay, good enough. I think if I want to do some hammers. City GA and all. Okay. It's fine.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Giraffe. Okay, so you want to do that. But I just sort out my charms a little bit. I've been like just stockpiling shit here. I think first of all I'm gonna get rid of this entire Lights Epiphany stat. There's no way we're gonna play that, right? Okay. And then I need to start collecting some of these like all stats. Let's say that. What the hell? not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. Although fire is maybe more dangerous than fizz, but it's a much better value there. I'm just gonna keep the fizz. I'm not sure about these yet. Okay. So wait a minute, how do I actually play like a Blast Hammer build? Just with the Righteous build set? Actually sounds like a logout angle if you ask me. Right. Like, okay, what do we actually have in the guide? I'm kind of curious now. He actually is running this. Any explanation about what the bug is? What is the bug? And what's the issue with it? Actually, I want to save this. And this. And maybe this. And the bug is that Wing Strike loses disciple tag. Okay, I mean, I'm not planning to make a Wing Strikes build. I want to play like just like a Hammers build, for example. So that wouldn't matter. But the 500% falls off. Okay, so that's great. As in that case, I'm probably not even gonna try any shenanigans of that. And I'm not sure about the Fist of Heaven stuff. Dude, I have to do something about these sets, man. Maybe it's gonna say screw it. Like this Radiant set, I just don't even want to try, honestly. Fall to Zealot. I mean, I could try something like this on Diamond Mind Zeal stuff. Ah, so it's only the Wing Strikes that lose the 500%. And the other builds, they can still run it? Okay, maybe I should save the Lights Epiphany set then. Radiant set is all in right now. Yeah, but then you can't kill bosses, so what am I gonna do? Bunch of resin that we have. 18k. Not even that crazy. What the hell? Ugh. Alright. Time to order for this shit. Ah, yeah, right. We had a giveaway running. Okay, it's finally time to pull a winner. Guys, we have a BlizzCon Digital Ultimate Bundle that we got from Bloodshed. I will have 2 more actually, so I'm probably gonna do some like tomorrow and stuff. So here's a bunch of in-game goodies you're gonna get from this. The whole thing is worth 50 bucks. I have too many games in this library. Where's Grindon? Last played November 12th, 2022. Sorry, 2020. For 6 minutes, guys. Okay. So, the winner of our bundle is Mugger. Yo. Actually, a name I recognize. Look at that. Can Bloodshed give a pit bubble away? Oof. So tomorrow the Grim Dawn expansion launches. So I wanted to try out the game a little bit beforehand. I have a whole 6 minutes of experience. First time Grim Dawn. That'll be fun. I might get lucky and get a few like Grim Dawn keys as well. I asked them maybe we can do some giveaways tomorrow as well if they launch. Okay, Grim Dawn Definitive Edition, Grim Dawn Crucible, Grim Dawn Ashes of Malmouth. I was gonna put Grim Dawn. Okay. Oh my god. I'm getting ear blasted here, holy. Oof. Actually, can we do it in-game? Actually, we can. Okay. I guess if I put like very high on everything, right? Who cares? So is there no sound while in background? Okay. How much FPS is das? Okay. Is that WSD in this game? Probably not, right? How about force move? Drink energy potion. Drink health potion. Dude, R for health potion, that is cursed. U for interact. They do have an evade though. Aha. Plus 10er Tastatur and minus 10er Tastatur, guys. Remember that keybind. So what is move and force move? What's the difference to that? Also there's pick up, whatever that means. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change the potion though. Does it have like a town portal or something? No. Okay, apparently T is not mapped. Okay, what do I do? A main campaign, I guess? Normal difficulty. Custom game, Crucible. Game guide. Uh-huh. We have an official website here, look at that. Combat, monsters, exploration. We should actually check this out a little bit. Might be kind of good to read through this a bit. Personal Rift is town portal. Mm-hmm. Help window. Okay, I guess it's going to main campaign and load it up and see what happens. Will there be a sale for the base game? I imagine. Apparently you need to have everything. You have to buy the whole thing and then the new expansion. That's what I understand. So I have the base game right now. Actually, it does say Forgotten Gods. I'm not sure if I actually have the campaign, the other things now. It only says Grim Dawn. I guess I could check the shop. Let's see, Grim Dawn. In library. What the fuck? Why is it so laggy? Okay, so I have... Okay, what is going on? Like super cursed. Okay, so I think I have everything, actually. So just this one missing. They gave me a key for this, actually, so I guess I can just like use the key tomorrow and we're fine. And I asked if I can maybe get some more giveaways. I guess I can select the other campaigns, right? So it's just main campaign, Crucible, host. Okay, so Elite is basically New Game Plus, and Ultimate is actually a new start and a high difficulty. Wait, how do I actually start? Create character. Oh. Okay, there's like no class or anything. We just have this now. Okay. Expansion not accessed from within the game. Okay. Oh, I think I've actually seen the cinematic. In-game sound is gone. Wait, what? How did it turn off? Sorry about that. Actually, okay, wait a second. I could make a new character again, right? Oh, the sound is back? No, it's just completely gone. What? How did that happen? Yeah, it changed my input. Are you serious?
Still drawing.
That is wild. Okay, let me try this again. This is fine. Okay, let's try this again. It just randomly changed it. Oh. Delete. What does the male guy look like? Holy. Let's see. I guess there's more cinematics, right? And now it works, okay. Crazy that it just like randomly changed my sound setting.
We paid a heavy price, but the trap worked.
You seem surprised.
It's been a while since we've had a win. How long will it hold?
I've never entrapped a being like this. But the bonds hold. For now.
How do we dispose of it?
I'm just a witch. You're the soldier.
If it bleeds, I can kill it.
How do you kill a spirit, though?
If you kill the mortal vessel while it's bound, the spirit may perish within. If it escapes...
It's listening to us.
What are you?
Others of your kind name us Ethereal.
Why have you invaded our world?
Your world. We existed first, but were managed by your corrupt gods. Your kind opened the way, and now we return to reclaim what by right should be ours.
I've heard enough of this rubbish. Let's hang it.
Destroy this vessel, and I will find another. I have tasted its desires and emotions. Your kind is weak. You have already lost this war.
Do it.
Captain!
Cut him down!
What? Are you mad? Better safe than sorry.
The spirit has fled!
This is a human now.
The captain is correct. When they awaken, they won't remember a thing.
The Ethereal was right. The war is lost. We're a resistance now, and we need every human survivor we can call to our cause. Maybe this one here can still die with some honor. If they ever wake up, send them to me. If they don't, bury him deep with the others.
Okay, my pulse move status just doesn't do anything. Cool. And what is the difference with force move? Okay, so I have to put it on move. I wonder what the force move actually means. Okay, so that works, I guess. Oh, wait. Wait, pulse move is actually auto walk. What the fuck? Oh, wait, he just follows my cursor. Okay, this is cursed actually. Wait a second. That is a giga cursed. Not sure what I'm doing here. Okay. I will figure out what the force move actually does later, I guess. I'm gonna try maybe something in combat.
Still drawing breath, I see. You're one lucky bastard, I'll give you that. Best you were possessed. So we strung you up. Seems the spirit fled your body before your life ran out. I'd have left you to hang, but the captain had other plans. He's up the road.
Okay, we want to put tab, follow your map, I guess. There's no overlay map apparently. Or did I miss that? Push to talk, yeah, I don't think that. Okay. It takes 6 scrap and 3,000 iron bits to repair. The yellow triangle. Okay.
So you're the one we almost hung. I didn't really see a sense in it, but then again, no one really cares what old Barnabas thinks. You really should go speak with the captain. He'll be the one deciding whether there's a place for you.
You're not looking too bad for someone just come back from the brink of death. You were taken, possessed by the same creatures that have been reanimating these zombies here. Normally I'd have burned you with the rest to be safe, but we've lost too many people to... Need someone expendable. Someone with nothing to lose but a lot to gain. Right now, you are that person. Prove your worth to me, and the survivors of Devil's Crossing may just welcome you. The bodies of the dead are rising again in some horrible unlife. Corpses don't just get up and move around on their own. Something is reanimating our deceased with ethereal energy. We have observed the dead for... You will need to fight your way through Lower Crossing. Once you've crossed the stream on the far side of town, there will be a beaten path leading up to Burial Hill. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I'd be asking a lot of my people to welcome you with open arms too. Help us in our hour of need.
Okay. Yeah, we're probably not gonna play PoE this time. I think I'm going to Grim Dawn. See how that goes. Constitution is converted into health. Okay, so it's like the yellow stuff, I guess. So it's a bit like Fortify, I guess. Just only out of combat. Food rations or vital essence. Have any skills? Oh, that goes far.
That skill's not ready.
Wait. I'm pressing this button and now it actually does what it's supposed to. With a false move. What the fuck? What? It works when I have it on the keyboard, but not on my mouse wheel. Like now it's just like walking after my cursor. I'm not even pressing anything. When I press the button on my keyboard, it works fine. What the fuck? Oh god, okay. That is cooked, man. Alright, what do I do? Am I freewheeling? No, not freewheeling. Dude, a false move with free will, that is a death sentence. That is insane. Okay, so what do I do? What if I only do one of them? Look, I press A, and he walks there, right? And he stops. But I do one mouse wheel down, and now he just follows my cursor. That is insane. Okay. Well, I guess you have to like do everything with click the move then. That's a bit scuffed. I don't understand what force move actually does. This is just move. Why not veteran difficulty? I have no idea how difficult this game is. I have no idea about this game in general, so I'm not a veteran. I'm a noob. Play a noob difficulty. I have reached level 2. And I don't even have like a proper keybind. Soldier, Demolitionist, Occultist, Nightblade, Arcanist, Shaman. Yeah, we can play Shaman. Inquisitor, Necromancer, Roofkeeper. Okay. Holy crit. Shit. Where did my points go? Oh. Wait, can I just select the class right away now? But you can just unspec this. Oh shit. Okay, this is basically like an hell clock. No, it's exactly the same system actually, it seems. Still have to play Hill Clock again. Okay, this is for later. Okay, so you put 1 point and then we can do this, yeah. Okay, I guess we're just gonna do some stuff like this. How do I assign skills? Are these actually skills? Okay, what is the difference between skills and passives? Okay, so the round ones are skills, and these are passives, I guess. No, I'm not sure. I guess this is like the start and this is the end, so this is... it always starts with a square. Okay. Yeah, you can undo a class, I saw. gonna be Shaman now. We don't have Shaman in D4, I'm gonna play Shaman now. I think I have to like lower the intensity of the music. I wish the music would just keep playing when I pause. Uh-oh. Screen shake. Can I turn this off? Oh shit. Okay, it's like a soccer ball or something. Battle shell. Used in shields. Plus 15 physique. And seal plus 16. Oh, that's a lot, right? And it grants a shield. Shield slam. Okay. Uh-oh. And then right click. Touch. I think das letzte ist schon Auto Attack. Dude, I'm like level 2, and this thing has like 12 stats or something. What is happening? Okay. Now we have his armor apparently. Destroy the floating orb. Oh, let's go. Okay, this is like a thing after bosses or something. Yo. Scrap metal howdah. Magic 200 axe. Okay. I guess you probably want to look physique and spirit, but let's do this for now. The kick. Law bonus 25 XP. Holy. Okay, Primal Strike ASAP. That's a lightning bonk I love. Okay, Primal Strike. Let's see. There's upheaval. Ah, here. I guess I'll get a few points in there and then get 4 additional points. Okay, I'm actually one-tapping these guys. Two-handed melee and two-handed opponents. I mean, two-handed, like I want something like Storm Strike, that'll be cool. Is that a thing? Prime Strike is the most fun skill in the game. Okay, sounds good. I guess I'll try. But this poison or whatever I'm doing is actually insane. It just melts. These guys have no chance. Oh. Okay, I need to learn what is magical damage in this game. Does that include like any non-physical? Requires two-handed melee and two-handed ranged weapon. 3-second skill recharge. Bleed damage over 2 seconds, stuns target. Okay. So we got like two-handed bonk. Basically like this picture. That's what we need. Level up. Wait, how do I undo points now? I guess in town. Wow. Oh, there's exploding from this item. You know what? It's kind of insane. Just one shot this guy. What the hell? Does it have charges or something? No. It's just one shots everything. I missed. I need iron bits to respec, okay. I did like a few respec points at the start when I was in town, so I thought I can just do it in town or something. Okay, I guess we'll see later. Okay guys, we have arrived at the Den of Evil. Let's go. Here's Corpse Fire. Level 5. Okay, I see no floating thing. What does this? Scrap. That's 54% fire damage. 43% energy regeneration. Yeah, this seems... It's 60% cooldown. Okay, that seems like a very good level 5 item. What is going on there? Okay. So yellow is magic, green is rare. Anything else up here?
I can't do that yet.
Another entrance. The game will drop massive loot. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm level 5 and I have like some insane items. I'm like, what is going on here? Personal rift. Hey Riley, I'm at BlizzCon, yeah?
The dead attacks have slowed and their numbers are thinning. I take that as a sign that you've dealt with the source?
Crazy thing is getting saved by 12 people. That's kind of cool.
The creature was doing this? Disturbing. Thanks to your efforts, we may yet hold out here a little longer. I've sent word to the gate guard. Speak to him and he should let you in. Take some well-deserved time to rest and recover. Welcome to Devil's Crossing.
The cube is coming tomorrow. Is that any expansion?
In the meantime, there are others around Devil's Crossing who could use your help. Take a moment to mingle with your fellow survivors. Kasparov, our resident scientist, is really eager to speak with you. He babbled some nonsense, but I believe
no
he
group.
wants
Okay.
to talk about your connection with the Ethereals.
The expansion stopping in 30 minutes. No, it's tomorrow
Said he needed
sometime.
help with
It's
our
like
water pump.
in
When
the
you're
evening
done
for me, I
assisting
think.
them, speak with me in my office inside the prison.
Okay.
I'm
What? Illusion be gone. Is it like some transmog thing? Okay, where's the spirit guy? And by the way, someone asked about BlizzCon and stuff. I'm planning to make like a Discord channel as well on the Discord for like anyone who is gonna attend and stuff. And I might post some stuff there, and you know, maybe some pictures and whatever. So
Welcome to my workshop. I saw you fighting the dead out in Lower Crossing, and I dare say you were absolutely brilliant. Rift gates, yes. The Ethereals use them to get around. I was working on a way to close them, but then you stumbled through ours. We have never seen a human possessed
yeah,
or
I'll go there, guys.
otherwise pass through one before. You don't remember anything, do you? I may have taken some liberties while you were out cold. It was just a few tests, a blood sample or two, nothing major. The results were curious. It appears that your body is still teeming with residual aether energies. Don't worry, you won't be growing any new limbs, probably. But I'm going on tangents here. I believe that with a correctly tuned pulse of aether energy, we can replicate this phenomenon in a controlled manner. As in, without the need for pesky possession. I've been working on just the device to do it, but it needs power. For that, you'll be looking for large formations of crystals with an unnatural Did you bring back the egg? Excellent. These will do perfectly. I'll just place them in... very good. I'm sure a little more aether in your system won't do you the slightest harm. Okay, maybe it was a lot more. But you look fine. Fitter than ever. A real shame about the prototype, though. Showed such promise. We've been so preoccupied with this Riftgate business that I completely forgot about my apprentice, Darlet. I sent her out to the Burwich Estates to fetch parts for our research, and she's been gone entirely too long. See, I have to say, I do feel a little responsible for her now that she's my apprentice. Could you...
You have a pick for me with from last time. Oh. So, did we meet there? Okay. Are you gonna be there again or what? Yeah, last time we had this meet and greet and also like some random people that I met. But I don't like, you know, recall like all the people, there were so many. Yes. Okay. We have a lot of quests here, guys.
What do you want?
We'll see what's left of my wares.
Here's a merchant, so just like sell all the stuff. Gold.
Put it to good use.
Do we actually have boots? I don't have any boots. I need more physique to wear them. Okay. So what does this do? Magical damage. Energy region. I was gonna put some. Illusionist. Ah, okay. So this is this. Okay, and then we remove it again with the illusion purge. Alright.
That's something you need stashed. It's safe with me. Promise.
Okay, there's a stash.
Greetings, child. I am pleased to see that the taint of possession has left you. Should you require it, I offer spiritual guidance to the survivors. I will gladly extend
Hi, New
this
Frontier.
service
We're at
to
level
you.
5 right now. We're blasting.
My knowledge of spirits has allowed
She's
me
the
to
one
devise
from
a
the
trap
cinematic.
with which we were able to contain you and the ethereal that controlled you. It was not until the noose was firmly around your neck that the spirit left you, though. I'm afraid that I am not at all fit for combat, which from my understanding was more than necessary for you to reach the Reanimator's lair. I was only able to subdue the ethereal within you with the use of a trap, which would have required the Reanimator to come to us, just as you have. Troubled memories can cloud the mind and torment the spirit. With my guidance, you can move past. My knowledge of spirits has allowed me to devise a trap with which we were able to contain you and
Okay.
the ethereal that control. Troubled memories can cloud the mind.
Okay. So now... I'm not gonna do the swarm, I guess. Ah, so iron bits are basically the gold. Alright.
Stay strong.
We have so many points. I have 15 points. That's a lot of energy. But also like really rams. Okay, so we have to... Okay, so this is kind of like the track to unlock stuff. And here's the skill itself, okay. Well, I need a two-handed weapon now, right? I can actually use it. Oops. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna auto-attack stuff for now. Unlucky. More.
What do you want?
What do we do? Imagine. Can we see the embassies? Barnabas. He's down there. Loot a dead body inside it in a prison?
I can't do that yet.
Here? Did I miss one? Outside of town, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go out south here to Barnabas now, let's see.
The captain send you over? You must have done quite a service with the dead if he's got hands to spare for old Barnabas. Let's get to business, yeah? Our wind pump's broken down again and we're running low on water. Search the ruined houses and the old dumping grounds on the far side of Lower Crossing, past the burial hill. Did you get the scrap? Search the ruined house.
Yeah. I guess we just go out here again. Nowhere to go. Collect the scrap. Right, we'll see. I need to find a good two-handed weapon, but I guess for now I'm kind of strong anyway. I can just like auto-attack these guys and use my other AoE spell. Let's see a little bit what's up here. Hi, adjacent. Yeah, I hear a lot of people like this game. It's pretty chill so far, so I'm just kind of like trying to immerse myself and figure out what is going on here. Guy's getting one-tapped. So interestingly, even though I can't use my right click, he still does an auto attack when I press it. Oh, scrap. Okay, so this is how it works. Somewhere here in these houses, I guess. Let's see. So I have been here earlier. Maybe I couldn't loot it yet. Shoulder. Oh, he auto cut it. Look.
What do you think of the game so far?
Looks very nice.
Mm-hmm. What are you playing?
Well, I'm playing a shaman.
What levels are you?
I'm level 6. I'm blasting.
Do you have Crucible? Did I gift it to you?
Yeah, actually I have all of the expansions, it seems.
Crucible is
Lord.
not exactly an expansion.
Ah, yeah, okay, I can do that, yes. The Crucible thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna play that now, so...
It's my favorite way to level characters. You have all the vendors there too.
Mm-hmm.
You can get constellations as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you encounter any shrines?
Yeah, there was a shrine where I put like a crystal, and then I got some loot.
What does the chat think?
Everyone loves Grimdawn, apparently.
Mm-hmm. You were the last to play it.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know why. I bought this for you years ago. I told you to try. I always advocate.
Where does Grimdawn rank for you?
At least second.
Second.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Loot the corpse.
I'm trying. We got pants, guys. Look at this. Big pants. I don't see any more scrap here. I guess they're gonna keep
Our
going.
games are better than before. Come on. Seriously now?
Like, these items are insane. Like, you get insane items here at level 5. It's crazy.
So he's asking how you liking the zero guidance style.
Yeah, it's kind of... I know, it's like... I guess slightly old school, but I'm used to it, so it's fine.
You're going blind, right? You didn't read or watch anything?
No. No. I mean, it's not much different from, like, I don't know, playing like WoW Vanilla or something for the first time, so it's not the zero guidance. Scroll wheel to rotate the camera. We'd actually rebound this, was it here? No, scroll wheel was zoom, so I rebounded to this. Oh, I can actually zoom out. Oh shit. Quite far. Maybe a bit too far actually. Let's do this. Okay, here's a crossing rift. We're here now. Right, let me put a keybind on this. Not sure what they show item tooltips is supposed to be.
You can also rotate by the middle mouse button.
Ah, that's what I mean.
Why are you throwing stuff?
I want to figure out how the filter works. Did I throw it? What does item tooltip mean? Like, I press this button, nothing happens. Okay. It's kind of funny how he actually like reaches down to pick up the item.
How many hours do I have in Grimdawn? Many thousand.
Many thousand.
Yeah.
How many characters have you played?
Not that many. I've lost a few in hardcore as well.
Ditch.
Hmm?
Ditch. Wait, there's the cave again here. Okay.
That skill's not ready.
Grimdawn was the game that made me start gaming again after like a few years break I had.
Was that good or bad?
If that was good.
Yeah.
The fact that I took a break, you mean?
Uh,
I was completely burned out before that.
What were you playing before? Eve.
Warcraft 3.
Warcraft 3.
And Eve.
How do you burn out from Warcraft 3? I don't believe you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay. I was also playing a lot of Eve Online.
Yeah, that I can understand.
You know, I was very competitive in Warcraft.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know, Warcraft is just vibes, you know, I think. It's just such a chill game.
Chill.
Yeah.
Was not chill for me.
Eve Burnout. Any other people here with Eve Burnout? That
Why are you laughing, Jack?
might have lasted like a decade or two. This dangerous
I
domain.
was living for it.
Chaos damage.
That skill's not.
Interface. That was actually a setting I wanted to check.
I never played WoW and other stuff like that. I actually tried Conan, the MMO, when it first came out, for like 6 months, and then I got very bored. And then I just completely got lost in it.
Age of Conan. I almost played that, but we didn't in the end.
Yeah, I was playing a necromancer. Stygian one.
This guy's insane, what the fuck?
I think I tried Lineage for a day, and I was constantly, what's the term, ganked. And I was leaving town again and again and again with my level 1 character. And yeah, I was like, fuck this. I was told that most MMOs at that time were like that.
Can't do that yet.
I also tried WoW and I hated it. I couldn't even look at it.
How do I regen here? Okay. Oh! No, we blocked, okay.
Can't do that yet.
Not hardcore.
Ah. Close enough.
Are you practicing?
For my hardcore Grim Dawn run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I'm getting ganked by some fucking hedgehog.
Yeah. Do you have anything against poison?
Yes, I despise it.
Now you do, I'm sure. I like this loot thing with the circle.
Uh-huh. Okay, got stuff.
Mm-hmm. By the way, this technology is amazing here. ARPG creators. Yeah. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, you are. Huh? And you can click it again and it can put it like this. Yeah, the technology was always there.
Mm-hmm. Need more physique, guys. That's
Last
it.
Epoch got it. Not all the rest.
My inventory is getting slightly full. And I need a
Hey, you're
two-handed.
dying. Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. You can just live there. Move.
Are we done here? Is there anything else? Can I loot anything?
Did you find the shrine?
There's no shrine.
Yeah, there's no shrine here.
But I killed the hedgehog.
That's something.
I guess I just throw this, I don't know.
You can sell them, you know. You don't have to throw them.
Are you sure you want to auto sort? Okay. Lore!
Do you like reading lore?
Yeah.
You want some water?
Yeah. Please. Thank you.
do that yet.
There's a guy. Oh boy. Okay, seems a bit easier than the hedgehog. Oh. He blocks my shit though.
You your weapon with elements or poison or something.
I have one.
Yeah. Is it always on?
My weapon is insane, but the problem is I can't use my main skill right now, I'm just auto-attacking. So that's the main issue I have. I need to find a two-handed. I can't use my skill. But I have like some imbued item skill that is insane. It just one-shots everything in AoE. But not this guy, he's tanky. He blocks everything. And I miss, oh my god. This guy takes like no damage.
Yeah, those are hard.
What the hell? Okay. 5 cunning and 5 spirit. Sure. Yes. Woo. Yo, BP Frosty. Thanks so much, man. ZDPS, man. Are you flaming my build? I won't have that. Gonna level 7 and I'm auto-attacking, okay? We are blasting. And I have this skill. Like, this skill is insane. What was that actually? I socketed this, yeah. Granted skills, shield slam. No, this is but from the item. Actually? Ah, this is the shield slam actually that I'm doing. This is from the shields. This was not the upgrades. Yeah, this shield slam is insane. This build was the inspiration for the D4 paladin. Holy. I don't know what a shield slam is, it's so much damage, that's crazy. Just explodes these guys. Dude, I'm missing. Devouring swarms. Maybe back in Act 2. Wait, different game.
That skill's not ready.
Need an offensive ability. Thanks for the tip, actually. I'll try and enjoy that. Ah, there's actually okay, there's actually a stat or what? Offensive ability. Ah, here, I see. I wouldn't mind to actually have an ability that I can press though, right now. I'm still auto-attacking. Yeah, maybe I can check the vendor later and see. Back to the house at the start. Yeah, I checked like all the houses in the town and stuff. Maybe I missed something. I still only had 2 scrap. I feel like I kind of went too far. These guys all seem to kind of like high. Actually, they're level 7, they're fine. I guess I go down again a little bit. Maybe there's like a rift here.
That skill's not ready.
Hmm. It's actually like just one big map, huh?
I can't do that yet.
You can use Primal Strike with a two-handed gun. That sounds kind of funny, actually. Shaman shooting with lightning shots. Right, Fire Blast, I mean this thing. Launch a ball of incinerating flame. I already have the poison thing on the weapon. I think I'd rather just wait for the second weapon and then I can try that. Yeah. If it's like some AoE, that would be nice. 2.5 meter radius. 2.2, okay, that seems kinda good actually. So I can do Primal Strike like single target. Ah, here's one. Oh shit. Okay, I think I went way too far. There's no scrap here. So, you probably want to go back a little bit. But where? Maybe here?
I'm still waiting for one of my scouts to report.
Ah, poison bomb from the
Take
item.
some time to mingle with the other.
I thought it also gives me an enchant, right? Component, extra poison damage. Okay, I forgot about the skill actually, so they all give a skill. But this one seems really weak. Actually, 202 poison over 2 seconds. Maybe it's actually not bad.
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left.
Okay. Two-handed mace. Seems like a bunker actually. Cold and frostburn. Chaos converted to chaos. And attack speed. Need more physique. Okay. Two-handed axe. This thing has a lot of damage. 100% armor piercing.
See you around.
Two-handed melee or ranged. So any of them. They have these like vastly different outcomes. This is cold and frostburn, but I guess this is like lightning, right? Physical, lightning. I mean, it does add a lot of like physical and lightning by itself, it seems. And it does bleeding, and it stuns. What the fuck? It also costs a lot of energy, actually. So I guess we do this. Oops. Okay, any chance I can get some... Yeah. Shields, caster, rings, head, and chest armor.
Put it to good use.
I could actually check if he sells anything that has physique. Maybe like a helm. Energy regenerated per second. That's kind of nice. What's my chest? Nothing. Plus 4% physique. 7 offensive ability. Belt. Not enough iron. 16 health regen per second. That's kind of insane. And 9 physique. Do we have rings? They're actually kind of nice. Salt back. Okay, here's 5% physique. And then we can do... Okay, we have a weapon now. For some reason it doesn't cost any energy. A bit sus. Okay. I guess we're gonna try to go out here again and sort of find the rest of the scrap. Did I actually complete any quest? I killed one of the guys. Where the fuck is the rest? Back in level 1 zone. Bird claw. Oh, that seems nice actually. I think all these items look so small. Okay, this is pumping. We can also add one of these stones, right? Can you just spam this? Interesting. So why does this thing not cost any mana? It says 52 energy cost. But this costs nothing. You might need a salt bag and having dinner. Only when it hits, okay. My personal rift was there still.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, dude, I've explored everything here. I have no idea where I can find the rest. I'm gonna try to go up there on the right. Maybe this will help us. Okay, this fire blast is kinda OP. How about this thing? Boom. Okay, that's kinda cool. Can someone respawn this stuff and try again to look for the scrap or so? Can buy some scrap from the vendor. Oh. I just spent all my gold, having no gold left. So now I'm kind of blank here. Okay, this is slightly balanced actually. They're like really OP. Dude, it's crazy. Hey, can I just like do a move too? Okay. Can basically direct PoE controls, yeah, that's fine, I guess. You always kick it on veteran toggle. True. Wait, right now we have Giga OP.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, so we made it all the way back to our previous portal. And now?
That skill's not ready.
Develop exploration. I mean, I'm kind of doing a cool clear and stuff, and I mean, it's probably stuff I'm missing and so on, but, you know, I'm looking around. So. Crap! Okay, 4 out of 5. I guess more important for me is like kind of like trying to find the patterns of like what can I even explore, you know.
Skill's not ready.
Here's a cave. Oh, we can go in there. Maybe like a nice little elite again. Okay.
That skill's not ready.
Okay.
Do that yet.
These guys are shooting. Lore. Mm-hmm. No, this guy just destroyed some breakable and I got loot. Nice. That was okay. Need one more scrap. Can we get that? We have points? I don't have points actually. Oops. Wait a second. So you want to take the size on default attack and it's kind of trigger effects such as feral hunger. Minus 1.3, minus 110. 100% skill code recognition. Okay. So it's cheaper and you can spam it. Okay. But now don't giga one shot everything. Okay. Affects up to 3 targets. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's how it works.
I can't do that yet.
Hopping on to join me. Holy shit. Good luck. Strange key. That seems useful. Trapdoor. I'm not gonna go for much longer. I'm actually getting kind of tired, guys. I've been up for a while. So I guess more tomorrow soon. It was actually pretty fun to start this, yeah. Definitely gonna... I'm probably just gonna do like a full playthrough or something. I'm not sure how long this actually takes to do like the whole campaign and stuff. I guess it'll take a few days or something.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. They released a bunch of big updates. Yeah, the third expansion is coming out tomorrow. For Grindon. But I'm level 9 right now, so I don't know how big these expansions are and anything. But it seems like some people are hyped, so let's see how this will go. Sometimes it's stuttering a little bit here. Maybe I'm gonna turn down something. Maybe the reflections and the shadows or something. So this could be something. $60 plus bosses, 8 nemesis bosses, 3 super bosses, tons of new items, etc. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, level 10. Guys, we're gaming. Here's another cave. A lot of caves. This looks fun. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hi there, baby. You just finished or what? Steam achievement unlocked alert. Let's go. 1100 hours, damn. Yeah, this is like an old game, and they're still making an expansion that comes out tomorrow. So I figured, okay, I might skip PoE. I'm gonna play this instead. And, you know, at least I can say I've played Grim Dawn. If nothing else, but so far it's kinda cool. Okay. Summon what is trapped within. Yeah, what went wrong? Okay. What could go wrong, guys? Nothing, actually. These were pretty easy. Alright. Green belts. Do I have enough? There's like res, offensive, that's pretty good. How do I toggle the difficulty if I want to go veteran difficulty? It's 10% more XP I saw, but I'm not sure how much harder everything gets. But right now we could like easily handle it, I guess. Everything just gets exploded here. Oh boy. Pretty sure we have to start filtering soon here. Need to figure that out. My turn is much harder. Yeah, I guess that could be interesting though, right? So I actually learned the game a little bit. He found some crazy gloss, okay. Did he get like one of the like pink gorges or something? Or the other one? I was farming this Crowded Reaper today. I think I did like almost 200 keys. And then like almost near the end, man, I got finally the one shield I was looking for. That was crazy. Like from the fragments, from the crafting. I think I did like 80 mythics or something, or 90, I don't know. And I could not get it. Crazy. Okay, here's another rift. I'm still missing scrap, but maybe I could buy the last one. Someone said I can buy it. So maybe I'm gonna go back and see what's going on there. So we're quite far up this shore now. Wait, does it tell me where I am? Foggy Bank Rift. Here. So it says something at the delta of the river. And then under the tree stump there's like the hidden treasure. Also haven't found this girl that I should help here on this guy. Dude, what? I mean... That's on this side.
If you happen to find my...
Okay, apparently I didn't find her. Is this the merchant? Okay, does he sell the scrap? No. Okay, this seems good here. A strange key. The Cult of Chthon. No, definitely not Cthulhu, guys, it's Chthon, okay. Or Cthulhu, I mean. This seems nice. $22 health regenerated per second. Seems kinda insane.
Put it to good use.
Nor. I guess I should always read the lore right away.
Did you get the scrap? Search the ruined houses and...
Okay, where can I buy the scrap, guys? Someone said I can buy scrap.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Perfectly safe illusions for a price.
It's a funny emote, Libby. Okay, how insane are they? On a scale of 1 to wudijo. Gotta check the other tabs. Okay, it is this guy. Okay, 800. Easy quest, alright. Okay, sounds good.
Good news is, I got the water pumping again. The only problem is, it smells like a sewer. Maybe about a tenfold worse. I haven't smelled something this rotten since I've cleared out a den of slith ages ago. They're loathsome reptiles, make their homes in swamps and dank caves. They secrete a nasty poison into the water. This key will open the cellar in the shack behind me, right by that accursed rift gate. It connects to the bowels of the prison, which should lead you to the cave. Find the slith matriarch that's likely polluting our water supply, and the poison should clear out on its own. You do this.
Made a what check?
Have you cleared out the slith den?
Oh. Trapdoor, okay. Yeah, once you get a bit familiar with like how the game works and the UI and so on, it's definitely a bit more intuitive after some time. Like for example at the vendor, I didn't quite realize that there's like multiple tabs and stuff and they're like these tiny little buttons. But we're getting there. I'm missing. So his chance to hit 98%. Really? I just missed him twice. I forgot to up the difficulty. Hey, can I just go back to... Let's try this. That's not the difficulty. Okay. It puts me here, alright. To try a veteran, let's see the difference. It has begun. Grasping Vines, is there like another skill here? When do I get the second class? Can I just do it now? You can do like dual class here, right? What about this stuff actually? I have nothing. I guess I can do it, huh? At any point after level 10, okay. Yeah, I feel like I didn't really see any, like, I don't know, pop-up or whatever, like, dual class unlocked, or... It was just like, okay, just do it, I guess. Sure. Let's try this first of all. Power strikes, wall power surges with a target. Bursting blood vessels. Okay. 10 additional points. Is there like anything else you want here actually? Brute force. Anti-venom thorn vines erupt from the earth, inhibiting the movement. I guess I could try a point and see what happens. Just immobilize and stuff. Okay, do the vines actually kill stuff? I mean, this fire blast seems to be good. One point, a passive in the bottom row. Ah, so this is a passive. Okay, how do I distinguish, like, what is a passive? This buffs are automatically activated, okay. $50 energy reserved. Physical, health, regen, energy. I mean, sure, I guess. Health, regen. So it reserves more and more energy when I do this. It also becomes more efficient, basically. Goes from 35 to only 44, it's plus 9. But actually the effects double. And here, kind of same story actually. There's defensive and armor. And they're fighting each other, yeah. Square is button active and circle is passive. It is not D4. Seems like it's like square is always the start of the chain and then the circles are just the follow-ups for that skill. Oh, I see the glove, by the way, maybe. Nice. Okay, that is actually insane. What the fuck? Yeah, that is definitely Booty C worthy, I'd say. What did he do for that one? Who did he bribe? Sacrifice your firstborn. Okay, I think that was a good trade actually. Okay, if you just to show this here. Look at this Gladiator's Triumph, man. What the hell is this? 5-star. Perfect stats. What? Like, what did he do? This is crazy. Actually nuts. Yeah. Yeah, Dex, crit, 1. That's like the perfect combo. It cannot be better. Actually, what are the 2 guaranteed stats on that thing again? It will always have Dex, and then there will be one more stat. I'm not sure what it is though. Maybe it is crit actually, right? Let me see, patch notes. I think we have this. I'm kind of curious right now. Okay, it's primary stat and crit. So I guess technically you could get like a crit Vuln Glove and roll off the Dex. If you really wanted to. But I mean a GA Dex is just about as good as it gets, you know, compared to something like Cold or All Damage or something anyway. Okay, I'm betting these guys actually hurt, by the way. This guy's blasting me. Okay, got an Eknos. Fog. How many of them do we need? Enemy hero killed. Holy. Yeah, I think at some point it's just gonna start filtering all this stuff, right? So now here's like cannons and whatever. I guess I don't really care about the wrong weapons. I could try a two-handed, like a rifle or something. Apparently I can use that with the skill. I can make players ranged. Totems on that are tough. I'm not sure if we're gonna do totems. For now we're bonking. So that's what I wanna do. I wouldn't mind playing this as a ranged as well. It'll be fine. But I guess melee is also a pretty good way to just learn the game. It's ranged, you know, it's easy to miss a lot of things in combat. Lots of inventory space. I wouldn't really call it lots, but it's okay. Yeah, Livy, the gloves, they're kind of interchangeable, I'd say, the Pain Gorges and the Gladiators, so if you upgrade gloves and you get one or the other, I mean, this is totally fine. In fact, I would say the Gladiators is probably the more important one, in case you want to do an Endurance Faith setup. At least for like the bossing. What is this here? The power debuff. When you're stunned, you take additional damage from all sources. Okay. This guy has 30,000 life, are you serious? Ugh. Yeah, a lot of stuff we can kind of just out region. It's not bad. Oh, never mind, this guy's still pumping actually. Dude, I miss with my fire blast. The spells can miss in this game, that's crazy.
Don't have enough energy.
Okay. Level 12. You get XP for the shrine. Cool. Okay, is there like a way to get out of here, or do you actually just run back? I guess you can use the rift. Back to town and just go to him.
I'm still waiting for one of my scouts to report.
Come see what's left of my wares.
You get a lot more inventory from quest rewards, okay. Let's see, this seems kinda nice. Getting rare items now, slowly. I also have a lot of points. So can someone tell me, is magical damage, is that like anything non-physical, or what is magical here? Can I use that for my lightning skill? Health, defensive, regen, triple res. Open tab 2. Okay, here it says magical. Fire, cold, lightning. Okay, so that is magical. Alright. Yeah, that's what I expected actually. So let's put a bunch of stuff in spirit. I guess he's gonna go rares. Like, they have so many stats, man. These rares. It's crazy. And the only other thing would be like another bunker. But the weapon is bonking still, so I think I'm kinda fine. I'd really like to not confirm every time I want to sort my inventory. What is this? Okay. Used in weapons, shields, and caster offense. Chest armor. I can do this. Okay. Rings, amulets. I guess it's a standard. I have so much other stuff. I'm just gonna send it red. Who actually cares? Frozen heart. Anything left actually? What about glove? Ah, so you can mouse over it and it says... Okay. Oh, sure. It actually shows you. I sure you don't want to confirm every time you sort.
Any luck clearing out? Well done. Once I pump out the remaining poison water.
Oh! Expand the size of the inventory. Oh, look at that. Okay. Now we have 2. Is this hardcore? No, it's not. But so far we haven't died. So I don't actually know what happens when I die, I guess. I wonder if they're gonna give like all these NPCs dialogues and stuff like that.
See
Like, it's kind of strange that some people talk to you and some are just like not. Okay, meet Bourbon inside a prison.
That skill's not ready.
And who is that?
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left.
Yeah.
Good, you're back. I've heard good things from both Kasparov and Barnabas. One of my scouts came back with news, making our next move clear. The dead are heavily concentrated in Burwich village to the north, past the swamps of Whitemire. There must be a reason why. Perhaps the ethereal behind these attacks is there. We can't know for sure. You've proven yourself quite resourceful thus far. Your ability to secure rift gates for human use could be a turning point in our situation. With all the activity around Burwich, there's bound to be a rift gate. If you can capture it, that will give us this. Follow the road north through Whitemire. Though in the current state of things, you'll likely have to leave the road behind well before you reach the village. Keep pressing north, and you will eventually reach the outskirts of Burwich. It's surrounded by a palisade wall, so you will have to find a way inside. Once you...
Okay. Well, guys, I'm actually cooked though. I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, the expansion's tomorrow, so I guess we're gonna do a bit of D4. Try to progress the Paladin. And then we're gonna log into Grim Dawn. I guess we're gonna be on Grim Dawn before the expansion, so... What time is that? 4 PM CET, eh? So I kinda have to get up early, actually. And I guess we might just continue this guy here, right? That's gonna like play for the whole thing and whatever, so... I'll be playing Grim Dawn all day. Good luck. Yeah, I guess like starting a fresh character and doing it all the way, or is I just like logging in on some old guy. I wonder what people are actually gonna do. Fresh Berserker, okay, that sounds good. I mean, I'm like level 12 now, so this is basically a fresh guy, so I'm just gonna continue this one, I guess. Still need to decide on my second class, I'm not sure what I will do there. Elemental Shaman. We'll see. Soldier, Nightblade. Probably one of those two. This seems to be like the more fast one, and this one the tank and spank. Shaman and Berserker. Is Berserker like one of the combos basically? And Berserker is tomorrow. Ah. Oh, sure, I guess. In that case I can just wait until tomorrow and then choose it. Berserker sounds fun too. We do have no information about what is actually in the expansion. What is the content? No clue. So, we'll see. Anyway guys, I'm gonna go, so let's wait someone. I'll see you. Who do we raid? Oh, I can just raid Moxie or something. How about that? Frosty LaRue. Wait, do I have him actually on my followed? I don't see him. What is he even doing? Dude, my browser is like giga slow right now. What is happening? Like, dude, I literally cannot type. They're going letter by letter, like. Okay. Moxie's playing cooked, yeah. Close the game. Yeah, this 12-year-old game seems to be quite a struggle for my Starforge Voyager Creator Elite PC, by the way. By the way, we still have the pin up here. They have a big sale. Very good advertisement. Yeah, I don't think it has to do with the PC. Okay, that's what I'm saying. This might not be a problem of the PC. But yeah, anyway. I was gonna rate Moxie. Screw it. So have a good one.